Welcome one and all to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. I couldn't be more excited to kick this one off with you. It's going to be a summer split to remember because we have more. Cubby, are you excited?
I'm excited, man. We got the short sleeves on. It's feeling like summer here in LA as it's busting out 80 degrees. Shout out to you, Mazel. Actually made it to the LCS tailgate this morning.
Yeah.
And you're now broadcasting here during the LCS.
I got to take down Pantheon and also
really?
drive him there.
Oh, nice.
Our fellow cast member Kangas was Pantheon at LCS today, but I get to have all the fun today. I got to do LPL this morning. I got to go watch LCS, and now I get to cover my home favorite. We have NACL up and going, but that means we also have a lot of changes. I mentioned more. Cubby, I think we have a lot more to talk about in that regard.
Yeah, we have a new format coming out for this split. It's kind of fun. The Fearless draft that we had last split, now it's been announced it's being adopted across the world for the first part of 2025. But we decided to scale things up a little bit more. Now, with this version of Fearless Draft, if you pick your champion on either side, it's banned. So it's not just banned for you, it's banned for both teams, which will lead to even more diversity. On top of that, more best of fives earlier on in playoffs when we get there. I know we're also very excited about the money matches that we have in week 4 and 5, where every team gets 2 money matches to play for some extra cash on the side. Going to be a lot of fun. Also, some new teams that we have, Mazel, with more partnerships in the league.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those teams. We have some great new additions there as we go ahead and bring them up here. I think it's kind of crazy how we've gotten to this point, especially with the way that some of the new teams are going to be looking like tonight. There's a lot of new faces here.
Yeah, excited to see. I know that we're flipping through some of our partners here. Blue Otter specifically, congrats to them for promoting into the league along with CCG. Blue Otter are now partnered up with C9 behind the scenes. Also, big partnerships coming in. Dragonsteel, that is Maryville University. They will be going by Dragonsteel with that logo. Thanks to the partnership they have with Brandon Sanderson, the fantasy author. Very exciting. Along with Star Forge Fear as that new logo. The Grim Reaper, it's carrying something a little bit more friendly than the Scythe this time around. As well as FlyQuest. I'm going to go with it. You know, it's a big hammer, but it's not a Scythe. That thing scares me. Along with FlyQuest bringing up the NZXT partnership. So there'll be FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. Excited to see some of the teams bring some more partnerships and hopefully some, more money and also more views to the talented players that we have in the league.
It's just really cool to see organizations supporting our league, supporting esports, supporting League of Legends. I know it's sporadic now, it feels like, but it's really nice to see a lot of backing behind these organizations and the league itself. But that also means that we get to talk about what we have in store today. What could we possibly be kicking it off with? Well, of course, it's a finals rematch to kick it off from spring. But this time, it's Dragonsteel versus FlyQuest NZXT, and that one's going to be fun.
Yeah, personally, it's a single round robin. I'm kind of bummed that we start with 2 of our top teams from this past spring, but excited to see what they can pull out on the Rift today in this new format. Later on, we have Supernova against CCG. I got to say, there's a lot of beef and a lot of history between the players in this match as well. So excited to see that match later on, and honestly curious to see where CCG and Supernova each fall in the totem pole of this split with some of the changes they made this offseason.
That's the big important thing to talk about here. We'll bring up Dragonsteel now and see exactly what those changes are. Zamudo in the top lane. Niles officially moving to the coach position. I'm actually really excited for that addition to the roster. But Rock Boom coming in last second while Scary Jerry is on vacation here.
Yeah, so Scary Jerry, I saw him this past week at CLAW. Maryville did fall short to St. Louis University, as we'll see the core of that team on a Winthrop University this split. That's a weird one we didn't even talk about. Also, Zamudo coming in. Zamudo has been a top lane talent that we've seen. He has the hands, has the lane phase, and now under the tutelage of Niles, we'll see if he can round out his gameplay and be one of the stronger top laners that we have. Also, congrats to Niles on signing up to be a coach. He's been a long time faithful at Maryville, and I think it says a lot about Niles, the fact that Maryville decided to keep him around to work with this Dragon Steel roster.
Yeah, I remember we went to HughFest last year, and it was really cool because Niles at the time was also coaching the team, and it was really interesting to watch how he works with the players, and I think vibes will be on point there. But let's go ahead and look at the other side. FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. It is a who's who of the top of the table in Tier 2, it feels like, Cubby.
Yeah, FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. This was the team that 3-0'd Maryville in finals. Was rather dominant. They're making one swap as, of course, Quad was promoted to FlyQuest main roster. Did fall to TL 1-2 today. I think he had an okay showing. Of course, you know, I was big on the Quad train this entire split, and he died in like the most embarrassing way possible, level 5 to 8 in game 1. That's fine. We're not going to talk about that. What we are going to talk about is the fact that Sajed, Chime, Surdy, Shaden all returning, as well as an unlisted member will not be playing today, but the sub Cryogen. A player that I got to see in some of the combines this offseason as I was consulting for Supernova. Is someone that I'm excited to see hit the Challenger stage. I assume that's going to happen later in the split as Chime announced that he is going to law school. So congrats to Chime being a big boy adult. It's going to be a bummer to have Chime potentially step away as he was our first team All-Pro support and a very strong Challengers performer in the past split. Excited to see what he can do with this squad in summer.
Yeah, we've also just got kind of the king of mentality, it feels like, in our league to guide him along. Chime has been a long-standing, I think, positive member in our league. And it was really nice to see him in the LCS as well. But I think this first game is going to give us a lot to judge off of the meta. I know in the LPL we've been 2 patches behind now that we're on 14-12. I'm really interested at what the early priorities are going to be. Do you have any thoughts first and foremost before we get into this?
Well, we saw some of it on LCS today. I know that Corki has been dominant in the meta. Some of the changes doesn't look like they're going to be deterred. What I'm curious to see is how the new format comes into play. Because I haven't seen a lot of tournaments that have a full Fearless format where you are taking away the champions for both teams for the rest of the series. What we ended up seeing as the meta developed with the Fearless draft that we saw last split is a lot of teams would handshake things. For example, Renekton Gragas. We saw that in a lot of playoff series in Game 1 and Game 2, and then you swap out from there. So everyone kind of got their Renekton game as he was really strong in the last patch. This time around, if you have a champion that, let's say, like Renekton, that has a 60% win rate on his own and into his most popular counters, well, what's the priority of taking that early on? Because if you don't have it in Game 1, you may not have it for the entire series.
That's the hardest part.
Not only are you kind of declaring, like with B1, okay, this is the champ that I really feel like is the strongest. It could be affected by what your team opponent plays because you are denying it from them. It could affect, you know, what kind of combos, what responses we have. I think that we're going to see a meta develop in this format, much like the way we saw a meta develop with the last one. I'm curious to see how that pans out.
Well, we're going to be getting into it now, and I'm specifically looking at some of the ADC pools that will get pinched over time. I know we had the Old Man Cup going on, as that's what they call it over in the LPL, where all the legends are coming together to play, and they are doing full Fearless, and it went to Game 5 in finals last night, and it was wild. It was absolutely wild. We get 3 games.
What was the craziest
here.
pick? Craziest pick you saw?
I don't know. It's just the ADC pool, so we got to see like some of the gens and things later, but it's interesting. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I want to catch up on the draft because we're already pretty far deep. We got the Jax, Ashe, LeBlanc bands, so very prio bands from Dragonsteel on the blue side. The Skarner, Rumble, Tristana, very top picks right now. It was a Taliyah first pick into the Varus Hwei double pick by FlyQuest.
Yeah, so I will say this Dragonsteel roster, they were competing last week as Maryville with Niles and Scary Jerry, 3 patches behind. Now, with that team, they were first picking Taliyah and flexing it between Spyrax and Yuji. It does look like that Taliyah is going to be going into Yuji's hands, as I expect that Corki to most likely be mid, and TF, we can assure, is going to be top lane. Now, we're going to have to see if Surdy has an answer that Jax was already taken away, if he wants to play into that TF with a pick of his own. Now, it's something that, you know, I will say MU, or Dragonsteel, is quite familiar with, as Surdy, in the offseason, not only did he hit rank 1, not only was he the first player to ever hit Grandmaster going undefeated, but he also won a Seed-All trophy against MU as an underdog, 3-1. So, pretty good offseason for Surdy, and it will be his main Camille going into that TF in this game.
What else can this man do? Not to be done up, I guess, is Shaden also finding 5 accounts in Challenger. You know, no big deal, things like that, at least working on his 5th.
All I'll say is I did, vote for Surdy as the most valuable prospect. I know he didn't win. That was, in fact, UG. But I got to say, the Surdy stocks are looking pretty good right now.
They are.
Maybe that's his goal for this split. Win a most valuable prospect. And
gotta win everything. Why not just go for it all? He's
just
already
tier
made
2 champion.
90% of the way there, I guess. We are in the second phase of bans now, though. After we saw that TF and Corky locked in over on the side of Dragonsteel as well. It is the Jhin and the Caitlyn ban. We've seen the Jhin rise in priority just because of the utility it brings to the bottom side. I'm wondering if the jungle priority still remains in the second phase here for Dragonsteel. Although I did think they didn't have bans because we were told going into this one that they weren't supposed to have bans in the second phase. So
I think they only lose this ban. I saw that in the announcement. Yeah. So they did submit this roster late with Rockboom as Dragonsteel were looking for a sub. So again, good to see Rockboom have a game here. I know it's actually an AD that Maryville really respects from their time in Collegiate over in St. Clair. Rockboom did make top 8 with St. Clair, ended up having a competitive 5-game series with Winthrop, actually, in that college tournament. That said, Winthrop going to have a much different looking roster filled with CLOL champs this time around,
for sure.
Which is an interesting one. But as we go through this, that's why you don't see a ban for Dragonsteel, and it looks like it's going to be a Sejuani for Shaden. So unfortunately, still Shaden, he's stuck on tank duty. Has to play for those solo lanes, can't bust out the carries until later on.
Hey, but this will be the only time we see the Sejuani ever in this whole series, so it's okay. True. I think, some of those picks maybe change in the mindset when they actually get picked. I do really like the Kalista right now for Rockboom as well. You get a little bit more of that aggressive style in the bottom side. Got to get a good pairing with it for Zyko, though.
Yeah, I think the Rockboom, if I had to nitpick his game at all, it would be that his laning needs work. Outside of lane, Rockboom actually sees things quite well, but in lane, we saw a lot of games where Lit and Rockboom fell very far behind in spring. Is part of the reason why we're not seeing them here in summer. And funnily enough, Rockboom, so when they qualified last summer to play in NACL, it was actually the AD that was ahead of Sejed, who was a sub on that roster. Sejed very close with Rockboom and that Lit squad. Sejed, of course, hoisting that NACL trophy last split. Even found a pentakill with the Jinx multiple times throughout that tournament, and really emerged as someone that went from being a rookie to someone where we actually are like, hey, comparing this guy to Masu, isn't an insult and doesn't feel unfair with the path that he's taken. And that's a huge compliment, given what Masu did in Tier 2 and what he has accomplished so far in Tier 1. So excited to see if Sejed can continue that trajectory and continue to be a more lane-dominant player. It's outside of lane, we know this guy's fantastic.
Well, now we set up the bot lane to have some fireworks there, but let's talk a little bit about the setup for these as we're going into game 1 now of the split. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking at the side lane for Surdy. He's going to have control there, but Zmuda will have some answers. Where else do you want to see kind of proactivity for either side?
So early on, I'm going to look for Talia to see what kind of actions Yuji is going to opt for, as I think Yuji in this game has the opportunity to really dictate the pace. Talia does outclear the Sejuani, and really I think that these rocks being put down, I just want to see where Yuji decides to focus. I think bot lane will be difficult given that it is a barrier first strike Varus. That tells me it is going to be the poke version of Varus, and barrier a lot more common now on ADs after it was given a buff. Surdy is going to get harassed.
A little early game here. This is what I've been loving so much about the meta is the variance in what level 1 has to offer now. We see late invades, we see full invades, we even see sometimes nothing happens. But it's really just about trying to find pressure, get that early vision, and know exactly where your plays are available to you.
As we look at mid, Spyrax versus Bradley, there's some fun history among these teams. We talked about Sejed and Rockboom. Spyrax versus Bradley. The last time I saw this matchup in mid, it was 2021 CLOL semifinals when Spyrax was on Maryville, Bradley was on Bethany. From there, these guys ended up going their own ways. Bradley, of course, played top lane for Team Liquid, where actually he was ahead of Surdy, which is kind of funny to think of looking back. But Bradley swapped back to mid, went undefeated until finals in OQs, ran the promotion tournament. And I know he's taking this very seriously. He actually moved to Chicago to have the lowest ping possible for this split of Challengers League. Bradley was always someone that I thought when he played mid, he was 1v9 or bust, and went 1v9 more often than not. I'm excited to see him back in this role. I feel like his ceiling as a mid laner was a bit higher
And I think the fact of the matter is this guy has consistently been able to grow into his roles, right? Not only did he swap over to top lane, but he was able to grow over that year, 2 years. He was able to help find those championships for Team Liquid. And I think there is the reasoning where he now feels more confident, more comfortable, more happy that he's back in mid lane. So we'll see if that pays dividends for him against Spyrax on the other side. But Zyko and Rockboom keeping priority on bottom side. I want to check in on how we're going to get a bot side play here potentially for either side, as both junglers already down this way.
Gotta believe that the Kalista Nautilus Talia wins the 3v3, so I think we might see Shading go elsewhere, as he is a bit behind on his clear. Of course, Talia does clear faster than the Sejuani, and Shading is spotted. Nice blast coming from Zyko, and I'm gonna assume that this crab just goes over to Yuji.
He's gonna get to Chadney. Also, Yuji, kind of a big story last split was that MVP style split for himself. Finally, after so many times being the bridesmaid, never the bride, he was able to secure that one. And I know it made him very happy, but trying to continue dominance, trying to get what he hasn't been able to get in that championship still would be the goal.
I really think that these were the top two junglers. I thought that Shaden almost didn't get the flowers that he really deserved last split until he hoisted that trophy and also had rank 1 in solo queue. The rather impressive win rate. Both him and Surdy were able to achieve that in this offseason. Shaden, for me, is still someone that is very, very impressive. Of course, we are on the new season. I'm sure that a lot of NACL fans, especially the ones tuning in now, have watched some other League of Legends, because it's pretty crazy to be watching Challengers League now, not LCS, but the Echo is being picked up for Talia. We're going to see a lot more AP junglers early on in this split. That item and its build paths being a big reason as to why.
It's really just kind of gone to the forefront of it all. UG also coming to the forefront. We'll make the gank onto Surdy. Throwing some rocks his way. Surdy going to go for the flash hook shot. Gets stopped by that ground. And UG with Dragonsteel help and Zamudo's big cards going to take first blood.
Most valuable prospect, Yuji, over the runner-up, able to help Zamudo find that first blood in his debut with Dragonsteel here. Nice pickup as TF, if he is able to get room. I think Camille is uniquely can play into TF. There is a range where Gold Card does outrange the Hextech Ultimatum, but that is the interaction you're looking for Surdy. The dodge out on that, make sure you trap this TF as Chime has made his way up top.
Made a nice little gank up here. Now there's no real exit for Zamudo. He's going to try to burn the flash there. Doesn't end up getting that big summoner spell there, but still not exactly what you want paid out. This Dragonsteel with Zyko looking towards mid, but Shaden going to be spotted out trying to get over to his blue side.
This is something that I feel like Chime, Shaden, and FlyQuest do so well. As FlyQuest and ZXT, they really are good at covering what their solo laners need. I think one of the reasons why Shaden didn't get his flowers is because he had a supportive role last split. You had Quad and Surdy solo lanes. You don't need to carry from the jungle if that's your team. You will see the barrier pops. Right move from Sajed. But Shaden and Chime as a team, they're able to hover and cover lanes when necessary. Like Chime shows top there, but Shaden working his way bot with his second clear is able to hover mid when, you know, sometimes that the support's able to do that. Well, in that map state, if you want to hover both, that's where you need to be. The fact that FlyQuest are able to execute that cleanly, something they did very well last split. Good to see them doing that well this split as well.
Pyrax going to be bodyguarding the river as Dragon gets taken by Dragonsteel. Getting the game, I guess. As Zamudo having a kill up in topside provides so many avenues forward, it feels like, with the TF. And yes, there's still a point where Surdy's going to be unstoppable in the side lane, but you've got time.
With that time so far, I think Grubs, I mean, could even be on the table for Yuji. This bot, or this top wave is shoving out. You can see Yuji resetting at the moment. If Zamudo is able to find the slow push there, so he can get here in time. Again, I think Grubs a real possibility where Dragonsteel can really dominate these early objectives. And good to see Dragonsteel off to a hot start. Also good to see Rockboom off to a hot start. I know that I was saying that, you know, his laning sometimes not his strong suit, but going up against his old teammate in Sajed has gotten a little bit of help, but is off to an early CS lead as this Kalista. And we'll be going for that more traditional on-hit build, not this lethality poke build that we're used to seeing.
I actually kind of like it. We also got the first strike lethality style for Sajed. I appreciate the fact that Dragonsteel just kind of give those grubs over and maybe just go for the next one.
Yeah.
But UG has Weaver's Wall looking for a topside gank.
Gold card comes down. Surdy going to buffer, but now he doesn't have that E, so the next gold card could be big. I was talking about Dragonsteel potentially setting up those grubs. Yuji instead going for the top side look, and Shaden getting to the grubs, the one-timer where he could really take them safely. So props to Shaden for finding that. 3 grubs for FlyQuest could be big. Split push top laners for each of our top laners here. So I think stacking these grubs will make that next spawn definitely a focus for Dragonsteel to try and deny FlyQuest that 6, which the vast majority of our teams still deem as very powerful.
Yeah, you've got to be able to fight for XP. It just feels like XP has become the name of the game to talk about here in the early parts of the summer split across the world, because it really is interesting the kind of pull and tug that we've had with the meta so far. Now, I do want to check back into maybe some of the action that can be given from mid lane, because I think there's been a little bit of constant priority from Spyrax so far. He is going that traditional fleet footwork, you know, Infinity, or I guess Trinity Force rather, not Infinity yet. And we'll see if that build actually is going to be the difference maker, because it feels like Hwei, as time goes on, gets so strong.
Yeah, honestly, it's something where I think the Hwei and the Varus poke on its own, I'm curious to see if it's kind of like gonna beat out Torky poke. My assumption is yes, but it's one where, you know, Callista going on hit, you are into a Camille plus a Sejuani, so having that damage over time, I feel like Dragonsteel does have the ability to make some space for their carries, but I trust FlyC a little bit more with their teamfight execution.
Yeah.
I think Sejuani, Hwei, Camille, like, it's really easy to find combos between the Hwei and the Varus where you can connect these very high damage spells.
Yeah, I think the thing going for Dragonsteel in that regard is the amount of CC they have in these, but we'll see how those team fights pan out specifically. About 1,000 gold lead for Dragonsteel early here over FlyQuest and ZXT, and I think we have this kind of moment to talk about some of these players, because it is to mention, you know, we won't get to see this matchup again, but the fact that we have such storied players, we have a rematch of a majority of members from the spring finals is really cool. And I think that's what makes me so excited about both these rosters as we move forward, even with some of the changes to the rosters themselves, is we've seen a lot of growth from them just in 2024 spring itself.
I mean, specifically, like, Sajed, seeing like how strong of a player he was just instantly coming in, and then how much he improved. I think for Split, you have a lot to learn. That was rather impressive. Is Rock Boom?
Oh, Rock.
That's Chime Award.
Yeah, he's gonna get hit right back. Sajed is just gonna wait for the flash. Does end up going over for Rock Boom, so that Summer Spell gone. Top side, 2v2 kicking off. Shaden gonna be stopped over there, as Zamudo's going to go back down to fight him. Jaden's in a lot of trouble here as yellow card comes out. Stun is there. So many rocks going his way. Shaden about to go down, and the autos are there. Bot side, we got another one going, but Zamudo has Destiny over there. Another yellow card, a seismic shove into it. Hextech Ultimatum is not going to be just that. Zyko under tower will fall to Sajed. There is a kill back for FlyQuest, but Dragonsteel have found the wound, and they've made it rotten in its top lane.
Zamudo and Yuji syncing up in Zamudo's debut. Really well played from them on the top side, as Shaden was not expecting Yuji to be there lying in wait. Once he shows he's down a level, Yuji already had that Blackfire torch completed, and he used that to really torch FlyQuest on that top side.
That was a heck of a situation on both sides. The Dragonsteel definitely coming out on the better, but the thing that we have to talk about is how much of an importance we put on Surdy, the side lane strength. First of all, him as a player and the strength that he brings, but that has been the big focus so far for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, the shutdown's been good. I mean, the setup between TF and Talia, it's there. You have split damage, you have point-and-click CC with that stun from Zamudo, and they used it beautifully there. As Shaden, again, I think he got really caught off guard by Yuji, who on this Talia, able to clear faster, able to be in more spots than Shaden. He's really taken advantage of that so far, as Yuji putting together a fantastic game.
Yeah, that Blackfire torch completion before that fight was so big.
That was big, yeah.
Zyko, you are surrounded, buddy. He's going to try to slide his way out of that one. The rest of FlyQuest are on their way here, though. Dragonsteel TP'd in, but that will be a body bag going to one of Dragonsteel. Swirling Despair going to be thrown over on the Spyrax just for funsies. But it's actually a nice response from FlyQuest because now they'll get the dragon.
Yeah. I think it was just thrown out for poke for the dragon, which looks like it will be going over to FlyQuest challengers for free. Attempt from Spyrax on the defense, but good find on Zyko. Zyko was not expecting to see anyone behind him there. And I really like how Chime played that one. Chime's Alistar has always been a fantastic pick of his. Just using the W. I don't even think I saw his Q because he was waiting for everyone else with layered CC and threatening that so that if Dragonsteel were to walk through that choke, and have that cooldown of the discipline there from Chime. Sometimes the small things say a lot about a player, as at the moment. Speaking of small things, Yuji going to be taking out those grubs, so does deny the 6 going over to FlyQuest NZX2.
That's actually really big. We've seen denials actually mean a lot because I feel like right now Snowball after fights can be so detrimental, or at least so powerful if you have the grubs. Zamudo, though, you've got a trap waiting for you. Let's see if he falls for it. The trap has actually grown legs and walked towards him, and it has horns too. It's looking like a big bull. Yuji is in there trying to get with the Weaver's Wall. Zamudo is still alive. How is he still alive? Destiny, and he's out of there. What the hell? That's a heck of a play from Zamudo, the new top laner of Dragonsteel.
That was so close from Chime. He dropped the ward to spot him, but that Q just a pixel too late as Zamudo sneaks out. Working on those blue suede shoes with the TF, man. Zamudo has been clean with it so far.
Really, really love to see the plays coming from Zamudo, especially when there were so many question marks. It feels like when he joined the Dragonsteel roster here not too long ago. Obviously coming over from AoE, and I think he has been a guy who's been undersung a lot, I feel like, in the community.
Just feels like sometimes there are patches where, Zamudo, like, he's picking the Gragas, the Rumble, and running everyone, and he's really big. And then other times he's picking Yone and getting ran himself. Sometimes Zamudo feels like a bit of a coin flip player, but the potential has always been there as a top laner. He has hands. And so to see him have this game against Surdy, he's done a lot with the jungle help he's gotten, and preserving his lead by getting out there was massive.
And what's crazy is I literally have a quote from Surdy from last split saying he's the best TF in the West. He feels like he's that good at TF. And so the fact that Zamudo is utilizing the TF against Surdy's Camille and coming out like this has been good. Now, Surdy will have some time to cover. Only about a 1.5k lead for Dragonsteel. A lot of game left to game. And Shaden's going to be having the Rift Herald here. Ooh, he's actually not going to go for it.
I think he's just trying to tickle it to see if he could draw MU in. There was a ward on it. I said MU. It's gonna mess with me a little bit. It's Dragonsteel now.
I like the word Dragonsteel a lot, so it's already just burned in my brain.
I like how they found a way to keep St. Louis in their name with Dragonsteel.
You're so based for that. You're so based. Shane, not gonna hit it though. Glacial Prison goes wide. So does the Chains of Corruption. But you know what doesn't miss? It's a big cow with the horns, and Bradley will pick up a kill for FlyQuest and ZXT.
But Carol does get traded over to Dragonsteel for that one. Yuji able to pick that one up for free. Shutdown on, from Zamudo, though, rather nice. Surdy will be forced off this top lane as he's at a little bit of a numbers disadvantage. You'll see Chime and Shaden sprinting to his help, but I think Dragonsteel are going to take this, at least the outer tower. The question is, do they drop this to push more, or do they save it to potentially sync up with the Dragon spawn and the buck 50? I think the latter will be the choice for Dragonsteel.
Not actually going to get this top just yet. Still the defense stands strong by FlyQuest. They will end up getting the bottom side turret, though, for Sajed. That would be actually a decent amount of gold going their way. He's also just slowly and surely gotten 2 kills. He's almost on 2 items now with the lethality build. Chime has found another play. How does the cow just keep getting behind people? Have you ever worked with cows? They're not very quick.
I don't know, man. Chime, he's a sneaky one. He's built different
sneaky
as a cow. As Dragonsteel, they're actually looking to go cow tipping there. But so far, Chime's been the one on top of things. Spyrax working on this outer.
Cow tipping is wrong, and you shouldn't do it.
I don't know, man. Car is a pretty awesome movie. They had a lot of fun cow tipping in there. Spyrax finishes up that outer. I will say his base is a little bit delayed for this upcoming Dragon, which is going to be the big focus for each of these teams. Dragonsteel working with a 1k gold lead from this one, as resets coming in and the setup beginning.
Yeah, they have the Rift Herald, so they can use that as a kind of distractionary tool towards mid if they want to, and maybe pull some of that pressure. It looks like that's the play. You see it classically in a lot of the professional region. It just pulls the pressure.
Yeah, it really helps with that setup too, and also helps take down this mid outer, which will fall. Could use the Shelly there, as that's an effective crash and a driver's license test passed. Dragon Steelers now they move their way into the river, and honestly, really tough for FlyQuest and ZXT to work their way into this one. As the gold card, the dredge line coming from Fog, very scary. It's already going to get a lot of info here. They can pretty much assume they're sitting in this embankment brush. The fact that Surdy was just able to walk there is FlyQuest.
Oh, Shane just pulling the trigger. He actually hits a big one onto Yuji, but now Chime getting low. Zyko's already down. Surdy's going for it, and I think we might have hit the timer. That lead is crumbling for Dragon Steel, and FlyQuest will take a second Dragon.
My concern, like, I don't know why Maryville, or Dragon Steel, let them walk in like that. I feel like Yuji needs to be the one sitting in the fog to threaten the unraveled Earth and the Flicks by him not being there, and instead Zamudo being the one in fog. There isn't nearly as much threat, not to mention the fact that Surdy got so far into the setup that FlyQuest, while they didn't exactly see where Dragonsteel was, they were able to safely assume that they were playing in that embankment brush. Made it very easy for Shaden and Chime to be the one to start the fight, set up the damage to come through from Bradley and Sajet.
And I have to bring it back to the conversation you had stated earlier. It's the ease of execution with FlyQuest composition when it comes to these kinds of fights, right? You're leading with very powerful tools, and you have sustained follow-up after that. Dragonsteel, they're much more looking for minute moments within these fights to really pick off members of FlyQuest. And in moments like that, FlyQuest have the go button, and they're going to continue that go. But they didn't stop pressing it at this point. They might have needed to stop pressing it as Shaden fights off a little bit more than he could chew and goes down. Now Rock Boom is looking for a little bit of an aggressive Fates call, but Dragonsteel answer right back, and that lead, it's right back to perfect.
I think it's a decent idea there from Chime and Shaden, but Sajed wasn't able to get the Chain of Corruption out on the right target, so that is really where the bunch of the damage is coming out from. We're going to see a grouping up bot lane. Nice use of the priority Dragonsteel received from that kill to knock down another turret for Zamudo and TF. Well played.
We start getting some item completions for Spyrax too, who will be no joke. This new Corki with the flexibility of the build has been ridiculous in the burst damage that it provides, and I think that's going to be coming online.
I will say that with the changes to Corki, lowering the base AD, not only did that hurt the Vitality build, it also hurt the Trinity Force build, because every Sheen proc relies on your base AD. I'm low-key kind of a fan of the Infinity Edge Rush on Corki now. I know it sounds weird, but that item is just not okay at the moment. So I think Corki this patch is still strong, just not as dominant as we've seen so far. I definitely prefer the Tristana 14-12 as new season, same shenanigans.
Same shenanigans. If you are missing the context, Cubby hates hands for some reason.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
I definitely have not ever been a fan of people that have hands in this league, you know? Never overhyped anyone that have mechanical hands, especially not this past offseason.
Yeah, no, absolutely
never.
Not. Absolutely not, never.
Yeah.
We'll move forward now so we save you the embarrassment. So we got to look at the almost 3 items now for Sajed. He is going Lilith. I mentioned it earlier. It is a little bit cheaper on items, but he's going to have a lot of the kind of burst damage that you're backing up FlyQuest engages with.
Actually, while we have a moment, I do want to talk about a few things we're seeing in the meta, in case you haven't seen any league. First off, Warmogs. The threshold for where you proc it was lowered. We're seeing a lot of Warmogs on supports and junglers. I believe support, I don't know what the level breakpoint is, but by the time you finish Warmogs, you pretty much get the proc where if you eat poke, you will be able to step out of combat and get your health back very quickly. Also, shout out to Chime. I believe those are Traveler's Boots that have been evolved, which out of combat enables you to move a lot faster, and you also get a faster recall. So we've seen Chime be all over the map. His ability to do so increased even more with this. Surdy.
Oh, Surdy falls for the bait. Yuji was waiting for him there. And Zamudo claims yet another kill onto Surdy. Ooh, they actually get the Glacial Prison onto him. So Zamudo will fall in the end. A little bit of biting of both top laners.
I feel like Surdy might have been in range there for the Hextech Ultimatum. I'm not sure. Either way, he held it, eats the flick from Yuji, and finds another gray screen. FlyQuest answer back, but the pressure from Dragonsteel on these side lanes so far, it's been winning in their favor.
It's so insane how some of the little things early on have snowballed into a lot of strengths. That's why I really appreciate
and look at Yuji.
The TF pull, yeah. He's pretty fed. 2-0-3, almost on 3 items himself on a Talia.
Yeah, again, this is a pick that really, since we've seen Yuji and Spyrax come into this roster, the Talia flex has always been very viable for them. Spyrax also a killing Talia player. It's good to see Yuji get to bust it out in this game. It's been quite good. And now, 40 seconds away from this dragon. Chime is on a ward. I'm not sure if he knows.
Yeah. It looks like maybe a little bit of spider senses tingling, but Dragonsteel looking away in mid lane with a little bit of their lead. They have about 30 seconds for that dragon to spawn. They do not want to give a soul point to FlyQuest.
Props to Dragonsteel. I really thought coming into this match they'd be at a massive disadvantage. Just the fact that just a week ago they're playing on a patch 3 patches old with Niles, their primary IGL, and Scary Jerry. But with Rockboom and Zamudo, they managed to give our defending champs who 3-0'd them a very competitive game on a very different patch. And they have full priority for this dragon, so it's looking like this dragon is going to go over to them for free. They're going to trade this for pressure on the top outer and gold to 30.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to buy time. Both sides are like, all right, we get a couple more minutes, but more so Dragonsteel going to be happy to deny any of that stacking win condition from FlyQuest. Now FlyQuest positioning on the top side of mid lane, maybe looking to lean some pressure over to Surdy, getting a side lane here.
I'm really impressed with Dragonsteel this game. I was really not expecting to have a very competitive series, just given the disadvantages that Dragonsteel had coming in, given that, again, a week ago in Boise, 14.9 with Niall Scary Cherry, to now going up against our top team with 1 change. Man, it's been a really competitive game so far, and Chime looking.
Oh,
big gold
Chime
card.
doesn't hit the combo because the yellow card went through, and now Surdy jumps in there, but Chime's already low. Chains of Corruption does connect there. Big arrow combo onto Yuji. Spyrax is starting to do some work here, though. Dragonsteel make it out with a little bit of damage done, but it was FlyQuest that was pounds it.
Yuji has ult, and I think the health bars are enough to at least threaten the Baron. The Baron take is very slow from this FlyQuest NZXT roster, so no Baron there. Did finish up the push. Will be a clean reset. Dragonsteel will have first say on map. Nice gold card, though, from Zamudo. We both called out there, Mazel, to prevent that initial combo from coming through. I think it really helped make sure that all that poke, all that upfront damage didn't land on the priority target for FlyQuest.
Combination so close to being so detrimental for Dragonsteel, but coming in clutch again. Some of the members that maybe we didn't expect to have big influences, having some big influences. We're going to take a look back at that one.
Check this from Zamudo. This is really nice.
So good.
As he went for Spyrax. So the combo doesn't connect on Spyrax. They do end up finding Yuji in the end, burning Sajed's flash, something we'll have to keep an eye on now as Sajed is missing that one. But Dragonsteel able to create enough space to get out of that skirmish that FlyQuest NZXT took. Now, with the map reset, we'll see if Dragonsteel is able to threaten Baron. I think they're the team that can burst down Baron out of the two. FlyQuest, NZXT, their Baron very, very slow. So I think it really has to be a focus on side lanes. And until then, could just be a game stall until this dragon.
Yeah, hey, I'm fine with it because that means we get more explosive team fights there. We also got the IE completed there for Spyrax. Some of those second items really coming in clutch. Really kind of waiting for those third items, though, for Spyrax himself. Rockboom's going to have a lot of trouble, though, finding influence into these fights, it feels like, with the lack of range that Ballista brings. But the big combo will be a Fate's Call engage.
He does have plenty of opportunities, though, for his team to close the range and make sure that he is able to get those spears stacking on the right targets. His job to rip through the tanks. And the FlyQuest NZXT squad getting tankier. Mog's finished on the Alistar, as well as the Nautilus. And Psycho just picked that up from base. So again, Mog's really big here. Bradley might lose his flash.
Gonna have to flash that seismic shove there. So 5-minute cooldown use. Surdy got yellow carded by Zamudo. Flash comes out here. Surdy wants him so bad. There's the Hextech ultimatum. He's not gonna have enough damage to do it though. Zamudo fighting right back. Destiny right out of there. And yet again, for a second time this game, Zamudo is a smooth criminal.
Really well played by Zamudo. Just understanding, hey, I can't port in the ultimatum. I have to wait this out. Able to wait out all the tools that Surdy had to try and take him down. Nice.
Shane doing a little bit of drifting there. As Fate's Call going to pull Zyko right back. TT coming in. I'm getting so low there. And Bradley has joined.
That failed play, though, means Spyrax gets a little bit more room in the top lane. Seeing FlyQuest NZXT dip into the fog will not continue that push. as Bradley losing tools. And I gotta say, Surdy, Bradley, no flash now. Sajed still flash down. Dragonsteel winning the war of attrition in the side lanes, taking away a lot of those tools for this upcoming Dragon team fight in a minute. My eyes really go towards Zamudo to see if FlyQuest can take him down, as he is the one member that is missing flash. That would be a priority target. Psycho, of course, has the Hex Flash, but I think we're throwing all of our cooldowns in the Nautilus. You get Fate's Call and Aftershock. Could be tricky.
I like to get distracted a little bit sometimes, and that distraction has led to a near 80 CS differential in the jungle. By the way, Shaden gonna find a little bit of damage back, but Yuji steals away a camp and finds himself even further up. So I want to talk about Yuji a little bit, because this man, not only getting MVP after such a long time running for it, but he has been a dominant force in our league since FlyQuest, the organizations he's up against now, picked him up.
He's someone that I feel like really got what he deserved this past split. Yuji's always been such a consistent player in our league at a high level, and to have the peak that he had last split, I mean, MU was a team that really fought hard all the time, and Yuji, being someone that we've always known for being a strong mechanical player, was able to show that off and also show off his map setups, which improved a lot, and we could see in games like this.
Yeah.
Speaking of the setup at the moment. Dragonsteel, again, taking full control over this bot river. FlyQuest not feeling like they can really approach. Zyko will spot them out, and FlyQuest NZXT dropping this dragon. So free soul point for Dragonsteel. Mid-outer will be traded, and again, I don't think FlyQuest hits this Baron very fast, so Dragonsteel don't really have to worry about that being a threat.
Nice little trade there. FlyQuest actually trying to capitalize a little bit on the map. Shaden is looking right now, as they really want somebody to walk over here. If it's Zyko, though, might not be the play they want. Yeah, Spyrax, though, might have stayed a little bit longer than he should have. Gonna Valkyrie and Flash just in case.
Shaden tried to guess it. The Flash was necessary from Spyrax there, but we do have an ult coming out from TF.
Hey, they're just going for the engage on the Shaden. That's a little bit dicey there. Spiraling Despair is going to hit Yuji. Yuji's going to go golden to try to dodge a lot of that damage, but Sajed's going to throw Chains of Corruption that goes wide. Big piercing arrows coming in, though, as it's already chimed down. The re-engage comes through from Zyko. The seismic shove as well. Is the damage going to be enough? They're using this wall so well. Oh, but that big damage from Bradley with the snipe gets one back. A big shutdown from Rock Boom, and FlyQuest fight right back.
Dragonsteel are doing a really nice job of playing around these big cooldowns. The Zanyas from Yuji, huge. I think that their mistake is the fact they just threw everything initially into the Sejuani. It's not a priority target. You have to get on someone more important. When FlyQuest challengers were given the space to answer back, they found the damage necessary, despite, I think, Dragonsteel playing that fight very well.
It's so close, though, because of the damage profiles of both these teams. There's so much burst potential on either side. We're also getting to third items now. Rabadons had gotten completed for Bradley there as well. It is insane. The AP fisticuffs that are being drawn by Yuji and Bradley so far. Zyko going to face check, though. That's not great. He's going to get hit but right back, and that health bar is not going to be tanky enough. Carved up into some juicy burgers.
Okay, Baron going to be started. It is a slow one. FlyQuest challengers have plenty of time to respond. Surdy is showing in the side lane. He's dipping into fog now. Does have that empowered TP. Baron spotted at half health. Oh, they're giving. Wow.
Yeah.
They're giving?
There's so many just gives in objectives so far this game. A lot of respect being thrown either side.
I will say, FlyQuest has everything up for this fight. So Dragonsteel paying a lot of respect to this snap engage. They walked into that river. Could be under siege. Will not be the case, though, as Dragonsteel seeds that Baron. And now it's a question of how much can FlyQuest NZXT get off this?
I'm going to try to get back on the map. I think utilizing Surdy now that he's going to be at 2.5 items as well is super important. Shaden has just been willing to go every single time, and he has to be the one to go because he is the one to set up, and the follow-up comes through afterwards.
Looks like FlyQuest Challenger is going to play a little bit more of a narrow setup, not playing out 3 lanes, instead playing a 4-1 with no one on the bot side. So just grouped up as 5 now. I think FlyQuest NZXT should think about stretching the map a little bit more. I will say nice ball to stall out this wave, at least, with them being grouped up completely. I will say interesting top lane choices, as both Zamudo built a Warmogs and Surdy has a QSS secured. So Zamudo trying to survive the poke of Camille in the long lane, and Surdy trying to find ways to get out of that gold card.
It's just a give and take in that regard. Now, FlyQuest are actually going to pull the pressure down bot side. Nice little move. Okay, I'm not going to go for the full Hex Flash over. The turret getting a little bit low here, but maybe a bit dicey to go for. Surdy just decides to go for it. Chains of Corruption is going to connect, but a huge seismic shove goes right in. Now the damage from Sajed is actually pretty big, but Rock Boom answers right back with his own. Ooh. Zamudo being down is a big tool for Dragonsteel gone.
This Varus is really starting to hit hard as Sajed quietly done a nice job of getting that farm up. And now, I mean, if you look at the gold, he is the one leading the team and leading the game. So these cheap items, he's got 4 of them, and they're really being felt by Maryville. Chime trading up at least with going in. Surdy really playing on the edge. That was a little bit too much for me even.
For
now,
you even.
Yeah, for me even. 45 seconds till a potential soul for Dragonsteel. So FlyQuest challengers, we'll see how pressured they are to contest this one.
You can't give a Dragon Soul to Dragonsteel, right? Like, that's just unfair. It's like almost in their name.
We need that crossover, actually.
A Dragon Soul, Dragonsteel, Dragon Soul?
We have Brandon Sanderson in NACL. Now we need to get NACL and League of Legends in his world. I feel like it's only fair.
You know,
we're going to ignore the money portion of everything.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that, Cubby. Keep hoping. Keep hoping. Anyways, Dragon is spotting up here soon. Mid priority looks like the name of the game. Surdy's going to back now. Might have a 3rd item completed as he does. He does. Sterix Gauge completed. PP will be coming in for him. It's all about this 5v5. Cubby,
he's got a couple deep ones. They just see Yuji. If Surdy wanted the TP to the red buff here, they could really threaten Yuji.
Yuji overextended. Severing Bolt from distance. Connects before he hits the golden. Surdy waited the TP. That's a 4-man knockup from Chime. And that ease of team fight execution we talked about, you're seeing it unfold right in front of your very eyes. FlyQuest are decimating Dragonsteel. And it's all about the mid lane push now into maybe objective control.
I think pressuring the Talia was the answer for FlyQuest and ZXT. When Talia can't set up and get her flicks or stop you from walking in, that's where the comp starts to fall apart for Dragonsteel as FlyQuest and ZXT taking more.
Spyrax not respecting the distance that Bradley can cover. He does end up getting Surdy's disrespect right back, though. Bradley is carving them up this game.
And the poke from each of these carries really adding up. Quay plus Varus, insane range and range advantage in the majority of the Dragonsteel comp. Again, when you remove Yuji, the one who's really able to close and preserve the gap for Dragonsteel, that's where we start to see this poke connect. They can play outside of the range of what Dragonsteel's offering, and we're seeing both Bradley and Sajed take advantage of that.
We talked so much earlier about time being the friend of either side, but a lot of scaling through Bradley on the side of FlyQuest, through Surdy on the side of FlyQuest, and that gold lead that was almost 2.5k at one point for Dragonsteel, now a 3,000 gold lead for FlyQuest and ZXT. They have completely flipped it on its head, as you see the graph there, and it really is that question of dominance for FlyQuest this split.
A shout out to our stats team behind the scenes, been helping us build up some more assets for you throughout the split. Gonna try and maybe debut one more, maybe. Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. They said they'd use that one. It was just after a team fight. I was like, okay, maybe. I'm sorry to spoil what we have for the crew, but we do have some more. So shout out to everyone helping us out behind the scenes, trying to make this the best show for you guys, as both of our teams doing a nice job making this a fun show. Start off the split.
In a League of Legends
back and
today,
forth.
baby.
Yeah.
I love it. We've had some high-level gameplay here in ACL, and now Engage from Zyko goes a little bit wide. Spiraling Despair comes through. Maybe be a little bit of despair coming to us, too, over the airwaves. But Yuji goes golden, dodges away pretty easily. Dragonsteel not able to be too aggressive, but they do defend.
Treating the Baron now.
Cubby?
Yeah?
There's a Flame Horizon.
Where?
The jungle.
Oh. I mean, they're losing the game right now, so that's what really matters. Shading gonna look for another
Flame
one.
Horizon when you see it, all right? Now they're gonna call Dragonsteel on their bluff. Maybe Surdy goes straight in onto Rock Boom. Rock Boom not dead yet. Severing Bolt will claim his life though, and now Chime on the other side can engage. FlyQuest starting to take down the bodies of Dragonsteel. Spyrax going down too. Seismic Sub gets Yuji one though. Bradley still full health, has the damage though, and the knockup from Chime sets him up. Bradley
Bradley.
Not going to be baited this time. Zamudo can't get the distance covered, and FlyQuest take 4 members of Dragonsteel down.
There was almost an angle where if Zamudo was able to take down Bradley, the damage would have been out of the fight. Maybe Dragonsteel could have turned it, but Shime doing a really nice job of playing bodyguard, and a great Zanyas from Bradley to dodge out on the gold card keeps him alive as FlyQuest set their sights on Baron.
This game is insanity. We keep having back and forth, some big trades going down. Surdy just kind of throwing his life, but it's working, and Baron now to FlyQuest.
I think Surdy, you know, we could call that throwing your life. You could also call that having faith in your teammates, because Chime came up a little bit short.
A positive version of it.
He came up a little bit short with that first combo, as that one did go to the wayside. Zamudo maybe looking for a kill on the backside. Bradley is low with no Zanyas. Does have flash. Zamudo.
He's just in there. He just went in. Bradley about to die to Baron. Those hands do damage. Shutdown goes to Zamudo.
What is going on?
We do end up getting the Baron over. The rally cry Baron buff to Shaded, but FlyQuest turned it right back onto Dragonsteel, who overextended for it. A double kill to Surdy, a Baron buff all aplenty, and now a mid lane push, potentially for some lasting damage.
Sajed bringing up the rear as FlyQuest trying to push the 4v3. Ultimate for Sajed and Shime if they want to look for a play. As FlyQuest trying to make some space. They have the wave. We'll see if they can find the end.
5,000 gold in the lead. FlyQuest looking for a continuation of domination here in NACL. Our spring champions coming through with a little bit of a different roster, at least. As it's been really nice to see.
For good reason.
Yeah, for good reason. We got to see the other one play today.
All right, well, Chime, you know, I love the idea to taxi from a minion. This one comes up a little bit short. And Surdy going in to follow up on the team on the call. Does get Rock Boom low, ends up going down early. The back half of this fight was what was really big. Chime finds another combo onto Spyrax, who gets instantly popped by Sajed, but he burned his flash to find that. Yuji finds a great kill onto him, and then it's a war of taking down the damage. Bradley's the last piece of damage left. He goes golden, so the gold card does not connect, and then Chime able to really keep the space so Zamudo couldn't continue to auto-attack Bradley. He survives. FlyQuest able to find the Baron and now have a very controlling and decisive lead. There we go. That's our fun new stat. Yuji, what the hell is that?
Holy cow, that damage, Daniel. Now we'll see a little engage going to ride for FlyQuest. Shaden immediately flashes out. This could be a good fight. Fate's Call going to be used. So the spiraling. Wait, the spiraling despair goes off inside of Fate's Call. It feels bad as Rock Boom doing a ton of damage to the team there in the end. But it is FlyQuest who will move over towards this dragon. This is soul for either side.
I think that's enough space and health where FlyQuest gets to take this for free. But the curious part about this is that Wormog is a factor. Zamudo has Mogs on top of Zyko, who are now back and filled up. Shaden also just filling up his health bar with the Mogs as FlyQuest topped off will find the Dragon Soul.
Wow. Very surprised. I guess just not feeling confident to take the fight now. FlyQuest with an Infernal Soul feels almost insurmountable.
Dragonsteel trying to fix that top wave, but they will have to reset as a team. FlyQuest and ZXT catching this wave high. That said, I will say the Baron for FlyQuest really delayed by guaranteeing they pick up that soul, so it's not all bad here for Dragonsteel. It's not like they lost inhibitors off that. Obviously, soul, as you highlighted, Mazel, pretty tough to surmount, especially against the poke from Hwei Varus. I love having Infernal and Hextech Soul when you have the range to continuously apply it, but at least they didn't burn inhibitors. At least they didn't lose the game off that push.
We did just get Sajed at full items now.
He built a fifth item, Hubris?
Yeah, baby.
That's the ultimate Hubris in the game.
It is. It's literally the opposite of what you should do. But
screw the stacks.
He's going to start stacking now. We're going to go another 20 minutes.
Oh, my God. Well, Sajed, you're only in a little bit of trouble for that one. That's fine. I would respect the Hubris first, you know, but building it last, that's too much Hubris.
I kind of like it, actually. Anyways, we also see Rock Boom actually going with a tanky tail end of the build for the Callista. Rightfully so. It feels like he's not going to have as much to say in it and needs to be able to survive for the Fate's Falls and things like that. But FlyQuest don't want to let Dragonsteel survive any longer. Yuji loses a quarter of his health off of one go. Zamudo fighting right back. Time's the one that's losing his life here now, too. That Severing Bolt is half the cycle.
Oh, Chime down.
did lose him.
Spyrax is pushing.
That's nice. Yeah, Spyrax is all the way on top, bottom side. They do get the back off and TP from
Oh, they're
Surdy.
gonna cancel.
Wait,
They're gonna cancel.
no. He stops him. Yuji stops Surdy. The only one to defend is Bradley, but it should
There's no
be
Baron.
enough. As now they're going to push. Yuji moving fast, trying to catch over Surdy.
Oh, this
They have
is
the
good for
Destiny.
Dragonsteel.
Destiny pop. They're going to move on to Surdy here. Spyrax looking to collapse. He's going to look for him here. They've got the damage unless the Hextech ultimated. Meanwhile, Zyko gets the engage over on a Shaden. Look at Rock Boom go.
Yeah, Varus.
He's going for it, but it's all frozen. I can't see anything.
They got Varus. They had to have gotten Varus.
They had to. I am stunned. I have no words.
I don't know what happened. We lost the feed real quick. We're gonna get back from the pause. That's the wildest. That's the craziest pause I've experienced.
I want to see what happened. Oh my god, I want to yell more.
What if we get the LCS raid like right now? Like we just rig it and then we just get back into like, all right, where are we in the broadcast?
I gotta see. Okay, we're back in, baby. Sajet is down. Spyrax has found Shaden. Spyrax has found Shaden. 400 gold.
They gotta get the waves. They gotta kill the waves.
They're going bot side here. Look at Zamudo go.
That's game.
Seismic's up there. Dragonsteel out of nothing make miracles, and they're pushing bot lane.
I need a replay on that last push because Spyrax sent it into the inhibitor and the collapse to try and stop Spyrax ended up in the unraveling of FlyQuest and ZXT.
Dragonsteel make dragons fire with game number 1. And are you not entertained, North America? My God!
I did not have this on my bingo card. I thought it was going to be a quick 2-0. You know, FlyQuest going to put away Dragonsteel with absolutely no worries in the world. But man, Dragonsteel, they had different thoughts. A great game coming out from Zamudo and Yuji on that TF Talia. Like really started to get the ball rolling for Dragonsteel in that game. And they were the ones off the help of Spyrax on the split push that ended up putting it away.
Man, the finals rematch delivering with one game at least so far. I am very excited to see the response from FlyQuest in that regard because you got to remember, we're in full Fearless. You're not going to see any 10 of those champions again in this best of 3. My God, it's going to be so much fun. I do believe we're going to send it off to a short little break while we get ready for that next game. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and what a game to kick us off. Woo. First, LCS got a banger to kick it off. Then we got a banger to kick it off. I had to calm down a little bit after that one, Cubby.
Somehow we had the same amount of back and forth as TL FlyQuest did at game one. I just tweeted out that game was a banger. I don't want to spoil anything, because if you missed out on that one, I recommend you go watch it back. It was a fun one.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think that is where this kind of finals rematch from spring is so interesting to me, even with some of the new additions. And that's what I want to highlight first and foremost for not Maryville, Dragonsteel, rather. I see you got me doing it now, Cubby. But it's the Zamudo Rock really additions there that I found actually to be PowerPoints for them here, with a roster that we just saw in CLOL coming in, different patch, different team. It was Zamudo in top lane that got the resources.
Yeah, I know that Rockboom, we are expecting not to see him after this week. He is just a step-in sub for Scary Jerry, but yeah, shout out to him. I think that he played his best he could on the Callista. For me, the story of that one, though, was really Zamudo in the top lane. Going up against Surdy's Camille. This is the champ that Surdy originally hit rank 1 on in the Oceanic server back in, 2018, 2019. He's always been an outstanding Camille player. And for Zamudo to blind that TF, respond to the Camille so well with the help of Yuji, who really did run that jungle matchup and made that top lane matchup a lot more TF-sided, was a really good look for these two that are really stepping into this new duo.
And then a lot of questions raised on the other side. There were a lot of good fightbacks. They had like a 6K gold swing at one point. Yeah, but it had to come down to some of the minute decision makings in the later part of the game that continuously seeing their aggression get kind of bitten back towards them.
Yeah, it's one where, I feel like FlyQuest had that game in the bag. It's just that, they've ended up winning team fight after team fight. And Dragonsteel was almost just like, okay, we have to find another way to break this. We're not going to send TF to the side then, because we kind of need his CC to hold the door, because we're going to get overwhelmed if we used him. So we're going to use the Corki. And Spyrax just taking down an inhibitor on his own, that was enough to throw FlyQuest for enough of a loop where they did not retreat to respond to that well. They ended up getting shut down, poked out, and when Spyrax collapsed, that fight was lost. So I feel like FlyQuest had that game in the bag. But Dragonsteel, they played out that series of events much better with that being so late in the game. That timer's being too long. They find a well-deserved win off the back of that and other plays they made throughout the game. And I'm curious for game 2 what kind of adaptations we have. I mean, I'm learning this format with the rest of you. So we really get to see the priorities that we have from these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. If you don't know what he's alluding to, we are full fearless here in NACL.
Yeah, extreme fearless.
Extreme. Omega extreme fearless. We do have all 10 champions from game number 1 no longer available. So many.
Don't even have to clarify. They made this change easier for us, Mazel. We see a champ, we know it's gone. It's not like, FlyQuest took Alistar. No more Alistar for just FlyQuest. Oh no, but Dragonsteel, they pick Alistar now. None of that. Pick a champ, it's Gonzo.
That's what makes the top matchup so crazy, right? Like, I love full fearless, because not only did we get Surdy's Camille, where he's very confident in that choice, but again, we've heard from him that he is extremely confident in the TF. That is 2 big picks away from him, and Zamudo now has the advantage, it feels like, with the plethora of versatility that he has in his champion pool. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch how this plays out, and we're all going to be along for the ride together, so it's going to be fun. If you like what you see here, by the way, I'll just say there's a little sub button that you can press. Ooh. If you sub, you support the players. The picks that you're seeing, the craziness, all the draft prep that the coaches have to go through, it all gets supported if you hit that sub button. Plus, you get some really cool emotes. Now we're getting into game number 2. Let's see what Dragonsteel has in their tank if they want to finish off this 2-0, or FlyQuest can bounce back. We have those 10 bans already. The Skarner, Tristana joining that ban table.
I like the shout out, Mazel. We did introduce the sub button a year ago at the start of Summer Split, and we got up to nearly 900 subs across both channels. So any sub you guys drop does directly support the teams and players, and we're going to make sure that we drop that again once the LCS raid takes place, hopefully. Anyway, one thing that's not going to change a lot with this version of Fearless Draft is I very much expect the first 3 bans to stay the same. It should be something where, like, if you make a change there, it's going to be up, and in theory, you're banning out the champs you don't want to deal with in the first place. So when you remove 10 more champs from the game, keeping those bans makes a lot of sense to me. That said, we do see a couple switch-ups here. As FlyQuest, they're the ones to take away Skarner. Vi is being taken away earlier in this draft. Not want to give that over to Shaden. And then LeBlanc, very much a target ban at Spyrex and potentially something to protect a mid pick that Bradley has in mind. That said, Jinx being taken. Tajed's Jinx was fantastic. I think his greatest strength is team fight positioning. Jinx, a great champion to demonstrate that on, as the immediate response to Lucian Nami is so threatening with those R buttons.
Go.
Yeah.
I love that you had highlighted the beginning of this series. Rock Boom, his biggest growth point needs to be in the laning phase. Well, we have seen now 2 extremely lane dominant carries go his way. So let's see if he can pilot this one like he did the Kalista. It's going to be a very difficult combo, I feel like, if you're going to get something that upsets it to some extent, just like what this Blitzcrank would do. A Chime classic, let me tell you.
Yeah, we get the 2 Chime classics so far with the Alistar and the Blitzcrank. I thought the Alistar overall was quite good. Chime wrapping up that game 0-3 and 17. That's a pretty nice scoreline you expect from a win, but of course, Dragonsteel too much in that one. If you missed game 1, definitely recommend you go back and check it out. It was a fun one. As we have the Azir picked up, a bit of a deny from Spyrax. And Azir, and this is a pick that we didn't see for all of spring pretty much. It was banned, global ban, halfway through spring. So this is going to be coming back now as Spyrax immediately slamming that Yone in response. Expect AP junglers to be denied now from FlyQuest.
That's the beauty of Full Fearless. A lot of comfort picks are going to be what they go towards, and this is another classic for yet another player in Spyrax's Yone.
I will say,
I'm very excited. He's been able to literally like 1v9 games. I will just say, all the way back in the past in 14-10, where that LPL is in, Yone is literally just winning games after 25 minutes. So I'm very curious at this pick.
Yeah, did experience some changes. I will say you cannot get access to lifesteal plus crit anymore, which does really hurt Yone, but he has better crit scaling. So as Mazel was alluding to, later on, once you get 3+ items, he is very strong. I also want to highlight this could go to Zamudo. I expect this to be in Spyrax's hands, but I'd be ashamed to not mention Yone and Zamudo as well, a champion that he really enjoys and appreciates. As we see the AP junglers being taken away by FlyQuest challengers. Look at that, a Karthus ban. Wonder possibly why would you'd want to take that away. What could we have seen Karthus do earlier today? Potentially in the hands of someone on FlyQuest.
It's not even ringing a bell.
They lost that series, but directly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you really want to bring up the facts here? Because, anyways, Xin Zhao is the ban away, so more jungle focus in this second phase from both sides.
Wow. Lilia ban now? Maybe. I mean, you don't have to worry about Talia anymore. Nidalee, I think, is pretty vulnerable already to what FlyC is showing. I do like Blitzcrank in the Nidalee. If you can one-shot Nidalee, it's quite good.
Yeah.
I think a Lilia pick is something else I'd consider, but no, actually going for Renekton. So maybe looking to open up Surdy a little bit more for a potential pick. AP needed. Other place you could find AP. We've seen a couple AP top laners emerge. I think Zach has kind of... He saw a lot of changes, but he's kind of risen in priorities. So something else to look out for.
Although when you're against Mr. Surdy over there, I think counter pick is going to be really nice for you no matter what you do. It is going to be the brand fast clearing, aggressive jungle that we've seen run rampant in 14-10 in the LPL, but I'm sure it's going to continue a lot of the same style here.
I know that this isn't going to be the lane, but Brand Nami as a combo is awesome because you drop Nami E on Brand, you lead with E, you get these slow on everyone. So that's something that later on in the game could be very useful, as we see Shaden digging deep. Of course, a player that did hit rank 1 this past split, going for the Kha'Zix. It's a rather squishy team showing for Dragonsteel, so Shaden looking to make some people go pop.
He is going to be a master at that, I'm sure. It's also going to be about how Chime gets on the map, I feel like, and kind of supporting that aspect of the draft for them. The Cassante, blind for Mr. Surdy. Gonna see what the Zamudo pick is into that. I'm sure it's gonna be something a little spicy, maybe more up Zamudo's champ pool.
I like Poppy. I think if they go...
Yeah, I think so too.
Gwen, you almost overload on AP. Vayne's doable too, but you're still really squishy and vulnerable to the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, you're just asking to die to Kha'Zix.
I think you have to take something that somewhat holds the line. So yeah, you can see all the picks flipping through. It will be the Poppy in the end. I think that's the right choice for Dragonsteel. So Poppy going to be really trying to stymie the Azir, the Kha'Zix, the Cassante, as Lucian plus Nami plus Brand looking to make Jinx's life hell.
Yeah, that damage combination, you're not going to want to be in that 5v5. I'll just tell you that right now. Like,
Ooh.
I think the side of FlyQuest, they're really looking to lead with Chime to some extent or find a flank with Surdy. But besides that, the avenues in are going to be very difficult. I think Bradley can find a big Shurima shuffle, obviously. But it feels like once Dragonsteel are in a fight, that is where they succeed.
I think that the mid game is going to be really big for them because Lucian Nami, once you finish that Imperial Mandate, your abilities to really try and push your leads. You have Spyrax as the option later on to try and make finds, but I'm looking out for that jungle matchup again. We saw Yuji out-ramp Shaden in game 1 and be a huge asset to Dragonsteel's win as those rocks were hitting like he was throwing steel. We saw a 9k teamfight damage out from Yuji.
Yeah.
Now, Shaden taking something that does get out-cleared very early on by the Bran, but does have the ability to ramp up and does a lot of damage if you find anyone isolated. So this is a specialty pick for Shaden. Curious to see what he can do on this one.
So I do want to update everybody. It does look like we're going to have to remake draft here as we had some ruins bugged, but we will be getting into the game as soon as
Confirmed
possible.
bug. Okay.
We'll see what happens, but I think we can dissect these compositions a little bit more because I think we bounce off of what we saw in that game. Number one, a lot of strength through Yuji specifically for Dragonsteel, not as much strength through maybe the spotlight we had put on Surdy in that game. Number one, do you feel like any of that adapts here? Maybe Shaden takes a little bit more of that center stage for
I think a lot of that, like, I don't want to take anything away from how Zamudo played that out in that lane. I think a lot of it was the timer that Shaden went for to try and turn top lane, because Chime came up and just blew his flash after Surdy went down to the first gank, which was poor from him. But the answer when Zamudo was down sums for Shaden to then go up and Yuji to be there up a level with the Blackfire Torch, I think is what really made it that lane went to Zamudo's side for the rest of the game. And it took a long time for Surdy to get back into things. So I think that just how Dragonsteel played that as a squad was really, really strong. And again, very impressed given how fresh this duo is between Zamudo and Yuji. Keep in mind, Yuji was playing in CLOL finals with Niles just a week ago today. So it's really fresh for these guys. I'm very impressed they took a game off FlyQuest NZXT.
Yeah. And another little shout out to Rockboom. I feel like a bring over from Lit, who maybe didn't have the end of the split they wanted last time around, but it was Rockboom who, even without the laning phase troubles that he had, was, I felt like, the brightest member of Lit. And a lot of times, like, his Jhin performances had been incredible. That's why they maybe banned it in that first game.
I thought Dragoon was quite good.
They were close. They were close. I also got to do some content with them, which was actually awesome.
Oh, so we're just biased then. We're
a
admitting
little,
Oh, okay.
we're a little biased.
All right.
Hey,
well,
everybody just do content. It's fine. No, but I do think that once he comes out of lane, once he's in those team fights, he has decision making and kind of that killer instinct mindset. That's really cool. It needs to develop, obviously. That's why we're in a developmental league, but it's really cool to see him get this little spotlight moment with Maryville.
He had some highs.
Dragonsteel.
Yeah. He had some highs, and then he had some games where he had 1 CS in 5 minutes, and it wasn't a lane swap, so, you know.
You just couldn't keep the...
Hey, he just beat FlyQuest NZXT. He did not do that last.
You're hyping up our boy. I mean, just saying.
All right. Well, yeah.
We got a couple minutes to go until
the games.
In game.
Unironically, I think the games that Lit played against FlyQuest Challengers last split were done in like 5 minutes. I think I remember seeing very large score lines from Quad and Surdy in those. Maybe a solo kill at level 3 from Quad, if memory serves correct.
Maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
Things happening.
Anyway.
Things are going to be happening here, though, Covey. So let's do a little breakdown to refresh everybody's memory on exactly what these compositions are looking for. Shaden for FlyQuest in ZXT has absolute control of what the pace of the early game is going to be like for them. You have Chime, who needs to get on the roam, I feel like, to help out in those advances. But so Jed and Bradley are going to be the backup damage.
Yeah, I think that for this game, like, it's a Jinx core. We're looking to peel for the Jinx. Dragonsteel, for me, the onus is on them to do stuff with Yuji having the jungle ramping. As he does clear faster, will be first to play as, and Brand is very strong early on. I think that the one item spikes are very important for Dragonsteel. If they don't make enough of that, Jinx Azir is such a strong core, and their ability to pop people on this team with the Kha'Zix I think it's going to be really easy to get Jinx resets early on with how squishy Dragonsteel is. It's too much for Zamudo to hold the line. There's just too many threats for him to use Steadfast Presence and all the tools that Poppy has. So if Zamudo's able to overcome that, I'd be very impressed.
I want to see what Yuji's influence is going to be like in this game specifically, because the brand itself, once you get off rolling, like the clear is so fast, but you can also be very influential in invades and stealing away camps and things like that. So I wonder if we're going to get that same style. I mean, he was very dominant on the Talia in game number 1. Yeah. Our MVP from spring.
Most valuable prospects. You know, it's day 1. We might have some new viewers, hopefully. I will say shout out to Travis Gafford's Discord, where you can call into Hotline League, which will be on Monday. I was specifically pinged by someone saying that they did not tune into Challengers League ever, but they are this split because of the format. So always fun to welcome in some new viewers to see really who you get your first taste of who's next in the LCS.
And if you like what's happening here, you can always sub, and then you'll be able to directly support the players.
Oh, that's
just
the
like
show
we're
we want,
supporting them on the Rift. We're getting onto it now. Game number 2, FlyQuest NZXT versus Dragonsteel.
Chime, you know, maybe looking for a little bit of a fish here. Doesn't find anything. As I respect it. At least Dragonsteel, you know, they've gone up against some Blitzcrank before. They saw that one coming.
They know. Hey, every man, it's got do a little fish, right? With little cats, I guess. He's got the cat skin, right? Pretty sure he's got the cat skin. But does that matter? Yes, he does have the cat skin.
Does it matter?
It does matter. There's 2 cats. It's just not fair. There's 2 cats. Like, that's 2 people in 1 champion.
Man, Rumble wishes he was that cool.
True. Oh, sad for Rumble fans. Anyways, who you got in this one? Spam in chat, bringing that one back here for summer. Make sure you spam FlyC or FlyQuest NZXT or DSTL for Dragonsteel.
No, it's D St. Louis, all right?
It works. It works.
I can't believe that, again, Maryville managed to squeeze in St. Louis in their name. Maryville, of course, being from St. Louis, and did drop the CLOL Finals to SLU. So the hub of collegiate happening there. I will say we did see Poppy versus Cassante earlier today in LCS. Licorice managed to find a pretty big CS lead against Thanatos, even if C9 did take the series. Your updates for LCS if you're watching Challengers League. Early on, I'm curious, we see Brand not going for the full AoE clear. Starting red buff, so maybe worried of an early invade from Kha'Zix. Again, if Brand is found, there's potential for damage from Kha'Zix onto Brand, but Brand's clear is so strong early. I usually expect him to set up the AoE camp clear to make sure he gets that first base echoes, which is really why we're seeing AP junglers come back in the meta.
Yeah, it's so strong. So want to bring up the fact that we're not really getting level 1 movements around the map as much as I feel like we've seen in professional play and things like that at the tier 1 level. It feels like we aren't getting necessarily those late invades for big vision scores and things like that, because I think that, especially with these 2 junglers, that would provide so much more, at least avenues for playmaking.
Yeah, it's one where I will say I think this game, each team's level 1s kind of stink. And we did see Chime
unless you land a Blitzcrank.
yeah, we did at least see some fishing. So not surprised, but also a little bit of more changes were made, I believe, to lane swaps on this patch for towers. Because I know that LPL has seen a ton of lane swaps.
Oh, yeah, but that's like 2 patches.
I
still really like the adaptation we're seeing, at least with like that vision game that I was talking about a little bit, but not going to be the case here. I do want to check in, though, on lane states, because we need priority if Shaden's going to have a lot of momentum on this Kha'Zix, and so far he's got a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's one where, I mean, going even with the Brand in the first clear is a big win. Also, shout out to Shaden. I don't know this, but he does have triple tonic. I'm wondering if his evolutions take place when he dings the level, as in 11, or when he gets enough skill points, so 11 skill points. Because there is a chance that with his setup, he could get his evolution a level earlier. I'll be looking out for that.
Kind of cool. What evolution do you think he goes first?
It should be Q and the W, is what's pretty standard right now.
A little trade in there. Dragon is coming up in less than a minute on the other side of the map. We do have a lot of presence from FlyQuest on that side of the map. So don't know if that's necessarily something you want to contest for. Usually it's the first grubs that Brand wants to go for. Maybe just giving that side of the map over to FlyQuest.
I'm trolling. There wasn't any changes made to turrets and lane swapping. Regardless.
That's why you do the research and fact check.
Yeah, a little bit more standard. Nice hook connects on the Zyko.
Is that Blitz or is that Crank? I don't know which one it was, but it was something, and Zyko now loses almost all of his health bar. Rockboom going to try to bounce in and get some damage on the Sajed. Yeah, he is fully spotted, so Dragonsteel can play pretty easily. As wonder now, they want to actually continue. The vision right now on both those wards is actually giving so much to Dragonsteel.
It is. I think Shaden's hover here. The goal is to make sure that Sajed gets a safe base, as he is quite low, and sustain advantage is in the hands of Rockboom and Zyko. But him showing there, it will enable the Brand to walk in and actually take a camp away. So well played by Yuji.
But he's on his way. He does not want to give this one up. He's looking to try to contest Yuji anytime he's playing in the advance, but he doesn't make it there in time. Now, not an all-out yet from Surdy. He just hit that level 6 mark. Shaden's still pathing behind Yuji.
I mean, Yuji and Zamudo kind of getting the better of this top side so far in this series. I gotta say, that was not on my bingo card. As both Surdy and Shaden victorious last split. I had both of them in my most valuable prospect ballot, even if I had Yuji in there as well. And both hit rank 1, a lot of hype, especially behind Surdy. But so far, it's been a really nice start and debut for Zamudo and Yuji against some stiff competition as Chime.
Oh, he's completely caught. Goodbye, Blitz and Crank.
Oh,
that's going to be a first blood. Maybe a twofer there for Spyrax.
Now Shaden gonna be spotted too. Keep in mind this Brand plus Nami. These E's on Brand, it applies on spells, and that's, though, I think, really big for Brand, helping connect with that stun early, not to mention a little bit more bite behind that damage. And Shaden will be relegated to the Grubs, and it looks like that first dragon already being taken by Dragonsteel.
Yeah, so a little bit of swap of what I was talking about. Usually the Brand wants to go with the easy pick of the Grubbies, but you'll take what you can get. Shaden going to be on the other side, getting the response here.
I will say, last split, Maryville had the highest priority of Dragon and early Dragons. I think that they were very disciplined in taking this objective early. So we're seeing a little bit of that again here. I gotta say, it's a heck of a start here for Dragonsteel. And they need this. I think they need to get ahead, because if they don't get ahead, the ability to get popped by Shaden, for Jinx to get easy resets, very dangerous here, as Bradley Spyrax should be fine. We'll get a nice chunk.
Nice little chunk on bot side from Rockboom on the Chime there too. And a little bit of tussles all over the place. Everybody feeling a bit antsy here. Want to get some fighting going. But I believe next thing I want to talk about is the next setup for both these teams. We have these big combos available. We were talking a little bit about the team fight. Okay, well, we don't get to because Rockboom gets grabbed. Isn't going to go down, though, with the healing from Zyko. And Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Arcane Season 2 hasn't hit yet.
Nice
I got to chuckle,
there.
ladies and gentlemen. We got to chuckle.
Nice sidestep there by Rockboom. Able to get out of that one. Good combos, though. You can see, funnily enough, the Jinx Blitzcrank lane, something that Chime and Stixxay were running a lot when they were playing together in Academy a while back. Want to see this one come back out again as Yuji making his way towards top. This wave has been frozen. Ult committed. Surdy will pop Ghost. I think he's going to be out of this one.
Yeah, the Ghost makes it so difficult to even think about chasing down the Cassante now. He will back on Vision here, but gonna let him go as Surdy. Mudo actually gonna go for a fight now as well. He's a steadfast presence. Mudo actually doing pretty good on the trades against Surdy in the 1v1 so far, and that's kind of been the name of the series so far too.
This is a good matchup for Poppy, as you can shut down some of Cassante's dashes, go even, and Poppy as a tank scales incredibly well as all out.
Oh,
nice dash.
Get the dash out though. That's huge. He still has flash available.
Really well played by Zamudo there. He used a minion to taxi his way out and get under the Q of Surdy. So that all-in not found by Surdy. Shaden up here to hover. Potential dive coming in. Zamudo does have flash.
Let them 1v1! No! I want to see them fight! Zamudo's going to get A little bit of bug attention here. Yeah, he actually might have it. Yeah, so Shaden can't really find an in there.
Zamudo, great start from him. As he's going to really try his best to freeze this one. Surdy going to pick up the fruit so he can stay in this lane. And Shaden looks like he's going to get that top crab for himself. So not all is lost, but... Oh, hold on. Mid. Spyrax missile.
Go right back. Okay. I'm actually going to find anything there. Yuji's going to steal away the Chicky Nuggies there while a back coming through from Shaden.
And if you are just joining us, welcome LCS viewers to the Challengers League. If you missed game 1, which you probably did, Dragonsteel found a killing victory against our champions of last split in FlyQuest Challengers, now FlyQuest NZXT. We have a close game too. Congrats to both TL and C9 on their 2-1 stay against their respective opponents.
And just as LCS delivered in their games with their best of threes, we've had a banger to kick us off here today. Gonna be a beautiful split here with full Fearless. We're already seeing some adaptations here for the format coming into bear with some different picks being chosen. But it means that any champion chosen in these best ofs will not be available to either side.
And so far in this game, Yuji on this brand has the faster jungle clear, has done a good job of ramping his way to an early lead with finding a nice pick on Shime in the mid lane. Whereas Zamudo, we did see this matchup in LCS earlier today, as Licorice did find the win over Thanatos in the Poppy versus Kasante matchup. And so far, Zamudo doing a nice job of holding on against Surdy and really forcing him out again. It's been a very nice series so far for Zamudo in his debut, with Dragonsteel stepping in for Niles, who was hired by Maryville to be a coach at the university. Of course, this is Maryville University with the now naming, sponsorship, the hype of Brandon Sanderson being behind him. So if you have any fantasy enjoyers in the chat, probably a familiar one to see.
I do want to bring up some gameplay focus here as well, because Yuji has consistently had Shaden's number this series so far. First, he Flame Horizoned him in game number 1. Now, with the brand that we had already mentioned in draft, has an immense clear speed, is almost up 20 CS over Shaden. Now, that might fluctuate here or there, but we're starting to get first items completed. Leandries makes a big difference. FlyQuest, though, they make the tempo play onto the Grubs, and they'll get Grubageddon for themselves.
Looks like 6 Grubs will not be contested. I just love the Brand this game, because Brand Nami is such a good combo. Having the slows on your abilities, as Nami will have 2 really powerful options in terms of who she is going to empower with that E. Grubs, though, for Shaden. I think that... actually, curious enough. Okay, I do want to highlight. I thought that Shaden would go for a Q evolve first. Looks like Shaden actually took the R evolve. As he's got a different color on his back. Going invisible.
It's a little different. I don't know if it's coincidence or maybe just how the game's played out, but there's a specificity of dragons going to Dragonsteel here right now that I just absolutely love.
Ocean and mountain. I mean, we need some fire.
I haven't read the books though, so we gotta find a way to tie in the souls.
No, see, if you use water, rocks, and fire, that's got to make steel.
Oh,
nice
God, you use a couple blitz and cranks, and you're going to get a Nami carved up here. Going to flash over the thick wall, though. Zyko gets away, the calling right to the back of Chime. You're going to need to run, though. Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Nice flash. It's out of there, though. He can't get the follow-up. Spyrax didn't have enough time. Now Rock Boom overextended. He's going to have to burn his flash and the barrier. Nice reaction from Rock Boom, who did get out of the Blitzcrank hook, as Yuji's sticking around trying to take this buff. Does get the smite secure. Spyrax picks it up as well, and even gets the flash from Shaden. Yeah, he got the Pyroclasm out there. You do not want to let it bounce between you and Brand in any shape or form. They also got the pressure over on Sajet on bot side. He will be forced back. Some more turret plates go on the side of FlyQuest. I am so impressed by Dragonsteel here. Again, I was not expecting this team to be doing this against FlyQuest today. 1 week ago, this team was competing in the CLOL Finals, where they dropped 1-3 to Surdy and Slew. And with Niles being now hired as a coach, Zamudo stepping in, and Rockboom subbing in for Scary Jerry, who is away this week, I was expecting an easy FlyQuest NZXT 2-0, but Dragonsteel have done nothing but compete against this roster, push them to the limits. And so far, I mean, this game, as plates fall, a solid lead built off the backs of Yuji again taking this ramping jungler, and Spyrax playing a pretty solid game in mid. Yuji, the old felt like standard for FlyQuest before he moved over to Maryville, which is now Dragonsteel. His duo, Spyrax in the mid lane, also former FlyQuest, having some great combinations so far. They're going to take the Rift Herald here for themselves and have a little bit of a distractionary tool for the mid lane push if they want to.
Bit of a deny, too, against FlyQuest, as the grubs do help empower Rift Herald. 6 grubs for FlyQuest, quite nice, as we see Sante and Poppy do some heavy trading. Shaden's on his way up if Surdy wants to find a yoink.
Trying to get in front of the Cinders there to not get that movement speed, but Smudo wall bangs him and is able to make it out alive.
UG checking. Nice toggle from our observers here. Neither jungler aware of the other's presence, and now UG going to sneak in.
Oh, Surdy's in a lot of trouble here. They aren't going to get the stun just yet, though. He did pop the ghost again.
He's fine. He's zooming. He's got the Nas button running. A lot of trading, though, up on this top side as each of our top laners going to war. Surdy still has ult.
Got the Nos button kicking, but now it's just all about family, and it's all about FlyQuest because Surdy gets a solo bolo.
Good find from Surdy. He waited out the steadfast presence. If you don't find that on Cassante, you will get ran down. Now Spyrax caught. Chime. I don't see if he has the rocket grab available or not. We'll create some space, though, for Bradley, as Chime doing a nice job of being a pest, helping out his soul laners. Meanwhile, though, mid looks like Rockboom continuing to get waves in, and that early collector completion big as Yuji could get found. Good sidestep.
That's so much damage. The Pyroclasm back up, and he's running right into Shaden. The combo is alive and well, and Shaden is burning like a fried bug in a lantern. Bradley's the only one left on this bottom side fight, and Dragonsteel stay winning.
Yeah, they're melted FlyQuest into their own steel to use, as the Nami E on top of the brand there with Yuji. That combo was huge. Yuji doing so much damage as Spyrax fishing. He doesn't have Q3 quite yet. Bradley able to hang on, but Dragonsteel, I mean, they drop something at the top lane. They find even more on the bot side, and Yuji continues to put up an impressive series as our reigning most valuable prospect.
Patch who, changes who needs them? They are able to perform against what would be, coming into the split, the top team in NACL. And we're going to take a look back at this combo that starts up by Yuji just doing a massive amount of damage.
I mean, a good sidestep here onto the rocket grab means that Brand can fire away at will. What I was impressed about, though, the tidal wave follow-up from Zyko that finds Shaden, who's able to run away, and then you just throw the E on top of Yuji. Everyone ends up being slowed, able to chase down Free Fire. Actually, that E wasn't even on him. It was just raw power coming out, man. That's crazy. As now a trap being weighted to the brush. Shaden, able to sneak on out of there. Does have the Umbral Glaive to try and remove Vision as he's trying to play the Vision game against the Brand. Keep in mind, Dragonsteel still very squishy. Any Blitz hook, they should go pop to Kha'Zix. It's a nice gold lead for them. I think it's necessary, though, for Dragonsteel to have this with their composition.
Yeah, I mean, Shaden's just looking for the big resets for Sajed. The Rift Herald's going to be popped in mid. TP there as well. All the pressure from Dragonsteel, while they also take the soul point of an Infernal Soul. He's going to walk it away. Didn't want to go commit to that tower grab.
That's gone.
Move over to Dragonsteel.
Yeah. Brand, of course, melts objectives. That passive against monsters does so much work against the big ones. So that was an easy take, because now Chime is trying to fish, but you can't really fish against Lucian. You got to look for the Nami, for the sushi. Lyko doing a good job of staying back, and FlyQuest.
They are cats.
Yeah, they don't really have an answer as to what's going on so far. I think FlyQuest Challengers, it's not like they can play side lanes either, because Poppy does a nice job of kind of stymieing the Cassante, and we've seen the pressure that Spyrax and Yone can have against the Azir.
And I will raise the point that, especially for people that weren't here for game number 1, Dragonsteel had a 2,500 lead consistently in that game, and we saw that lead fluctuate like crazy. There was a 7K differential at one point, or at least swing by FlyQuest in that one. So Dragonsteel aren't always secure with a lead, but this one's looking real good because they just scale into infinity, it feels like.
I think their comp too, like, once they get 2-3 items, will be easier to execute. The issue is that Brand is, again, so ramped. Oh, a big one!
He doesn't have flash. He can't get out of it. He's going to miss all the abilities, too, as well. He did throw the Pyroclasm. Doesn't really have a way out, and Shaden will get that kill easily. Bradley's on the other side of the fight, though, going for the plan to Zyko. But there you go. His fate has been sealed. Chime not able to hit another rocket grab. Now Spyrax was looking over the wall there. Zyko gets a heal at the last second there from him, and he will end up surviving. So, jungle for mid, not a bad trade, but Zamuno's been getting the side lane the entire time.
Honestly, I think Dragonsteel did an okay job at playing defense. Bradley, that TP was a little bit deep. I appreciate the look on the Zyko. The positive for FlyQuest and ZXT is that a lot of flashes were burned when Flash is down against Chime. Well, you can create scenarios like the one that starts off this play, where Yuji is missing Flash, gets caught by the rocket grab, and really the member that has the big part of the gold lead gets taken down first. That said, Bradley, that TP was a little bit aggressive coming out. And no chain on the Zyko means that he ends up getting one shot, and it's about a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, the little sidestep of the rocket grab actually really huge there, because it would definitely be Rock Boom's life as well. Zyko has roamed his way topside. Surdy did not finish his back there, so he's going to try to get his way out of there. He does make it out. He had Chime hovering just in case, but Dragonsteel moving multiple points of pressure towards this topside outer turret.
Potential collapse, too, with Shaden making his way up. We'll see if he skips the Wolves or not. Could be telling as to whether or not FlyQuest NZXT wants to play. He does take the Wolves, and everything's chill. I think the other highlight to make is that we did tease in this composition the ability for Kha'Zix to pop squishies. I mean, there really are 4 squishies on the side of Dragonsteel. So Kha'Zix, we saw in that fight. Ooh, Jeds takes a pretty nice chunk. Okay. We did see in that fight that Kha'Zix, if he is able to get on these characters and do a lot of damage. So definitely something to keep our eyes on as we move forward.
Mudo in the side lane is a menace so far. But in this point, it does feel like... Oh, I said he was a menace. He's going to continue that name. I do think that FlyQuest are going to have some difficulties getting into fights themselves. But again, that same strategy of like finding an in for Shaden is going to get a little bit easier. Just kind of like what you talked about for Dragonsteel on the other side. He is on 2 items now, right? And he's going to be getting to a third. They're cheaper because they're the lethality items here. But we'll see if that actually makes a difference.
Yeah, the Eclipse being interesting. Pretty easy for Kha'Zix to pop, and it gets a nice damage burst on top of that with a shield. But doesn't pack any of the lethality, so just AD and haste. So kind of going for Umbral Glaive, lethality utility, and then Eclipse. Playing into those bursty trade patterns that Jaden's going to want to go for with his Kha'Zix. We'll say cleaning up Vision, playing the Vision game against a Brand, always valuable. Brand really victim of being... using fog, and also could be a victim of having to walk into fog. So I like the fact that FlyQuest have this in mind.
All right, we just had something pretty interesting happen. Chime ended up burning his flash. He does have the Hex Flash there trying to get the play. We have Dragon in 35 seconds. This is Infernal Soul for Dragonsteel. They need to find a position around it, and they're going to get mid-turret ahead of time.
I'd even force to shed the base, too, as he's at half. Keep in mind, he's got barrier, no heal. So if he sticks around here, this is sold. It's really putting him in a tough position, as the poke from Brand could be significant, especially if he's powered up by that Nami, which I'd love to see.
Myrax also completed Shield Bow. He is on the 2-item spike for Yone. We're getting to that point after 25 minutes and just a little bit. He will be scary. He really needs to find a way in here, because Dragonsteel will be front and center in front of the Dragon. Request not able. Oh, he got scared.
That was close.
Pulling the Fate Sealed.
Zamudo going to cancel his own ultimate. Spyrax is continuously looking for the poke. Dragon is started. Zamudo will be the one holding the line. Keep your eyes on if he's able to keep the members of his backline safe, as Dragon's at a third. They're looking for Spyrax.
He instantly gets ignited. He's going to go unstoppable. He gets dragged out with the all-out. Now he's out of there with the Mega Death Rocket going through. The knockback onto Bradley. Dragonsteel are here. He's going to TP back in. He wants to continue this fight. Dragonsteel are still in front of it. Yuji's in trouble. Yuji's down. No jungler for at least Dragonsteel. FlyQuest now. They move over onto Zamudo, push him right back, but Zamudo ends up going down. Spyrax still there, available to fight.
Well played.
Bradley has some distance. They have an angle here if they want to follow it up, but FlyQuest going to respect Dragonsteel.
Well played by Bradley to find Zamudo and hold the line. That fight from FlyQuest, Surdy threw his body in because he knew Spyrax was out of the fight, had the ability to get back in with a TP, and that's when FlyQuest needed to go. It was enough to secure this Dragon and prevent a big advantage from going over to Dragonsteel.
Man, that if Dragonsteel had the combo from Spyrax there too, it makes a different fight, but Chime able to get that one out of there, and the angles here are so awkward, it feels like a lot of the time.
I like Spyrax holding the line. I feel like this Q was the mistake. Because this is where he gets caught out. Just one Q from Surdy connects. Chime's able to chase him down. The damage chain comes in. And from there, look at Bradley. He's holding the line. He does eat the Keeper's Verdict, but he understands Spyrax is low. This is our time to fight. TP's right back in to stay strong. Surdy ended up going low from the poke, but again, the understanding of this is our opportunity. If Spyrax TP's back in with a full health bar, we're done. We have to go now. They find Yuji to prevent the flip of the Dragon. Guarantees it goes over to them. Pick up Zamudo in the back half, and FlyQuest walk out with one member up and a Dragon.
They bought themselves 5 minutes. Now they can put a little bit of presence around the top side of the map, too. They really want to take down this outer tower on top side. Dragonsteel still looking at mid lane with the presence of Rockboom and Zyko, but it really has been a turnaround here for FlyQuest. In a couple of these fights, still down 2.5k or so. They'll be carving back some of the standing gold that's left on the map.
Good pick up here for Bradley, who did go for the Zanya second, trying to stay a little bit safer. I think that's a good call on Azir this game. That's one way you can get out of the brand combos, which again can be quite deadly. Still Dragonsteel going to be up, and Raiwa is now completed on brand, means that he doesn't need the Nami E to find those can find them on his own. So Nami, expect her to be empowering this Lucian.
And it just empowers Brand so much. He becomes so much more of a pain to deal with in the team fights too. Let's see if that actually comes out on fold now. The thing is, we are going to have a lot of downtime here because both teams are really set up for the big team fights. There are some pick potential. We'll see Chime continuously be aggressive, right? But it really is just going to be about the team fights around objectives and setups around those.
I will say, FlyQuest always have the chance to threaten Baron. Azir plus Jinx does this very quickly. And they do have side lane pressure at the moment. Spyrax fishes.
Okay. Willing to use the Fate Shield there.
I think next wave, FlyQuest can take it and maybe threaten this Baron. They'll have Surdy on a reset, and they know that Spyrax is a little bit chunked. Yes, he does have lifesteal to get back up. Okay, yeah, he's got the lifesteal. Never mind. Shaden's not in position for this. That's fine. FlyQuest happy to keep up this map state and get Bradley farming.
What a Colorcaster says when he breaks.
No, I'm thinking the process of thinking, you know? It's a flowing thought. We're podcasting up here.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the game's fluid, Mazel. We gotta lean into this.
Fluids, I like my games. Video games. Oh, he's in trouble. Shaden has the angle here, too. It's a tidal wave back. It buys so much time now, too. Mega Death Rocket not going to be enough in the end. This could mean FlyQuest go towards the Baron. No, they're actually going to go back towards mid.
Again, I appreciate how Shaden is leaning on that Umbral Glaive and the Kha'Zix to use Fog to take health bars away. And I think that this pattern from FlyQuest is very necessary because the range that Dragonsteel has can be dangerous for them. So using the objective side to threaten Fog is good. That said, they cannot keep up this play pattern forever. Dragon spawning in a $5. We have Dragonsteel still sitting on Soul Point.
And Shaden definitely taking a little bit more of the reins in this game number 2. LCS viewers might know him from his time on Evil Geniuses, but we know him for being one of the most dominant junglers to come into Tier 2 that we have seen. He has completely molded a lot of the different metas and things that we've seen over time, and it's not necessarily nice to see him back in Tier 2, but it's nice to see him playing well.
See if they can manage to find this one. As I expect things get a little bit bloody here in a few seconds. Notably, Zyko down a flash. I think that should be the focus for FlyQuest. As a rocket grab that connects onto Nami will certainly lead the sushi. Or FlyQuest NZXT.
We just really want sushi. But that's like the Cthulhu skin. I don't know if you want that sushi. Anyways, the rocket grab getting a miss over on a Spyrax.
Again, play pattern still very chill. Dragonsteel, they as long as they have their R's up, they do have priority. As we see Spyrax trying to reach for Bradley. Will be enough to ensure mid priority. I don't know if Dragonsteel can start this though.
Well, they're going to start it anyway.
Yeah, Chime, very threatening on these hooks. He's going to look.
Oh, he got Zyko huge right in the middle of it. Spyrack's going to try to get on Sajed, but he can't do it. Chime is down, though. He sacrificed his life for that, and Zyko is still alive, healing up the team. The biggest thing, though, is looking at Shaden. Maybe a 50-50 for the Dragon here so far. Shaden looking over on the edges, but the Dragon hasn't been the focus. Here comes the move from Zamudo. He's going to miss. He gets hit in the wall there, though. Shaden not going to go in, and they leave Surdy to his doom. Big engage from Bradley on the other side, but Bradley's all by himself. The Dragon goes over to Yuji. Dragon Steel and Dragon Soul combine, and the fires are lit under FlyQuest.
Zamudo deserves so much credit for this fight. His steadfast presence were massive in this one. As okay, that's a nukes. Oh. Okay. Yeah, all sins are forgiven if you survive.
Explosions.
It's fine. I want to see a replay of that last fight, though, because the steadfast presence, it stymied Kha'Zix to start. Then it shut down Surdy and Bradley in the middle of the fight to guarantee this Dragon went over to Dragonsteel. Now they have numbers. They're going for the Baron. It's getting low.
We ain't got time for that. We got time for fights. Spyrack's already down. The reset for Sajed. Look at the spacing. He is looking for the big play. He's looking to be excited. He's looking to ignite the fan base. He's not going to get the Baron, but he's going to get some kills. As FlyQuest are able to take 3 Baron buffs off of Dragonsteel.
It is still an Infernal Soul, though, for Dragonsteel, as this initial fight is massive. Keep your eyes on Zamudo and the steadfast presence. It already found Shaden in the first fight. It prevented him from following up on the Zyko. Now this one, W pops, keeps Surdy in place. Mini stuns the Azir on the back half, which sets up for Zyko to find an easy bubble onto Bradley in the end. Zamudo has been fantastic this series in his debut with this team.
It really has been so pleasurable to watch. He has had Surdy's number. They gave him resources. He had the TF, and now he's able to run a rampage on these team fights. Cannot believe that Spyrack survived here. I don't think you can calculate that kind of damage. I think it's just a little bit of a hope. And
if you look at the gold graph here, hold on. We're going to really prevent Chime from getting out there. Damage in the last team fight. Sajed doing his damnedest to pull things through. But Sajed, he's going to have to be the guy. This is a Jinx comp. He has a lot of gold on his shoulders. And as this game moves forward, any mistakes from Dragonsteel gives a reset over to Jinx, and he can punish tenfold.
He doesn't have flash. And that is a rough time, at least for the next
big one.
bit. They'll be close to third item, though, and that's... Well, speak of the devil, you got it. It's a Runan's third item there completed. Got a little bit of a trap play over here on a Spyrax. Surdy wants a little bit of revenge with Shaden. The combo that is running all over solo queue right now cannot connect. They cannot make it happen. And Spyrax has stood the test of time 2 times in a row. Mega Death Rocket goes completely wide, and Dragonsteel, they're on the barrel of a 2-0.
This is a stunning start to the NACL split. FlyQuest 3-0'd this team in finals. It was dominant. And with 2 changes coming in, one forced by a sub, and a team that was playing on a patch 3 patches old that just dropped in the CLOL Championship last Saturday, they're looking to take down a team that's 4 out of 5 the same.
They got 40 seconds left on the Rally Cry Baron buff. Engage goes in. That's a nice little catch out onto Zyko, but he is just fine. Going to throw up the Alpaca here. 5,000 gold in the lead is Dragonsteel. Their Baron buff will fall, but they have done lasting damage to FlyQuest, and they've got to find the emergency escape here if they want to have hope.
Bradley, I mean, I got to say, Bradley's been kind of quiet in this one. Was kind of shut down by Spyrax. Bradley is someone that I was really excited to see return to Challengers League. I think any big fight, he's the one that has to create space for Jinx. We haven't really seen that yet. As the commit on the Jinx, a lot of it is Dragonsteel able to lean on their range to make life hard for Jinx, where she can never really free auto the way she did around that Baron when they were all low. Now, Elder spawning in 2 minutes. Gotta believe that's the next point of contention for each of our teams. As Shaden does have level 16, and important to note, I think he evolved Wings. So it's R, W, and Wings evolved from the looks of things.
We've got big spikes for both carries here. Rockboom and Sajed at 4 items apiece. That'll be a big thing to watch in these team fights, even though a lot of it is about the spacing and things like that. But as dominoes start falling, that's where we see things unfolding. Now, Dragonsteel moving down towards this bot side wave that has the super minions. Maybe just looking to get some catches in transition.
Nothing found, though, as Dragonsteel. They have bot priority thanks to the inhib being down, and mid priority thanks to all 5 members being stacked.
That helps you get priority,
that
right?
Does
you
help.
Just go 5. Zamudo can just walk into this because he is just fine. Gonna end up flashing that rocket grab. Didn't want to go under turret. That was necessary. Surdy takes a huge chunk of his health, much more than Zamudo did there. And
through the W, which is a change made to Kasante, is a lot less damage reduction on that one. So you can't just hit W and be fine. It's Rock Boom!
Oh no! The grab! But it didn't matter. He is Lucian and he can get out of there. Did have to burn his flash.
That's big.
Going. Ooh, Shaden wanted the angle there, but the siege is continuing. The siege is about to find purchase here. Tier 2 will fall. Rocket grab again. This time you have no escape. Surdy will claim his life. As now Spyrax almost goes down too. They do end up getting Surdy in the end in the trade. Getting 2 rocket grabs in a row is Chime making the difference.
It's got to be a quick reset for FlyQuest NZXT. Dragonsteel have the option about whether or not they want to stay on the map. Looks like at least Spyrax will base. He has TP. When Surdy spawns, he has TP advantage. There will be a small window where FlyQuest NZXT can have a numbers advantage around this dragon, but the control is not theirs, and Dragonsteel are looking for Chime to face check. Shaden's so low.
Want him to. Yeah, Shaden, and I think they actually saw him in the. They do end up seeing him here. So some really good preemptive vision from Dragonsteel. They can just fully burn this Elder. They're gonna have to unless Shaden can get a magic 50-50. He has no healing right now.
He's so low though. Okay, when Surdy spawns, he can TP. 10 seconds where you have a numbers advantage here for FlyQuest challengers. As Chime flashes in, Zamudo uses ult.
Oh my god. If there was a moment to do it, if there was a person to do it, it might just be Shaden. We've seen him make the difference time and time again. He's in there, and he gets it! I told you he was better! And Zamudo goes down too! FlyQuest are absolutely smurfing it! Dragonsteel have fumbled the bag, and the Elder Dragon Wings will signal a new era! As now Rockboom is here, he's fighting back, but the Elder is too damn strong! And Sajed goes monster!
Welcome to the OCS Challengers League, baby! It's bangers only today, as Shaden hits the Elder Flip. It's enough for FlyQuest to overcome Dragonsteel, and in a game 1 where I felt like FlyQuest had the advantage for the most of the game, they lost on a bad play. This game, I felt like Dragonsteel had the advantage for most of the game. They lost to an Elder, and now we have a pause, and we have to wait. See if Baron can go down. Okay, never mind. We got a replay. Oh, boy. All right, Shaden, hop again. You called it out, Mazel. The ability to execute with Kha'Zix is huge. He was not spotted. The last time they saw him, he was so low. Dragonsteel were kind of flipping about whether or not he based. He manages to find the Q smite that was enough to take down the Elder. Flashes out, then the fight. You're playing with an Elder Dragon, and somehow Sajed was actually able to be functional in this fight on such low health because of how well Bradley played this.
Yeah, it's so crazy, the little gives that happened at this one. Rockboom tries to come in and make the monster play, but do you see these one auto attacks that are coming in from Bradley? It's insanity.
Oh my god, the
And the fact that Sajed can come in and clean it up is humongous. He was in the middle of the cast right there, by the way.
Oh. The Runans from Sajed was so big. Also popped the shield bow. We had a pause thanks to the replay. We are now unpaused. We're
go.
back in this one, baby.
Technology, baby. Let's go. They're back onto the Baron. It will slowly but surely go down. But my god, can FlyQuest keep us on the edge of our seats?
Both teams keep us on that edge of our seats, man. What is it with FlyQuest just committing the bangers?
That's 2 games in a row now that Dragonsteel have had a pretty solid advantage, and then we see some late game back and forth over and over again. And now we're getting a full items for majority members, not just a couple.
And we talked earlier in the draft about what happens when builds get filled up, when your inventory is loaded. We favor the Jinxes here. It's very easy to execute this. Dragonsteel have to be very careful about how they utilize their ultimates, because the Nami wave, the Lucian culling, this is what's going to be really the difference about them being able to create distance and get chip and poke damage versus finding the all-in fights where if Jinx gets one reset, Sejed can run the rest of the fight.
FlyQuest still have the Rally Cry Baron buff for 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They're going to go down mid. Excited for Sejed. They can snowball this.
Sejed, I mean, this was the champion where Sejed was really starting to make a name for himself. He's caught.
God, Spyrax is in there. Oh no, the Elder Dragon is starting to tick though. They got the fight. They got the picks. The Pyroclasm is wrecking FlyQuest though. Yuji still alive. Bradley gonna go down. Ends up getting his Emperor's Divide out as he does. Shutdown win over to Yuji. 4 strong for FlyQuest, still pushing. Rocket Grab cannot connect. They want this turret so badly, and the Baron up minions will do it. Excited for Sejed, but can't make the distance. I'm telling you, Yuji is keeping them at bait's breath with this AoE. Now Rockboom needs to be careful. He has the GA. Rocket Grab gonna miss. Surdy not able to find any follow-up there, and FlyQuest, IDZXT will back away.
Good take from FlyQuest. This game's close, man.
It's wild, man. It's wild.
I mean, these hooks from Chime have been so big. I think it's so important to note just how many flashes Chime has been able to deny from the opponent with some of these hooks. Now, Zyko does have that flash back up. Dragonsteel will have to be careful about protecting Yuji, who is now lacking that flash. Flash so important in this game where FlyQuest are really trying to at least close the gap, create some space, and allow this Azir and Jinx to free fire.
I do really like that we are setting up for a Rockboom Sejed Wonder Clash here because they are going to be absolutely on fire, and they are super pivotal in the fights.
Yeah, for those that don't know or might just be joining us from LCS, these two, Rockboom was the starter for Lit Esports last year when they qualified into Challengers League. Rockboom subbing in, they were relegated as Lit last split, but Sejed, he went on in his rookie split to win with FlyQuest Challengers, really making a name for himself. On the Jinx pick specifically, found multiple pentakills in playoffs. His ability to position in team fights was why FlyQuest chose to go with this rookie in the first place. And now, oh boy!
Yuji goes golden right when he gets
dead.
hit by the knockup.
No
Here comes Surdy. Yeah, he's completely gone.
Bradley?
Now, oh, that's a lot of damage though. Bradley's in some trouble. You got over there, Surdy going down too. You got to remember, Dragonsteel do damage too. Spyrax with the big bait sealed, and now Shutdown going to Rockboom. Rockboom is on fire. Rockboom is making his name known. He might be here for 1 week, but he'll damn sure make you remember him. Dragonsteel are looking for a 2-0.
What a series from Dragonsteel again. Last week, they were playing in CLOL Finals with Niles, with Scary Jerry, on a patch, 3 patches behind this one, 14-9 for all the item changes. Dragonsteel come in here, and Zamudo, who carried all series, is going to be the one ending the game, finding them the 2-0 victory against their old champs.
In a rematch of the finals, you know it had to deliver. Dragonsteel make revenge on FlyQuest, even with the changes. And what a first series. This is a single round robin. This is lasting damage.
Man, that was crazy. I mean, I was talking with Maryville at CLOL. They're like, yeah, you know, week 1, we're going to be playing with Zamudo. We don't have Scary Jerry. We're 3 patches behind, and we got to face FlyQuest of all people. Like, we're probably going to go down, you know, like being realistic. No, they came out as Dragonsteel and 2-0 these guys. The guys that beat them 3-0. It was a beatdown in finals. To get that revenge has to be sweet. And man, I know Yuji was the one that got hooked here, but I really felt like him and Zamudo were so massive all series, going up against Shaden and Surdy, the people that have so much hype behind them, given their solo queue rank and how damn well they were playing in Challengers League last year. As this fight, I mean, Bradley is just playing too far forward. As Azir in this comp, you have to be the one that peels Jinx and DPSs with the Jinx when they jump into you. By him throwing away his life like that, it opens up Dragonsteel to really push forward and off the back of this Poppy that scales so damn hard. Jinx was taken low. Jinx was out of the fight, taken out by Spyrax, and Dragonsteel managed to sneak 2 games out of FlyQuest. Games that I really feel like at one point, FlyQuest had control over.
What a series. And that was only our first one of the day.
That was wild.
My God, that was wild. We are going to send it to a little break. Afterwards, we're going to have Dragonsteel's Rockboom here to talk to us. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm joined by none other than Dragonsteel's Rock Boom, coming in to sub for Scary Jerry, and you made your name known, my friend. How did it feel to come in to an organization who was just in finals last split and have such a good series?
Well, it felt awesome. I love all the guys on that team. They're all great people. I scrimmed with them this week after not really playing that much after my season ended last time. So it's kind of funny. I just started spamming scrims, and then yeah, here I am. The guys are awesome. Great teammates, great players.
Well, I do have something to say after your incredible performance. We did go ahead and give you the player of the game. So we're going to go ahead and bring that one up here because it was an incredible Lucian performance. Do you have any thoughts on the Lucian, maybe in the approach that you had, especially going against Sajed, who had been so storied last split?
We were talking about the Lucian ahead of the draft because we were thinking like that's probably the next power pick. And then when they first picked Jinx, you're like, okay, like Lucian is so good here because lane is free, and then he can't really do anything in the mid to late game or mid game, I guess. Late game he can, but yeah, we knew it was strong. I'm confident on the Lucian. We scrimmed it up a little bit this week, and yeah, came in here,
nice,
did the job.
Easy peasy, I guess. Yeah, hey, why not? I do want to ask you, what has been your biggest takeaway or maybe personal growth moment in this little time with Dragonsteel? Like, have you had anything that you've pulled away?
To be honest, I think the biggest thing was just my confidence, I guess. Because, like, after my tough split with Lit, like, I guess my confidence went down a little bit. But after scrimming with these guys, doing really well in scrims, and then able to perform on stage like this, like, my confidence just skyrocketed. So I'm feeling really good now.
All right. Well, I want to give you a shill moment here before I give you some shout outs. If there were people looking to pick you up, if you had to shill for yourself, what would you say the phrase kind of or thought process is behind your approach to League of Legends?
Well, I'm kind of disappointed I couldn't get a NACL spot this split, which does feel bad, but I did get relegated, so it is what it is. And yeah, I don't know exactly what I want to do going forward. I'm still trying to figure that out. But right now I'm kind of just working, living my life, and trying to enjoy my summer. Kind of seeing where where my life takes me from that.
Yeah, it helps to enjoy it when you're smashing people on the Rift, I guess. I do want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here before I let you go.
Honestly, shout out to the whole Maryville squad. Like they asked me to play, they trusted in me. Dragonsteel, sorry. But yeah, they asked me to play, especially Niles. He hit me up and he was like, yo, you gotta join up, let's play. So that was really awesome, giving me that chance, and I'm happy I was able to help them. And also, obviously, shout out to my brothers, my family, all my supporters, everyone that's out there. So thank you.
Appreciate you as ever, Rock Boom. It's always a pleasure to get to talk to you, and we'll see you soon, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We'll take a little break. We'll be back with our second series. Welcome back, one and all, to NACL Summer. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're going to be getting into our second series of the day. I know we've had a lot of League of Legends today, but it
Can't be the
only
first.
continues.
Running out there. It's a high bar to beat that first series.
It really is, though. We got
if you guys were joining
Supernova
us
versus
from
CCG.
LCS, go back and watch game 1, by the way. Now we can talk about the next series now.
Oh, now, okay, we're not.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
now we're good. Yeah.
You sure? Okay, we're good.
You know what?
Supernova.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Leave it up to you.
Supernova versus CCG should be a lot of fun, though. There's been a lot of changes, it feels like, to the Supernova squad in terms of kind of their approach to things, especially, but more so the CCG squad. The first time we're going to get to see them in an ACL and rocking a pretty Chad roster, if you ask me.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, if you want drama, this feels like it could be a soap opera matchup with all the intertwining webs and weaves that we have. I know C9 versus Dig, that had all the relations between C9 blue and C9 yellow, but this one really feels like we have the same amount of family tree being intertwined. I don't know. I'm playing Crusader Kings 2 right now, so maybe I'm just obsessed with this. Regardless,
good game by the way.
Let's fire up the graphic we got for this one. We got Supernova versus CCG. I'm excited to talk about how all these players have really kind of interacted with each other in the past. We see some reunions of old teammates as Shochi, Manui, and Trevor reuniting to try and prove themselves, which they were able to do first before. We've got Toasty versus Chad, now on differing sides of teams. They were both on Fear last split, not this split. And also Lens being upgraded to Supernova, in my opinion. So it'll be fun.
In your opinion, you say, huh? That's going to be fun. I'm just honestly hoping for a 3-game series. That first series, yes, it was a doozy. It was only 2 games, though. I stay unsatiated. I need more. We'll see if this actually ends up being the 3-game series itself, because I think we do have a potential of this being pretty snowbally. I want to go ahead and take a look at the Supernova roster, if we can, and see some of those changes you were mentioning earlier.
Wow, speaking of changes, NRG logo slapped on that jersey. Good for these guys. Me being transparent as a broadcaster, I was consulting Supernova this past offseason. I had nothing to do, though, with their Tier 2 squad. They were like, hey, we're thinking about doing this. What do you think? And I was like, that sounds cool. That was about the extent of my involvement. The unannounced Tier 3 project, I was very involved in, though. So excited for them to talk about that. That being said, Toasty and Lens picked up. I know for a fact that Toasty is someone that the NRG coaching staff was very high on. And for me, did very well in some of the offseason combines. Not to mention had a decent rookie showing on Cincy Fear last split with Chad. Now finds his way onto the Supernova squad with Lens, who also had a fantastic split of AD.
And I think Chad was very high on Toasty. When you talk to him, he's like, I'm so happy to work with this guy. Not going to be the case anymore. We'll see what happens if he wants to give a little love on the other side. But I think more importantly, it's about what this Lens Diamond bot lane can really bring to the table. We know that Kenvi can be dominant in the kind of aggressive, skirmish-heavy junglers. We've seen probably even the Lilias, things like that, maybe coming back. But it's more so about the kind of pick differentials that we see and what Diamond also brings to the table in terms of his cooking, I guess. But let's go ahead and bring up CCG on the other side with a lot of maybe known names. Again, Chad, maybe looking to put a little bit more hurt on Toasty, but Crimson's debut will be huge, and Shochi and Manui reunited once again.
This is a funny one in terms of like the totem pole of the offseason, because this past offseason, we did have Shochi move on the Supernova, which felt like an upgrade for him given their relationship to NRG. That said, Shochi was dropped. Now for Toasty, who was in his spot on Fear in the first place, now they get to go toe-to-toe. Not to mention reuniting with Manui and Trevor, where I gotta say, Trevor, congrats, you snuck one by our team. That's not Trevor in the image. That's actually Nova from UST as the head coach. So we're going to have to get a different image for Trevor, who continues to be the best troll of all time. Of course, he was relegated with Supernova, where he picked Shaco and Bard in those final games.
I was going to say best troll? I don't know if that's...
Well, best troll in the sense where it continues. That said, him being on this roster did promote with CCG, and now reunited with Chad, looking to get revenge on the Toasty. And also Kenvi, where they go way back. Of course, Chad hoisted a Proving Grounds trophy in 21, subbing in for Kenvi, who was with 100 Thieves as they were abroad at Worlds. Chad has always been gunning for Kenvi and gets to prove that he can do so today on day 1 of the split. So yes, as I said, a soap opera of a match that we have here.
It's going to be great. Also, some Ruby stuff, all that great stuff. It's going to be fun. I am very much wanting to see jungle pick go last. Like, I want to see kind of the counter picks go through. Maybe like R5 go to Chad.
Chad's pool's deep.
It is very deep, and we're in full Fearless. You cannot forget that it is no longer the, oh, just as we picked it, we can't pick that. It's any champion that's chosen will not be playable. And I think that's super important to highlight when we have such versatility on these two sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun talking about how all these players are intertwined. I know that for champ pool wise, it's something that Shochi and Manui as a core with both carries did very well. So there was a lot of flexibility between champions like the Seraphine, like the Vigard, that both of these could play to great effect, that helped Fear get a lot of wins in the past. It'd be interested to see how those flex picks interact with this version of Fearless Draft. 'Cause I actually felt like in the last version of Fearless Draft, flex picks were kind of nerfed. Because if you took Jax for a game, like you showed where it went, it's like, okay, look at Jax again, where that was a pick that's kind of malleable and what it can answer. Whereas this time around, like flex picks are again buffed because you get that pick and then you just deny it from the other team for the rest of the series. So
And that's what we saw last series.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, like how just that one change of having it banned for just yourself versus both teams. I feel like actually it's a really big impact on stuff like flex picks.
Yeah. I will say a little side note is last time we saw Shochi and Manui together over on Fear, I felt like molded a lot of the meta we saw anytime you faced up against Fear.
Seraphine ban?
The Seraphine instant bans every single time
Ziggs
because
bans?
of the flexibility, the Ziggs. Yeah, it's really cool to see them matched up together again. And they also feel like their vibes go well together. So, you know, maybe a new renaissance for these two carries coming together. I promise it's not the same matchup as last time. Those names are not correct. But it is Supernova on the blue side. It is CCG on that red side.
Yeah, so we'll get that one patched up. Excited to see this one dive in. Also, someone that we haven't really talked about enough, Crimson, who is the twin brother of Sniper in that Viper family tree. As I know that I actually saw a post on the subreddit from Sniper talking about his twin brother in an interview, saying that he believes one split of challengers is what Crimson will need to be LCS ready. It is the path that Sniper took. Crimson has always, I don't want to say was behind. He was originally a Yasuo Yone player, played a lot of mid, now shifted up to top competitively. Actually played quite well with this CCG squad and was one of the few players that wasn't sniped from this squad. As it's worth noting that Yukino, Bradley, and Instinct were on this team when they qualified to Challengers League. They were all sniped by teams that, again, perceived to be higher up on the totem pole.
Yeah, it was no joke. That team was no joke. They were very strong, and it was really nice to see kind of that come together. Also, just like you kind of mentioned, putting more emphasis on the fact that Crimson has joined his brothers in the top lane here instead of the mid lanes. Very interesting. Now we are into the game now. We have the Ziggs ban immediately over towards CCG and the Tristana as well, while CCG ban away the Skarner first and foremost.
Yeah, I shout out to Shochi. His Tristana is always fantastic, and Tristana is very meta right now. In fact, somewhat meta defining. Other pick that we are looking out for. Corki, of course, did see changes on 14-12, but perceived community sentiment is that Corki is still very strong. So we have seen high Corki priority so far.
I've really liked it. I know you were talking about the lethality build kind of falling out. I liked it when there was the kind of dual purpose, I guess, of the Corki build. It was really fun. The
lethality build sucked, man. The guy would W in, press E, decrease your armor, slap you in the face 3 times, and walk out. There was nothing you could do.
It was pretty funny, though.
Funny? It was terrible.
I know. I got caught by it a couple times. I'm not nearly as good as any of these guys. The Rumble,
interactive gameplay.
Hey, what is Skarner then? I don't know. Rumble and Ashe ban away is going to be pretty important, though, for CCG, because I feel like Ashe has risen so in priority because you get the utility, but also how strong she is with the item spikes right now. It's just the first pick to list.
A lot of the item builds benefiting Ashe, so especially in that AD role, being taken off the table, Callista being secured. I'll say not a pick that I've really known Manui for, but I do know Manui for a potential sign-up. Maybe we see a Seraphine even coming in from CCG, as that's a combo that's been very good for Manui plus Shochi in the past. And man, I know I like this team. I feel like this is really a team that has a chip on their shoulders. Like all these guys at some point, besides Crimson, have been on teams that were considered higher tier, higher up the totem pole in terms of, you know, where they fall in the league. Them coming together to kind of prove themselves. I mean, Manui, Shochi, and Trevor, when they played together, they were a top 4 team when it was a 16-team league here in Challengers League in their first split. So trying to lean on some of the magic, again, that they found together is something that I'm really excited for, as Hui will be locked in. Something that I expect to be in the hands of Shochi, but of course can be flexible, especially with that Senna, to have a double range bot lane.
It can, yeah, for sure. I want to see Shochi grab it, though. I think the skill expression will be really fun to watch on him. The Corki matchup also isn't that bad into it. So I see the Corki, see what the final lock-in is going to be here for Supernova on their first phase at least. Maybe getting some of that jungle priority could be important. Ooh.
Oh, I'm really surprised to see Ivern. This is not a Kenvi champion when I think of Kenvi.
Everybody's getting a new, it's summer, new them.
I gotta say, talking with Supernova this offseason, they were pretty happy with Kenvi. I think that this team, really dictated by Kenvi and Diamond as a duo, as these were the two that really... Like Diamond, whenever you're in a team with Diamond, he's the one that's going to make up the majority of the comms and the calls. They were the ones working together to really push forward. They wanted to keep Kenvi, and they tried out a couple of mid laners this offseason, ended up landing on Toasty. And Toasty is someone that, again, we're excited to see. I was really impressed by Toasty's camera control when I was looking at his POV in the combines. And it's something that Chad spoke really highly of in the past, too. Just the fact that he's so aware of his surroundings and what's going on in the map was what, like, made him feel like Toasty would just ramp up and keep on improving as a player.
If only he had package. His engages, like flank engages on the Nikos and stuff, were actually so despicable. You might have seen me making weird faces. It's because Chad is a Rengar player, and Rengar into Ivern is just beyond hilarious to me because you can use his bushes. It is the Xin Zhao, so the more stable pick, a little bit more team fight oriented. But in the second phase, we immediately have top lane focus by CCG. It is the Olaf ban, answered to by the Nautilus ban by Supernova.
Olaf, definitely respect being paid toward Faisal, who is our resident, very talented Olaf player. Leona also being taken away. I will say that combos very well with Ivern. I think Leona's in a decent spot right now, but she gets caught a lot just because her kit doesn't give her the mobility that other tanks do have, or defense in terms of warding missions. Ivern kind of helps with that, just protecting with rushes and shields, and Leona interacts very well with Ivern, where if he hits a Q, you can just teleport to someone and start with a Q and then use E to follow up later on. So I do like that respect ban.
The Camille ban over towards Crimson here. Supernova as their last ban in this first game. Still waiting on what that counter pick is going to be, likely for Crimson. But I do expect a little bit of shoring up of what this bottom... Okay, well, never mind. Just take my point and throw it out because it's the Cassante locked in here for Crimson himself, blind.
I will say Gwen is punishable by Xin plus Cassante, but would be really good in this game given what's showing. That said, it's going to be Faisal's trusty old Gragas. Faisal is someone that when he was on FlyQuest was really praised by his team as his ability to peel for his AD. It's a combo I'm excited to see with Lens, because Lens for me was an AD that has always been really good at stepping up and was a huge carry for Fear in the playoffs last split of NACL. Really felt like Lens was kind of this AD that was always overshadowed by Masu, by Meech, and then when those two went to pro, he started to emerge as someone that was really getting his flowers and say as a powerful AD in the last split. Excited to see how that can continue this split.
And I think the funniest kind of narrative behind it is it was all about Lens is not just a Kalista player. He can do other things. But we're seeing whip out the classic Kalista for him, one of his strengths. And I think it'll be really interesting to see how this ebb and flow of the bot lane 2v2 is going to go. Now that we have the Ornn locked in, they saved counter pick for support. And would be really, really curious now how much attention we're going to get from Chad down there.
Curious if that Ornn is for Manui or Trevor. Trevor is a very strong Senna player. So that might be a choice that CCG is making.
Looks like that's the choice.
The core, I mean, Senna being able to back up this front line of Cassante, Xin, Ornn is scary. I think it's very important that Supernova gets off to the races in this game and really utilizes the Corki 1-2 item spike that is so strong.
I'm excited to see the engages here as well, but it's all about jungle setup here. We talked about some of the relationships between the two, some of the close circling of the two, but it's really now about differing potentials in the game, right? Kenvi is looking to support his team as best as possible, and I wonder if it's going to start early for them. Do you see them being a little bit more proactive, or is that on the side of CCG?
I'm just curious to see Kenvi playing Ivern, man. This is not a champion I associate with Kenvi whatsoever. We're used to seeing Kenvi play the hands champs. This is like the opposite of a hands champ, but again, Kenvi is someone that I feel like has grown and has not grown since his time in LCS. he came back, and he did show that he had a better understanding of the map, but I still, at times, see Kenby getting lost and getting caught, which is really, for me, what is preventing Kenby from being that elite player, because the hands are undoubtedly there. And it will be interesting to see going up against Chad, someone that used to be below him in the 100 Thieves system, someone that stepped up for him and won a Proving Grounds championship while Kenby was away. Test his might and mettle against someone that has always wanted Kenby's number.
Yeah. And I will say Kenby was very vocal last split in interviews, but also talking to him behind the scenes that, you know, he just didn't feel like he could get his voice out when he was on the LCS IMT squad. He didn't feel like he was able to play like himself. Oh, we saw that he was able to play to himself last split, even though
for better or worse.
Yeah, for better or for worse. But you got to see a little bit more of that Kenby style that we knew him for, and I think we're returning to that factor, maybe with a little bit more tempered style here in summer.
I mean, he's really trying to prove something if he's picking Ivern in this first game. So we'll be interested to see. It looks like Kenby's going to prep his top camps, go bot, make his way back. Of course, Ivern clear is always unique at the least, and God, would you look at that? Chad opting to skip over his Krugs and go for Raptors. Chad skipping a camp in the first clear.
Hey.
You know, some things change and some things don't when it comes to junglers.
Some things change, some things stay the same. Also, talk about some things change. I went to not make sure, but like follow up on that. This is actually Kenby's first competitive Ivern game. So at least marked in League Media. So it'll be really interesting if he could pull this one up. Maybe adds another pool to his champ pool. And I think his actions early with this clear is going to be really important.
You can see Faisal, by the way, was on that Fear team with Shochi, Manui, and not Trevor. No, yeah, it was Philip that split. Then there was a swap made. No, actually no, it was Faisal then Philip. That's right, they swapped top laners. He was on the team with these guys.
I was waiting for you to
there it is.
Yeah, we got the Fear reunion here, bud.
The family tree is just crazy this game, guys. I can't help it. It's too much.
Goes all over the place.
Yeah, I will say that Faisal for me is someone that I was praising his ability to peel for 80 carries in team fights, but also someone that is a very strong laner on his own devices. He can manage himself up in the top lane. A lot of strength that Faisal provides, a lot of stability that this roster needs when you have sometimes the craziness that Kenby and Diamond bring to the table. Shochi, trying to get revenge on his old teammate here, is able to sidestep that Q from the Vern. As we'll see if Kenby is able to secure this bot crab. He will spot Chad with those brushes. Does have smite available, but looks like he will be relegated to the top crab.
Yeah, nothing else can come back. I did like that move, though, early from Diamond getting out. He was out on a roam for a little while there, but trying to combine with Kenby. That combination is going to be extremely important moving forward because this top side is not going to get involved for a while, it seems. We do have Kenby going for a move into the invade of Chad's jungle.
Okay, I like that. He should have the smite up for the crab if he wants it. Instead, we'll reset. His top camp should be up by the time that he resets. As Faisal was able to successfully break the freeze. The threat of the Cassante versus Gragas in this matchup is that you hold the wave towards your tower. Gragas, all of his abilities will push the wave. Crimson has a little bit more control over the wave with what Cassante's kit has.
Shochi gonna burn his flash that time. Has Trevor coming up to get him into the mist. He'll fight back a little bit too with the CC chain there. Trevor putting in some hurt onto Diamond on the back end of the play.
Should be fine. Kenby's going to try and make this interesting. There's no flash on Shochi. Combo.
They definitely stayed too long. Shochi has no escape. Trevor can't save you this time. First blood to Toasty.
And the Supernova debut for Toasty, guess what? He gets all the help and assist of the returning Supernova members to make sure that he gets first blood against this person that he took the spot of in Shochi. Sending a message, Supernova.
Pour salt in the wound, why don't you?
I mean, that's what I'm hearing. I told you, this is a soap opera game, Lennon.
I'm just imagining that one piece of content we did forever ago where you and Mark had soap opera.
That was tough. Yeah, we might have not done the audio of that one live, and it might have been very obvious. That said, Lennon, I'm going to need you to throw on a lab coat in between games and come back and say it's not okay for the team that goes down 0-1. You're not going to make it.
I'll try.
We need that.
Okay. We'll try to make it work. We'll see. We'll talk. My people will talk to your people. My people want to talk about, though, is these objectives and how much priority we're going to get around them. It looks like, in tradition, both junglers are pretty fine with just farming. I know Chad has been very, very outspoken in the past. Saying if you let him farm all the jungle camps and he can get away with it, he'll do it.
Well, at the moment, it's getting a little bit farm heavy. We do have grubs spawning shortly as Chad has made his way down to this bot side, as he has done a nice job of clearing up his second round of camps. We'll check the Raptors and get the bad news here as Diamond's here to defend them. And yeah, my guess is that Kenby's going to take the camps that he already prepped on the top side, go straight to the scrubs, and try and trade it out, as Chad is going to lose his flash to Diamond. That's an oopsie. And honestly, some decent defense being played around this bot side. It's a late reset for Trevor, so priority does they for the Supernova bot lane on this wave. Will delay the Dragon start for Chad as he has nothing to do right now.
Actually, looks like Kenby's going to give over that side and come down towards bottom side here, even as the back for Lens is coming.
Not
so a little bit weird.
That.
The camp, I guess, with the Chicky Nuggies was under tow here, so maybe Kenby just want to scoop that one up, but they will be fully present mid lane right now.
This was weird. Yeah, this is one where I'm going to go back in the VOD reviews that will continue the split, and I'm going to say it's going to be weird. I think that each bot lane kind of reset on split timers, and it led to...
Kenby has 6. He's moving into invade.
It led to missing the Dragon timer for CCG, and then Kenby ended up contesting. Actually, does smite away that red buff. Now hit the grubs, Kenby. Come on. Your support is here. No. Okay, never mind. We could reset and maybe go for Dragon. We
Nobody
hate
wants
objectives
the grubs.
here on Challengers
We don't like
League.
the grubs. Go
we
away,
must
grubs.
fight. This is a soap opera. We must toss hands. No neutrals.
Is it more soap opera-ish if it's just like passive aggression and like not talking and just like whispers in the garden and stuff?
I think it's even more soap opera if we do that and then we stall the objectives, don't take them when we should, but then when the other team can contest, we have more points of conflict.
Yes, I like it. It's all working out. Our NACL soap opera is coming along well.
There's probably some Twitch chatters like, this is no fun, and I am the least fun caster on the planet, and I'm actually having fun this game, so I'm not apologizing. Plan's going to take this Dragon as it's secured by the Callista. No trade of the grubs as Chad will clean up his camps. Kenby's done a nice job in this clear of trying to get ahead.
Diamond goes for the engage over the top of the Nui. Yeah, there's a lot of damage to come back, though. They're just going to take the Dragon. Kenby doesn't end up securing that one.
Yeah. I said Kenby. Actually, I meant Chad. I thought Chad would actually go for that one. Instead, he's going to go for his blue buff, as he did rush the Tiamat. I will say Chad, his Xin Zhao, he likes to go for the Titanic Hydra, which I am on board with. That's an item that not only gives you a lot of stats that Xin Zhao wants, but the ability to proc that 3-talent strike and practically 2 autos with the auto reset you can do with the Titanic Hydra is quite strong, and something that a lot of players don't use because of the higher price point. So Chad will try and pick that one up first.
So let's talk about entrances into fights, right? Kenby is not going to have as much as a big say in like the shot calling, or at least kicking off of the shot calling. Diamond is going to be that main engage, or Faisal with a big cask over top. And it feels like it can be difficult for them to get in,
Crimson.
especially if Faisal ties to Crimson. But I feel like Supernova's composition is a little bit more harder to execute.
Well played there from Crimson. He actually used the W to buffer the cask from Faisal, avoiding some of the damage and all the displacement. As Crimson, down TP, low on mana, out of biscuits, will actually have enough priority to take the fruit, so he can try and keep up the pressure in this top lane, as Faisal will be sent back to base. And grubs are still available, not into the point where we may only have a 3-grub spawn.
Poor grubs. Nobody loves them.
No, they love this one. Well, they don't love this one, but they especially hate the next spawn. They don't want it to exist.
Specifically, they hate the next spawn.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that's going to be a priority this game. I do expect Dragon to be that full frontal
Supernova gets it here.
Yeah, should be able to sneak it away.
They get the
but
first,
again,
at
it's so
least.
late that that second spawn is not going to exist.
It will exist. It's going to be really hard to take.
It'll be real quick. you gotta be there, be square.
Well, I will say Kenby, this first Ivern game, props to Kenby. He wanted to prove, sending a message that he hit the gym in the offseason and worked on the util champs. He hit the VODs.
Forest.
That's the real skill with Ivern, man. You got to hit the VODs, learn all the clears. See what's weird is Diamond might get caught.
Oh, Diamond. Oh my god, Toasty does so much damage. He doesn't even have an item yet.
Stacked up the changes to Corki, buffing the Q, which it looks like players are maxing, and now the E being nerfed, but still a lot of damage going down.
It's so interesting, too. You take the grubs up there from Shaden. He also has all of his camps already ready to go. So he will be able to clear down and then be active.
Lennon, Shaded's not in this game, but I appreciate you mentioning Shaded, as that does wrap up the Jungle
not
House.
Shaded, rather. You know, we had him last game.
It's the Jungle House.
Yeah. It literally was all the roommates.
Yeah.
Lens, though, actually able to dodge out of that one after burning his flash.
Your mistake
did get burned by Diamond, too.
Your mistake was actually adding to the soap opera, Lennon. I respect it.
Yeah,
We're
true.
still committing
Honestly,
to the
we
bit.
need more of that drama, TBH.
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's APA is like every single time he sends an all chat, man. I swear LCS pays him. It's got to come out of like Mark C's payroll every single time APA hits all chat. The entire split is themed off of APA typing, guys.
It really is, though.
When his old
I'm
coach,
honestly here for it.
unironically, his old coach pinged me when he got promoted. APA will save LCS, and he was right. And not even based off gameplay, which was quite good today. Just based off the fact that that guy types.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch him and fun to go at it. But I also want to give a huge shout out to NACL 2, the qualifiers raiding us. Welcome to NACL. It's already been a pretty fun day, and we have some of the qualifier teams from Spring here in the league, and CCG specifically. Maybe a little bit of a different one than you might remember, but we're having a lot of fun picking apart the team comps.
Familiar faces. Yeah, some familiar faces for OQ fans, seeing Trevor and Crimson here. Of course, these guys dominated OQs to get to Challengers League, where they promoted in the first place. Excited to see. I will say Crimson check-in. Gragas versus Cassante. Pretty boring lane. Gragas, for me, does outscale this lane. Cassante, I think, his windows to win are really at 6 and 11. Crimson doing his best to hold on, stay even, and get the farm that he can. As the rest of the map, a little bit Supernova favored at the moment. This Manui will kill the wave. We'll see what happens with this next dragon, Lennon.
He's down a little bit of CS down there, but nothing too crazy. This little fear pack from Shochi. That dragon is going to be the more important.
Fine. Yeah. CS number, like, does it really matter as Senna Orn? You have ornaments and souls, you know?
Is that what you calculate?
You need levels, and you just need to kind of stay alive. And the rest, everything else is K, you know?
He wants to go for the all-out. He's going to get it all the way through the wall there, but Faisal has an easy exit.
Yeah, if Crimson wants to try and get the kill there, he does need the flash follow. I think it wasn't the call for him to actually try and do that one, as Faisal praises his ability to hold on. The weak side doing well so far as Toasty.
Ooh, tries to go for the flash. Yeah, gets that flash right back. Crimson also going with the TP this time around, where we've seen Cassantes typically go with that ghost here.
Yeah, the ghost
TP. A little bit more.
The ghost TP setup, yeah. We have seen that a bit. I think flash is nice, though, against at least the Gragas cast, trying to get out of that one, as this dragon will be spotted, started and contested by CCG. Not sure what Chad's items are at as he gets...
Oh, Ornhorn coming over the side. A little bit orny. Has now a big Dawning Shadow across. Diamond actually goes into the Fate's Call there. The Spiraling Despair doing a lot of work. Nui, he didn't get out. Nice re-engage from Diamond. He makes the call, and they make the play on top of it. Give Toasty all the flowers. A triple kill for the mid laner of Supernova.
Toasty says, thanks for your spot, Shochi, and thanks for the mentoring, Chad. I'm going to take those kills for myself and get back to the mid lane, as this setup for Supernova was a bit better. Chad goes in. You can reach with Senna plus Way from distance, but Chad goes down before he can take anyone else with him. Yes, the ult from Way does a lot of work, but the Ivern doing a nice job of holding the line, waiting for the cooldowns to come back up. The re-engage from Diamond was too good, as that fight was already cooked, and Toasty cleans up.
What a move from Toasty there as well, just following up on a lot of the decision-making from Diamond in the end. But that has been a big difference maker here, and why there's about a 4,000 lead for Supernova.
Yeah, and again, Toasty, for me, this split, I need to see better laning from Toasty, because as you mentioned in draft, some of the team fight looks from him were good. And sometimes, you know, Toasty, he wasn't scared to make plays. He would make plays for better or worse. Sometimes they'd be game winning. Sometimes they'd be game losing. If that consistency goes up, that'd be nice. But he also needs to do a better job of putting himself in a good spot in lane. The fact that he's even, has this 401 gift. I know Marksman weren't really meta last split, but I want to see Toasty excel in a position where he has been set up for success. This is going to be part of his growth arc, as it is his second split as a player in Challengers League.
Yeah, and really, really nice to see his positivity, but also his kind of growth mindset as well. I think that's the most important thing I look for, is not only kind of the developing players, but the mindsets that associate with them. And I think Toasty has a very powerful mindset moving forward. But again, couple things to clean up in that regard. On the other side, though, I will say for CCG, they've got to find a way to make it come together. They have a lot of those scaling options for them moving forward, right? As long as time goes by, it's going to be good. But you've already gotten 2 dragons stacking for Supernova. You've already gotten a hell of a lead for them as well. It's going to be a lot more difficult to make that time tick.
Yeah, I do want to highlight Trevor rushing the Serpent's Fang here on Senna. You are going up against an Ivern that has a lot of shields, not to mention a Rel. Creates some of her own. It's an interesting buy. Usually we see Senna go lethality, sacrificing a little bit of damage for utility compared to the opportunity we usually see out of the Sennas. Is Manui going to utilize that TP, get back up top, clean that one up. Crimson will rotate down bot to clean this up, as second grubs were not taken this game, but Herald is being focused by Kendi.
Be taken down pretty cleanly. CCG not going to move too many bodies up that way. They are going to go towards top side, but easily picked out from vision that was already placed up there by Supernova. So yet another objective going away. And right now, as it stands, Supernova have 100% objective control, 100% kill control, and Toasty's sitting there at a 5-0 score line.
Diamond's got Shochi being like, hello, darkness, my old friend. Herald Crash, take down another good chunk of this inner turret. As Toasty, man, continues to cruise. An LDR second already completed for this Corki, and they're actually going to clean up this turret. As Supernova running away with this one. This was a team that had good early games last split. They were really a top 3 team all of last split, and I think it's important to note. They took third in the regular season. Got knocked out instantly in playoffs as both them and Maryville lost their first round matchups to the favorites going into the season that most people had in TL and Disguised. Ended up both falling to lower bracket. Maryville beat Supernova to put them 7th, 8th in playoffs and made the run all the way to finals where they lost to FlyQuest Challengers. The Supernova was a much better team than that playoff finish. And they're coming out and trying to prove it again this split and off to a good start against CCG, a team that we do expect to be lower in the standings, but this is a rather dominant start from Supernova.
Yeah, it really is. I think the interesting point is how they've done it. Again, it's that differing style that you mentioned so often before for Kenvi, but it's also lifting up some of the other members. Yes, like Faisal is going to be important later on, but Lens and Toasty, I feel like, will be the saving grace of this roster going forward this split. And if you can make them feel confident, that means a lot, right? And I think some confidence has been gained by Toasty here, but they're going to have to close this one out for sure. Do you see kind of a way for CCG to fight their way back in any of these fights?
I think it has to come from scaling. I think time is their friend here. I think at the moment,
time there.
Yeah, at the moment, I don't see anything as Crimson.
So they're just leaving it to dry there. He had his fist bump up and everything. Diamond does get the Fate's Call out of Lens.
That takes away the Cassante ult, and I saw a Hui Fear in there as well. Nice R press from Lens to make sure Diamond can continue to play up and play safe, as Diamond really empowered this game with the Ivern Rel. Rel, of course, very deadly combos. If you can get in range, Ivern with those brushes, great combo with Rel to try and escort Rel to get close enough to actually threaten with these fights, sometimes without having the Burntman Flash. Quite big for Supernova. We see Toasty just W in.
She just cannot exist on the same screen as Toasty. He wants him, and he wants him bad.
I'm starting to hate Corki more than Tristana, which is saying something. I know Trist has been banned, and rightfully so in our Challengers games. Usually our Challengers games do go later. People get more gold. It's a bit sloppier. Trist, so much scaling and so much side lane threat, especially when you get past the 3-4 item mark. Corki a little bit stronger early. We've seen that handshake a lot globally. And Toasty proving that, again, this 2-item spike from Corki gets massive. He got there so early. He's just asserting his will on this game as he gets caught.
They got him. Dotting Shadow across the Manui. Toasty is not even close to dead. Spiraling Despair is going to hit onto Diamond and multiple members. He's not going to go down. Faisal with a big ass, though. Supernova, they can do no wrong, but maybe they can. Flash from Chad. Chad wants it, but Chad goes down in the face of adversity. He will not stand. Lens on his signature of the Kalista going ham here, but he might have overextended now as well. You got to remember, Shochi still does damage. Shochi still is the way. He gets a 500 gold shutdown there straight from Lens, and they're looking for more. CC goes over, though, and there won't be any follow-up afterwards.
I know Chad went down in the Goofy Manor. I'm actually... Oh, hold on. Toasty. He's down in the Goofy Manor. Okay, never mind. Toasty joining his old teammate, Chad. Dying in the side lane as Manui did TP to get to that play. Now chasing down Kenvi. Kenvi should get out, but another TP coming in from CCG.
What?
They're looking for the dragon.
I like it. Just go for it. You're going to get your first objective here, too. That is huge. Kenvi not... Oh, he doesn't have smite.
You don't have flash. Come on, Kenvi.
Nah.
Just get out of there. It's fine.
Nah, he's not going to do it, right?
Yeah. He's got no flash. What are we going to do? Throw in Daisy? Yeah. We're going to throw in a Casker as Faisal? Yeah, not a chance. We got to replay that. I know Chad went down to the Goofy Manor. I'm okay with that at this point of the game because of how far behind they are. I think farming shutdowns is the move. I'm going to ignore this. Faisal is playing the tier Gragas. It's fine. Here we go. Engage on the Toasty. You can see the power of the Ivern throwing out Redemption shields. Toasty actually getting out of that Redemption early might have been enough health to help him throughout the rest of this fight. Faisal throws the cast to create some space. But the re-engage from Chad, I mean, they have Toasty low. They're farming for shutdowns. Chad flashes through. It was a shield that came down from Kenvi's Ivern onto Toasty to keep him safe, prevent that shutdown from going over initially. And then Lens, he's the one going ham here. It does at least force Trevor's flash, who does fall to Toasty in the end. Lens getting a little bit too far forward, does eat a lot of damage from Shochi. Did a nice job of pumping out DPS in this fight.
You also saw in the picture-in-picture there, Faisal still being annoying on this Gragas, just not going down, getting Omega tanky. Oh, Supernova. That's really what we're doing right now? I like it. They're going to burn down the Baron here and force the hand of CCG.
I think this thing's gone. Crimson doesn't have ults. Manui's walking off. This is at half. Chad doesn't know yet. Diamond wants to turn.
Yeah, as soon as Manui misses that engage, you go in. You go in every single time. Chad has found the backline, though, but Chad is all by himself, and that has been the story of the game so far. Crimson now is the renewed front line for CCG, but Supernova still 5-man strong. Move away.
All right, use the Baron for bait. Find the turn. Diamond does have the Warmogs on the rel, so he can aggressively step up, trade, and be okay. Rather valuable against this poke comp one in. And Chad, I mean, this Xin Zhao, we haven't seen a lot of, the champs that we saw in the past jungle meta due to the changes that we saw to AP junglers that dominated our first series. Chad returning to Xin Zhao, a pick that was huge for him last split that I thought he was very good at. Struggling in this first one is diving into this Ivern rel when you're behind, a difficult task, and Chad doesn't have the support behind him to really warrant this.
Be a little bit difficult to navigate as well because we've known Chad to be a very headstrong jungler as well moving forward. Now, Crimson completely caught out is the Cassante, so has look at Diamond, look at Diamond, look at Diamond. He's got the big crash down as well, and that's going to be Lens cleaning one up. Manui's about to join him there, and they're tag teaming it all the way at the gray screen. Cast from Faisal will separate Shochi from the longing of his base. A triple kill for Lens. And maybe he doesn't just have to play Kalista, but when he does, he goes 6-1-6 and destroys the bot lane.
Kenvi and Diamond both rocking the 0-0-13 scoreline in solidarity of them returning to this roster, and the new pieces around them popping off as well as this debut for Supernova going better than what they could ever hope, as Faisal is just, simply taking these up. Manui, Chad will spawn. I will say CGG might be able to defend this. We might be ending a little bit too soon.
They're just going to focus on the Nexus there, and that'll be it. Minions will not end this game. It is Supernova who decides that. They go 1-0 up in our best of 3.
I saw the last series. I was like, okay, we can maybe end, but people are respawning. Maybe it gets crazy. Not the case. As Supernova, great job of shutting down some of the scaling. I mean, Toasty got that triple kill early. He was a huge threat for the rest of the game. We saw Lens stepping up, which is what we know Lens to be best at. But I'm most impressed with Kenvi and Diamond on this Ivern rel. It's a duo where you're really looking to hide and empower that rel. And Kenvi on his first competitive Ivern game, a champ that's way out of the boundaries of what I expect Kenvi to be playing as, played it very well. So props Supernova. That's a great first look for them.
Yeah, it is, and that's a heck of a game number 1 to kick off our second series here. Now, remember, full Fearless. So there's going to be 10 champions no longer available to both sides. Next game, we'll find out all that has to do in the draft after a short little break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby yet again, likely candidates for a second game of our second series. And this one has already been a lot of fun, at least if you're a Supernova fan. It is Supernova versus CCG, and game one was pretty dominant from the Supernova side.
Yeah, Toasty was like Team Rocket himself, blasting CCG off to orbit. That was pretty good game from Toasty, and the supporting pieces around him, as Kenvi and Diamond did a really good job of pressuring mid, getting Toasty a lead, and Toasty ran with it tenfold, so really good look for Supernova game one.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Is we got the Ivern for Kenvi, something that obviously was his first competitive, at least that we have track record of. It was also some of the classics coming through where you gave Lens a comfort pick in the Callista. You also had Faisal on his Gragas. I think those kinds of things enable the kind of minute picks as well a little bit more. So it was really cool to see them synergize that well, and already so early into the split too.
And guess what, production team, the fun part, talking about the picks of last game is you can roll the tape, roll the next graphic, because guess what happens to those picks from last game one? And it's not just like one team can't play them anymore. No, we decided to get a little bit more crazy up here, a little bit more extreme for Challengers League. More, actually less. None of these champions are available for game two for either of these teams, as it's fun. We experimented with the format last split. It's being adopted worldwide in 2025. It was fun to have our league be a part of that. We learned a lot about Fearless Draft and the meta. There are like a lot of minute things that I can talk about last split's patch. We have a different format this split. I'm excited to learn how teams adapt and feel out this new format, as it really feels like this is unexplored territory. Again, if you take a champ, you can't play them for the rest of the game. I'm curious to see what kind of metagame emerges.
I'm really interested, especially that we get the Ivor and that now there's still so many available picks for Kenvi too. And Chad definitely gonna want to take maybe more of an upper hand at the Xin Zhao in this this next game. So I expect there to be maybe a little bit more shenanigans around the jungle picks. Maybe the Rengar actually does make it out for a game here by Chad. But again, we got to go back to the whole conversation we've had this entire time, and it's the fact that the tea has been spilled, Hubby. The soap opera is running. We're like 3 episodes into an 8 episode season. I mean, it's insane.
You're missing a lab coat. You had to tell CCG that
I don't have one.
It's not okay. You're like, honestly, if I was the doctor and I was looking at that game one, I'd throw on the lab coat and be like, you're not making it game 3 because it looks pretty one-sided so far. But hey, you know what? Nice part about this new format, game 2, clean slate. You can't use the same picks. You're gonna have to win with a different strategy. So we'll see that can be of benefit for CCG.
I think it's going to be pretty big. I think it can adapt a lot because there's no slouches on CCG, right? Like we talked a lot about it, even though there was a dominant game. It is still a lot of the bread and butter of tier 2, tier 3.
I know that we're like joking, drumming up the beef among these teams, but I did have our wonderful observer Kai give a shout out and say that these two teams were talking mad crap to each other in the pregame lobby. So there definitely is some beef.
There is a soap opera. We're not just making it up in our heads.
Yeah, we're cooking it up a little bit, And again, I will say that if APA is the king of typing in LCS, Chad is definitely the prince sitting in Challengers League. That's my assumption. Yeah.
By the way, before we get too far into this, if you love what you see, if you're having fun, drop a sub to the channel. Your subs directly impact and support the players that you see playing in front of us. So I know they need extra brain power to make it through the ultimate fearless style that we have. So maybe help them out a little bit more. No, but we're getting to game 2 now. You see those bans that are on top. Those are not available to either side. We already have CCG on the blue side banning away the Nidalee as well as the Talia. It is also the Ziggs and Tristana banned the Yordle combo from Supernova.
Yeah, still paying respect to the comp that Fear cooked up with Shochi and Manui, which was the Demolition duo and the Tristana Ziggs. They played to great success. That said, a huge focus from CCG here towards the AP junglers, banning out the Nidalee, the Talia, and also taking away the Skarner that we expect to be on the ban list for the vast majority of games.
Every game. And if it's not, the question marks.
Yeah, Blippo got it for a game. Was like, this champ's not okay, huh? Nope. Still on this patch.
Nope. It made it through game 2 in LPL last night. I was like, you wonder why it shouldn't have made it through.
I gotta say, a shout out to Riot's balance team for making that thing so OP. Knowing that Flowers sits on the LCS broadcast, it's like Riot trying to prove No, it's like Riot trying to prove that they do indeed balance things for esports. Because now we just get free content from Flowers and LCS. It's great.
It's so funny because the answer that the LPL has settled on is take Mordekaiser and you just ult him and he's gone from the fight, but it doesn't work. So
it works for Adam and BDS.
Yeah. It works a little bit. We have the Rumble first pick, first and foremost. So that actually throws a huge wrench into the style that we'll get. We get the immediate Ashe Varus combo from Supernova. That is super deadly.
Yeah, I'll inquire about the third ban here from Supernova, as it looks like it's gone to the wayside. Production has an answer of that for me, whether it's a mistake or a penalty. Let me know. Double Marksman, Mazel, one of your favorites, who I now lovingly refer to as 4-Bullet Man, thanks to what one of the coaches
doing
behind
him
the
a
scenes calls
disservice.
It's Jin. 4-Bullet Man is back. He's the patch actually benefited him a lot. Your ability to go Collector into IE. I usually hate this champ in competitive. I gotta say, I think Jin's pretty playable right now between this and how many AP junglers are very strong. Speaking of AP, of course, we Rumble locked in. The Nautilus combo found, so CCG actually have a decent setup for Rumble in the team fight so far.
So the big theme for Kenvi last split was I'm playing my champions, I'm playing aggressive picks, took better for worse. 2 games in a row now. We're getting facilitation, baby. We're getting help the teammates.
Wow.
There's a new leaf coming through for Kenvi. Another iteration. But I want to focus on what could come next for CCG, because the thing, I love that you're talking about some of the damage from Jin, but I think the thing that Jin brings to the table is the setup. Yeah. Yes, he's the showman, but he has done such wonders for those very in-your-face style junglers, and it just helps enable very Chad junglers like Chad.
Yeah, I can't tell if Kenvi went to go watch the Lord of the Rings series in the offseason, picking Ivern and the Maokai with the Fanghorn Forest.
Saw the ends, he was just like, that's
his
it.
old buddy Shaden, who is really was stuck on the Ivern and the Maokai for a lot of last year playing support. It's good to see Kenvi busts out. I think Maokai is a great pick, especially paired up with Ashe and Varus. The amount of control and range you have already showing for Supernova, very good, and gives them an ability to try and really play into the Jin that brings a lot of range and setup to the table too. So more AP champs being removed. Karthus not an option in the jungle, as Karthus would murder what's showing so far, and Karthus is very strong. Curious what else Supernova wants to take away, is they're gonna end the Vi. So
I thought at least a brand, or maybe I guess Lily has fallen out a lot, but maybe a brand ban there or something. So the Vi ban here is pretty nice.
Lilia shout's good. I think Lilia's a bit overhyped right now because there's a lot of pick and range in the meta, which Lilia really struggles with. Of course, her Swirl Seeds can kind of get her around that, but if that doesn't hit and she gets picked instead, she's very vulnerable to that. So I think that's why we're not seeing quite as much Lilia. That said, Azir ban, which is a little bit interesting. We'll see what Toasty blinds here by assumption. If not, Faisal has a chance to answer into that Rumble, but Rumble's very flexible right now. We saw Rumble Jungle being played earlier in LEC today. So I know that Rumble Mid is also an option that some of our players in Challengers League can play. So I think taking that Renekton and holding on to that pick for Toasty, Renekton's rather safe, so I don't mind this.
Yeah, I can appreciate it. It also gives you good backline access. I will say the one thing you hate as a Jin is a Renekton. There's a lot of things you hate. Anything, honestly, that has CC and can chase you down.
Because Jin does no damage, man. That's why.
But that Croc will eat you for lunch. It is a little LeBlanc locked in, though, here with some side laning, some potential split pushing potential, at least movement around those objectives. I think that could be huge.
LeBlanc, a pick that I like from Shochi too, has that killer instinct. Shochi always able to bust out the assassins, and Chad returning to an old favorite of his in the Viego. Chad, very, very strong Viego player. So he does have the potential for resets. I mean, you do have a very squishy Ashe and Varus. Maokai, you will have priority against him early and can win some of those early skirmishes, but Renekton is a big stymie for Viego that he can struggle against. So that pick good from Faisal. Toasty now has a chance to take some more lockdown himself, as it will be a specialty of his in the Ahri. Toasty, a very strong Ahri player.
You think we get the skin?
Wait. Do these players have access to the $500 Faker skin?
That's a whole rabbit hole. We're not going to talk about that right now. We'll talk about Chad picking up Viego. We'll talk about it later, Cuppy. I want to talk about Chad getting set up a lot by this Manui Jin pick. I think it's going to be super important to kind of keep all eyes on Chad. Even though that combination with him and Shoji early can be very powerful, it kind of was down to Kenvi having a little bit of the better hand last game.
I'm still stuck on the Faker Ari skin, man. My will to go pro has never been higher in this game. If I get the Faker Ari skin for free on an unlocked account,
there's no way.
I stream a lot of League of Legends, man. Partner? An account for free? Maybe? Specialty skin?
We got an update.
I can't afford to be a whale.
Of course, Emily, our producer, has an update who also may be involved with that.
My boss can be a whale, but not me? Oh,
they
man.
only have the
50
50 and the 250 one. They do not have the ultimate one. But there it is. The Faker Ari skin.
Not the whale
Toasty
one.
had to just do it. It's not the whale one. Nice flashes, though. That's actually really big from Kenby. A flash, Bramble Smash makes the difference a lot of times.
He's dead.
Oh, he's just fully dead. Yep.
Oh,
burned the flash and died.
That is a level 1 flex Q start if I've ever seen one. Jin W, LeBlanc chain, Nautilus hook. Easy.
We've done that before.
Don't talk about our flex Q games, because they're terrible. I was asked to play League of Legends last night, and I specifically said no to not be tilted for day 1 of work.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah.
I think that's a good call. But no, it's a damaging
indeed.
combo because now also 400 smackaroo straight to Chad. He just bought a longsword to start off.
That's going to be a nice start for the Viego power clear, as Kenby will be able to have access to his camps. Did not swap out the sweeper, so his start will be spotted. As the one positive here for Supernova, the double Halo Blades bot lane, it was nerfed a little bit on past patches as we've gone throughout League. Worse for range. They will be starting in lane. So we'll see CCG, their bot lane. They have to wait for the wave to spawn, to walk in, to dodge out on the poke. That said, they're still going to eat quite a bit as Diamond's actually going to pull the wave so that the creeps aggro 1 and try to deny them from XP. So this wave already pushing against CCG, and they will not be able to have a good start here. That feels bad. They already lost creep.
Feels a little bad. We'll see if something can stabilize. The big importance now is just watching these jungle paths. Chad could take a little bit of a unique path here if he wants to go for some early moves, but it looks like it's just going to be opposite side path.
Oh, he's going to do it. Of course he's going to do it.
But of course they're going to do it. Look at that CC chain. Lane splashes into it, and the combo makes good. That's 2 kills already for CCG, and that's money.
Do we have an all chat cam yet? Chad's got to be typing after that one. That's a message sent. He just read lens like a book. Supernova did not see that one coming as the cheesy starts continue. That Jin deadly flourish leading to 2 kills already. As Shochi also on the Faker skin. Oh boy.
Faker v Faker. What do we do?
I mean, it's good to have these pros aspiring to be Faker from mid. I respect it.
I respect it too. I also respect the start from CCG. They're 1,000 gold up less than 3 minutes into the game too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a heck of a start here. I was, it's teasing that we're going to bust out the lab coat and say that you aren't going to make it to game 3. CCG definitely had different thoughts in their own mind. As Chad off to the races, will be clearing out the rest of his camps. Meanwhile, Kenby, quiet first clear on the Maokai, looking to get his camps. Always good. Maokai's farming. You're usually in a pretty happy spot. But the 2 deaths making it a little bit deadly.
Trees.
Shout out to Manui, too. He actually started with a longsword instead of boots with this setup. And he was actually able to rush Dirk. So the damage going down onto the Varus plus Ashe should be significant coming out of Manui if he's able to connect.
Going for a little bit of a laning advantage into 2 squishier targets if he can. Shochi. Toasty still going at it. I think this is the next point of break that we'll see is when mid lane starts getting involved, starts moving out. Because one of the biggest things is when Ari can actually get movement into the side lanes.
Can't dive this.
Yeah, that's going to be a little dicey. They might try to anyways, though, because why not? But the back does end up coming through.
Envy's just going to walk here to make sure that the bot lane's safe. Also, he'll spot Chad when he does take the respawn Krugs. So good tracking here from Kenby. It looks like he will be rushing potentially a Warmogs on this Maokai. We have seen a lot of Leandri's Maokai be played. I am a fan of it. I think Echoes really does help increase Maokai's clear, and Maokai loves nothing more than gold in levels in his kit, which is very strong for every single point you get to put into his skills. So that said, though, a tank required, as Kenby doesn't want to give resets over to the Viego, and looks like he will be going for full tank.
The next I want to think about this dragon that's coming up in about 25 seconds or so. You already have a positioning of this side of the map by CCG. I feel like this is something where Supernova are fine to give. It seems that they lost a little bit of pressure on the bottom side. But do you think these objectives are going to be early machinations for either side?
I'm not sure. Like this early game is so warped, Lennon. I actually don't know who can go where. I think that if I'm Supernova right now, I actually want to play into the Rumble, which we're trying to see Kenvi do. Is he's sneaking up here? Faisal just took a trade.
He snuck
Crimson,
it. Oh no!
Yeah.
Crimson,
He's got
you've
level
been
5.
duped. He has the suit, but it's about to be cracked in half. He's got the flash out. Oh no!
Faisal can flash.
Yeah, he's gonna
Nice.
get the slice and dice distance. He's got the CC chain and the Q to finish it off. Faisal gets a kill there. Now mid Toasty gonna get the flash trade with Shochi.
Well done. Worth shouting out, Crimson does not have TP. He has Ignite, so part of why I wanted them to focus that is because Faisal, when he gets ahead on this Renekton in the side lane, he can win against Rumble, just straight up. Renekton does outscale Rumble and is really good into him in the 1v1. I think the person that was best at abusing this is actually Blippo. Like, he started drawing a lot of Renekton bans throughout playoffs for FlyQuest last split. He was really good at playing out this matchup because once you get ahead, you can stay very aggressive onto the Rumble and actually create a side lane advantage. So Supernova at least find a little something for themselves on the map.
Well, something goes a long way too. We got Grubbies on the other side of the map now as well, so split objectives if we do want to see those trades. But both junglers kind of happy with just full clearing at this point, being one with the jungle in any second. I will say, okay, I was gonna say any second we're getting level 6s, and as I do, I look to the right side of my screen and Faisal and Toasty have hit level 6. I want to see Toasty try to be a little bit proactive out of this mid lane.
It's a tough matchup, though, for the Ahri. I'm surprised that he's actually not going for Merc Treads, because I usually see that out of Ahri to survive a lot of the guaranteed poke that LeBlanc gets from the QR combos, as Shochi does get to go straight for the damage. I think that Toasty's move is trying to draw Kenvi in with him and seeing if they can utilize that to try and lock down and one-shot this LeBlanc, but I was talking about how Renekton can get side lane advantages in the Rumble. LeBlanc's very much the same way into Ahri if you do get ahead.
Yeah. And something to look forward to for Supernova, at least around the later objectives that are more like 5-on-5 styles. There's a reason why this Maokai Ashe combo has been picked a lot together in the past. Is just because the amount of oppression of vision you can have with the saplings and the hawk shots and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to start the CC with the Nature's Graph. There's just a lot of tools just between those two champions, as we do see the Grubs taken by Kenvi.
All right, I mean, top lane advantage is in the hands of Renekton right now. I think this is the one lane that Kenvi can actually play towards and around. Whereas Chad will get spotted out by the Hawk Shot, and a nice job by Supernova from defending the trade on the Dragon, as Chad has not started that one off yet. It'll be a little bit delayed, and the potential for Kenvi to contest. I do not think that Supernova should contest this. It should go for a play like this, as Crimson's going to get dope.
They're going for exactly that. Crimson in some trouble here. He is going to be able to burn down. He gets it back.
No!
Crimson, he's got the outplay. He's got one more, baby. No, the healing.
He's got it.
The shot. It's a 2-for-1, and welcome to the league, Crimson.
Okay, so given where Crimson was in the turret, Kenvi, he used his W to reset the aggro, but Kenvi needs to do that towards a minion. He was too low because he used it when Crimson was right next to the turret. He still got aggro on the flip side, and with the ignite, the burn, the tree falls, the croc falls, and Crimson stands strong.
What a play. A man who's joining a legacy of promotions and a legacy of top laners. As we see Kenvi actually winning out on that one there.
He wins that one with the Q. That's nice.
Yeah, we'll take a look back here.
Okay, cinematic replay from our team. Thank you very much. As this one starts off, Kenvi pulls aggro. He's got Ignite cooking. The W is good, but Crimson was, he was able to land the auto afterwards.
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, again, I still feel like he needs to go to a minion to get away from that. It would have at least forced a Crimson flash follow. Then if Faisal follows, maybe he sneaks out. Not the case. Kenvi falls. 2 kills go over to that Rumble, and all of a sudden he might have the ability to create a wee bit of pressure for a little bit longer in that top side before Renekton takes over the match.
DCG went and got the Dragon. They will end up losing all 3 Grubs in the end after all that shenanigans.
That's fine.
And Kenvi going to clean that one up.
Yeah.
So some late game objectives. Another fight potentially where Supernova are going to be looking for a 6 Grub counter for themselves.
Faisal could be in trouble. He's
Yeah, that's, oh my god, that's a good equalizer. There's no hope. The reset's going to start coming through for Chad, and that just means it's open game and open season on Supernova. Those stars going to be snuffed out real easy, and Chad gets another one.
Great find from CCG as they're able to be aggressive this time around. Talked about the Nautilus plus Rumble combo. They toasted and roasted Faisal there to get Chad that free reset. And once Viego gets a reset this early, those fights are over.
Just easy as that, I guess. And also going to follow it up with some invade there. So about a 1.5 plus K lead for CCG. They also got Crimson and Leandries now. We're going to have first item completions for a bunch of members here. And we get to see some of that there. Chad reigning in the money, and he's going back right now to spend it.
Every single member of CCG is ahead, but besides Faisal. And that 1 point of strength for Supernova. And we'll see how consistent Faisal can be. Again, this is a tough test for Crimson. I know he's making his Challengers League debut. Did survive the second dive. But Faisal is no pushover in our league. He's someone that we didn't have in the top, or I think snuck into the top 3 of all-pro voting. Someone that I feel like is, again, very strong on his lonesome. And I want to see a Faisal. You know, this is a game where you don't always see the big Faisal carries, where he's the one trying to find the 1v9s. This is an opportunity against someone new to the league. He has a lead. He has a winning matchup, and he has to really step up if Supernova wants to have a chance in this. Love to see if Faisal is able to do so. Find some of his own leads instead of like really playing for his team.
Oh, Lens completely caught by the CC chain there. They will have Diamond following up, so they don't want to follow it up too much. Curtain call is going to be blocked out by Diamond. Kenvy's going to come in and take the last shot, I'm sure. A little bit have a healthier tank bar, at least. Baited out just to make them buy some time there.
He denied a mage minion. All right.
There you go.
Had to respect the fourth shot.
The zoning ult.
Had to maintain position. As Toasty. Good trade from Shochi. Again, LeBlanc in this matchup does have advantage. Oh, split recalls. Trevor caught.
What a good combo there. Chad's bolting it to try to get down here. Trevor's going to try to buy time, but it might not just be enough. Chad should just let this one go.
Yeah.
Trevor down to Lens.
Good find, and those are some of the perks and what Diamond can bring to the table. And a mistake that small, just a split recall. Great enchanted crystal arrow from Diamond. Finds the kill. They feed that one over to the Varus too. Rather nice, as Varus, if he gets going, can bring a lot of poke to the table. As a little bit of a back and forth.
Varus is kind of like 100% right now, right? Like in all leagues, it feels like. It just feels so ridiculous how strong Varus can be, and especially as time goes on in the game, where you can kind of build those early items.
He's lane dominant with 2 good builds where he can fit pretty much any game. So he's just so free to first pick and play out from there. So it will be the Poke Varus this game, which I think is the right call. You have 4 targets pretty much that are 3 targets, 4 including Jhin. He's squishy but not really reachable. But if you find a Chain of Corruption on the Viego, Rumble, or LeBlanc, you're feeling really good.
The first item's going to be up for everybody. Tochi's going to be very close behind, but Tochi did get his Lightments there, as well as the opportunity for Lens. The Collector on the other side for Manui after he finished his Swifties. I know you're a fan of that. We're going to have to see if they move in here for Supernova. Okay, Manui's not going to take the bait. He's not going to walk over to his team. But maybe he's just waiting for a good deadly flourish.
Yeah, I really like how slow Supernova's playing this. They just have to wait for sap cooldowns, which is exactly what Kenvy's going to do. Wait for hawk shots. They're going to spot most of the team here as they see everyone in that brush. And Kenvy's going. Faisal's here.
Button. That Nature's Grasp was a little bit off, but Trevor going to tank it. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes in. The CC chain from hell rains down, and Lens picks up the kill. We're starting to see a comeback now. Supernova shining bright.
I wanted to see Faisal get a lead on his own, and I love how he gets a lead on the wave and then is first to move. He knows this Rumble doesn't have TP, so Faisal able to take his lead, transition it towards the map. A really strong collapse from Supernova using some of that reach that we talked about in draft as they find a pick. It's not enough to take that Ocean Dragon. They can rinse, repeat once those ultimates come back off cooldown and stabilize their map a little bit until then.
Okay, so that Rift Herald still not having much vision from CCG around it. The Dragon already started up by Supernova. They actually are in position.
I don't love
this, but yeah, it's a little dicey.
Yeah, your ults are down, and Shochi TP is here. Kenvy's going to get caught. if he's not careful as Lens
Oh,
eats
he
it.
already got
No.
caught. That's
Yeah.
already down. Lens,
I didn't like that.
Lens is the one that takes all the
Bad call.
damage, and then Toasty falls right afterwards. So the 2 damage dealers gone, and that means they wanted more. Chad, you know, flexing the Ari muscles.
You know, when I'm able to stare at a play and be like, nope, it's not there. Also, Lens, he goes down with Flash and Chain of Corruptions up once he eats that dredge line. CC chain from Trevor was sound, but I didn't like that from Supernova. I feel like you play out and play elsewhere while your ult cooldowns are down. They're also really important in this game on Ashe Maokai. Supernova not respecting that. Get punished heavily by CCG.
Now we're redeploying onto the map, and that's where we can take a little bit of time to talk about how we've gotten here. Maybe re-brew up that tea here, Cubby. Because I think the big focus has been Chad versus Kenvi a lot of the time, but it's also a lot of what Chad has been striving to has been what Kenvi has achieved, even if we see him back in Tier 2.
I know that Chad's always carried a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. The fact that he won the PG championship. Under Thieves kept Kenvi instead of him, which, I mean, Kenvi was a very hyped prospect, had all the hands in the world. And it's fun to see Kenvi try and make that run back as Faisal going to flash follow.
Ooh la
Crimson's
la,
caught.
the drama. They're going over here, though, onto Crimson. He's going to be drama-full because he gets taken down and is shut down to a lot of money going to Faisal. And that was off the back of that Rift Herald start.
I didn't like that from CCG. I think that Rift Herald, a lot of it is about top lane priority, and if you're able to get that wave in or not. The fact that wave was even, Supernova play for the lane before the objective. Start from CCG comes before they play for the wave. They get caught by Supernova. And while all this is going on, Toasty able to get some more gold to himself. So I think the Herald will drop as Supernova will drop this. They just burn their cooldowns. And this time around, Supernova is going to respect the fact their ults are down. Will not take another fight. And just take the fact that Toasty's getting solo gold and XP in a side lane.
Yeah, I think that's just fine and dandy. I think, you know, second item gets really scary when you're on the Ari, and also a double marksman composition to some extent here with the Lens Diamond combo. Rift Herald popped up in top side here to try to get Shochi a side lane turret, but immediately you see the collapse a bit from Supernova.
Their ults are still on cooldown. I'm just looking at the Maokai, Ashe, and Verisalt. That's their ability to pull the trigger. Faisal, he's feeling really good with this Maw into both Rumble and the block. Looks like it's going to be a Stride Breaker second for Faisal, so you don't usually talk about the flexibility of builds with Renekton, but Faisal taking advantage of it here. I really like Stride Breaker this game. I think that their team is really squishy. Any time that he can buy space for his team or buy space to chase the backline is going to be valuable. Speaking of chasing, Kenvi does have ult coming up.
Oh, the double distortion, deadly flourish
Good
on
flash,
top of
Simon.
it. There's the curtain call to help. They're trying to get him out there. Lens goes for the flash
Shochi.
play onto the clone. Chains of
Ooh.
Corruption going wide. Fourth shot connects. Nature's Grass goes wide. Things are going left and right here, but they're not going straight down the middle.
Simon?
And what is the dread line from the depths that Trevor sends Supernova's way. The deadly flourish not long enough, though. Crimson in a 1v1 against Faisal. He's losing that one now. The distortion chained back, though. Shochi is out of there. You have a fight in the alcove now in the bottom side.
Well played, Crimson.
Nobody else is going to have it. Yeah, Crimson makes it out alive.
He put that really well, actually. He used the blast cone to create some space. Meanwhile, the top fight wasn't played as well. A lot of things whiffed. That was about a baseball batting average of like 300 in terms of cooldowns that hit. That's good in baseball, not so much in League of Legends. As I like the attempt from Supernova. I actually thought it was there. They just missed a lot of their abilities. Were able to connect with the kills, but do get the objective in the back half.
I'm just looking at the amount of vision around this top side of the map as well, from both sides, but primarily Supernova. It has been a little bit sporadic, a little bit chaotic. Speaking of, that sapling might actually just save Toasty's life there. Chad's still chasing it, though. We got Spider-Man over here going for the long distance haul. Chad getting taken out, though.
Toasty
outplaying a man. Holy cow, Toasty. Let's go. Faisal's going to follow him up, too. Maybe not able to chase down Shochi, but that's
Long
an outplay.
chase. They have Ashe with Arrow and a TP coming in.
Oh my God, Shochi. He's coming back from the grave. Toasty's back for your head, man. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flashed out of. That's nicely timed, but Supernova are playing with the tempo.
I mean, I just don't think that play is ever there for Chad. If Toasty has flash, he can always escape and outplay that. The Chad overreaching loses his shutdown on his shoulders. Crimson does get a time with the bot lane turret, which he'll knock down on his own, but Supernova, again, like, if their cooldowns are up, they have so much reach, so much range in order to start these fights, and CCG, I feel like they're overextending and really playing into that.
They truly have been. We also are getting some pretty big spikes on the side of Supernova now. A second item for Lens will be pretty big, as well as the Horizon Focus for Toasty. Oh, that's not good. Trevor in trouble. Trevor in trouble. He's all by himself and he's down. Lens gets another one. They're going to follow this one up. It's like a snowball here. Manui having to burn his flash and his cleanse. Supernova are starting to wrestle control here. They finally are evening up the gold differential, and it's a dragon on the table now.
You can't push there if you're Trevor. Like, you have Crimson grouping and Shochi grouping, and then you push on the wave that's not yours. That wave is Supernova. If they wait for their teammates to get there and play the next wave, then they actually have a chance. Instead, they check because they think that Supernova might be on the dragon, but Supernova understand that, yeah, they can use that timer for control. I don't know. I feel like both teams have made some mistakes this game.
Yeah.
CCG, though, for me, like, they need to be more disciplined. I have higher expectations of this team. I know that they're new to the league, and a lot of people weren't rating them that high, but we've seen all these players, like, top 4 in the past. I mean, we've seen Chad win at Proving Grounds. Crimson's new, but Crimson's hyped up. This ECA will be distorted away from by Shochi, but like, this is a team that, for me, has some potential. They've all hit higher highs than what they showed in the last split. And to see them making mistakes like this, they aren't going to go anywhere if they're not playing disciplined enough on the map. So, props Supernova for punishing, but I feel like CCG are giving them way too many opportunities given this game.
And so I want to see them clear up a little bit of how they approach these, because, again, their side lane with Shochi is very powerful. You can have that kind of poke and prod style that can be very strong, but they also have a little bit of setup around Chad and Crimson. You're looking for those team fight resets to really try to get Chad rolling.
Yeah, IE completed for Manui. That is a pretty nice spike for Jin, as not only increasing your crit chance, but you find the guarantees as well as Toasty. Take a nice chunk there from Shochi.
Yeah. Double control ward by Supernova in that push, just making sure to control it holistically.
Great minds think alike.
I saw, I don't think Crocs like fire very much. Oh no. The harpoon does land, so the flame spitter will end up burning him down. Faisal falls on the side by a lot of ultimates used, though. Now Kenby just up in the fight here. Needed to try to get out alive, but Trevor flashes for the play. They get the depth charge combo out of 2 people. Now Shochi's going in, but he can't find the combo there in the end. Chad looking over on Kenby. Kenby
what is
being
Kenby
greedy. Whoa, what is happening right now? Chad just got bluffed. Kenby just went over there, and he thought he was going to kill him.
I mean, Kenby, we can wait for Warmogs and actually try and contest the camp. Chad, he flashed out of Ghosts and Demons. It was so crazy from Kenby. Chad's like, nah, someone else has to be here.
Somebody else has to.
It was just him. Meanwhile, we're going to have Lens lose a flash to a chain from the Blanc. And this game's everywhere. I don't know what else to say here, Lennon. This is more of what I was expecting in week 1.
This is exactly what I would expect, with a little bit of week 1 shenanigans and the patch changes itself. Now, Supernova are actually the ones moving forward here, and they themselves, while we were talking some of the intricacies of CCG's fighting, it really is just a pretty easily executable composition from Supernova. Oh, but if they get TP'd on, that's Shochi on the flank, going for Lens, and obliterates him right out of the map. That's Shochi making a difference here, but Manui can follow this up with the Deadly Flourish. No, it's the Dredge line that's going to start it up. Faisal, you are not tanking it up, and a double kill goes to Crimson. They've got Chad, though.
Oh, they got Timon.
Man, Chad is just wrecking him there, too. That's the Baron for CCG.
Supernova is so split. They can't afford to be hitting that turret. There's a TP up from Shochi. CCG punished tenfold as they were the ones grouped up in mid. Meanwhile, Supernova, they were trying to get control of the topside jungle. A completely split call from Supernova, punished by CCG, is now they take back a big lead in this game.
Rally cry, Baron buff,
God.
taping CCG. We'll take a look back at that fight.
Like, look at where they're at. Shochi TP'd in. Kenby dies to the turret as Shochi takes down the flashless Varus for free that's across the halfway point of the map. Well, no one else on Supernova was playing for that. They're playing for control on the top side. You have to play for the next wave. You can't play for that turret. Supernova not disciplined enough, get punished by CCG.
Okay, Shochi. Mind gaming them a little bit there. Nothing else going to come of it, though. Supernova closing the ranks here I'm trying to figure out a way to take these fights forward because this lead is starting to get a little bit unmanageable. Luckily, there's still a lot of time, though. 45 seconds for a Dragon. It would only be a soul point for CCG. So if Supernova are looking to scale, they still have a lot of time there.
I will say, this is where Jin kind of starts to overtake this Varus build. And props to Manui. He's level 14. Working on an LDR, too, for Jin, which can really help get through some of the armor that he's going to face. It's not too much. It will get built more throughout the game, but I think Manui's in a really good spot this game. Can really take over. I know that this game kind of started with a bot lane lead for CCG. Manui's been a little bit quiet, but now that Jin's at this break point, Jin late game with crit builds, he can be really slippery. And against a team that like has so much emphasis on poke, if Manui's protected properly, I actually think he can do enough damage to really carry through these fights.
He is speed.
Yeah.
Running around like crazy. We'll see, though. Dragon is up now. Supernova, we're looking for a little bit of vision there. They do end up getting priority and getting the scuttle. Lysol taking a side lane turret. They might just give this one to CCG.
Yeah, keep in mind that Crimson doesn't have the TP, as Manui will lose his cleanse. Nice arrow from Diamond.
Gonna open up, though.
Yeah, I actually pulled Chad off the Dragon. So again, CCG being a little bit split, and as long as they're here, they have Baron empowered recalls, but Faisal got another wave into that turret. So Faisal eating good, whereas CCG, they take some things, but not a lot for this Baron power play.
Not a lot, but maybe enough? I don't know. Still got a little while. Shochi is going to start getting ridiculously strong, though. That is soul point on an Infernal Soul. We've been getting really lucky with Infernal Souls today. I'm just saying. But it is CCG who look a lot more coordinated, a lot more cohesed than they did in that game number 1.
You can see like how far ahead CCG are off some of the levels off the last couple fights. I think that's significant. Shochi, TP coming in. They want him.
Oh, they do. They got the TP deep. Shochi in a lot of trouble. Oh, he already popped the Dominus, too. Can't get him in the Nature's Grasp. The distortion is not enough, and they get the shutdown straight to Toasty.
Not respecting the TP play. The rest of his team was not really on the map. Kind of off deployment. Get Trevor walking out of base. Shochi takes a wave too much. Gets sent to the gray screen to think about his sins. And now Supernova might look for the mid-outer, which has been the sign of their doom so far this game. Where the game started getting out of control. Returning to the scene of the crime. Oh, we lost some Darksteel sacks too. Nice. Yep. Okay.
Manageable. Still about 3,000 gold in the lead, though, is CCG. But little moments like that. And buying time, again, still is that recurring moment for Supernova as they get to these 5-on-5s. But the time is running out, right? You've got another timer until an Infernal Soul would go the way of CCG, so you got to wrestle control the map a little bit.
It's a good shout. Also 2 minutes till the Baron. So things actually calming down a wee bit, as Faisal has been chilling in that bot brush, really just sunning as the Renekton. Trying to get not the Fury built up, but, get his hype on. Oh, okay.
We were going 2 different ways.
Yeah, he was fishing for Rumble, decides to take the wave. That's okay.
I just want to know why a crocodile is going for a tan.
Oh, always, man. They have to sit out in the sun. Now they get so old and
but
so
that's
leathery.
for their blood, not their tan.
Oh, whatever, man. I wasn't the one that tried to be a vet. That's you.
I was a zookeeper, okay, not a vet. That's too far for me.
Okay. Well.
But anyways, we might need a little bit of veterinarian service here after this one, because CCG have full control and have been dominating through this top side.
You can see Supernova actually deployed 3 into the Renekton side of the map, hoping that someone shows against Faisal to get the pick. Not going to be the case. So Lens will catch this mid-wave low. And this should open up a little bit of a timer where CCG can be aggressive top, but I think they're going to reset and try and team deploy to make sure they can contest this Baron.
Team deploy with a 3.5 item Jin to get that Lord Doms completed, but Lens himself matching as well. Still big spike on the horizon for Toasty with the Rabadons. Going to be completed very, very soon with Shochi right behind him as well.
Heavy walking on vision. I think the game plan here, if you are CCG, it's got to be Shochi angles. And trying to find the big LeBlanc burst damage onto, I think, Varus, once you remove the Varus shield. And we've seen this little minigame between Manui and Lens going on where you're really trying to fish for the shield to get it off, and then make sure the ball can go from there. It's nice. Knight's Edge, correct? Edge of Knight. That's it. I'm rusty.
Yeah, I was gonna say you
I'm
just
rusty.
you just broke my brain right there, just saying it because it's the right words. As we get another hands Baron, rightfully for Cubby, no big deal. I think CCG are a little hesitant to move around this one. It's gonna be a theme all split, I guess. As I do see them moving a lot of bodies up here, and they are surrounding it. They just want to get some vision control around here, but that's what Supernova's comp does well, is spotting you out. Ooh, CCG starting it up.
Toasty base, he does have TP. We'll see how quick Toasty is to pull the trigger. As it looks like the ward's being dropped. Timon throws down 2 control wards in a row because he missed the first one. Had to get that one over the pit. Will be enough. Oh no, that's an engage.
Just walks straight in there.
Toasty's not here.
The equalizer's there too. Toasty's not even close, and now he's finally gonna join the fight, but Chad has resets. Flame Spitter on top of it. Double kill, a triple kill. We need a 4th here for the man himself. Manui is having himself a performance on stage.
There is no reason to walk into that brush. You have Ari still trying to join. You have saplings. You have hawk shots all at your disposal. Instead, we walk in, we die. CCG looking to take game 1. This was a mess of a game, Lennon. I feel like very undisciplined on each side. But hey, we're going to have a game 3 to prove we can be more disciplined and find a win.
Yay, we get my wish. The game 3 dream. Let's go. They're going to move on to the turret. Last turrets remaining for Supernova. They fumbled a couple too many times. CCG picked it up, and they ran straight home with it. They'll take a couple more kills on top of it. It was a team performance the whole way through, and we're going the distance.
Well, it's time for game 3. And CCG, I know they did a lot of typing, which is in game 1. I don't know how much typing they did in game 2. But I gotta believe the typing resumes now for game 3, as we are going to get one more look at this one. I am very puzzled as to why we decided to walk into this brush. It's going to be perplexing for me for the rest of time, as can be. I mean, we see 1 mid. We had a control ward, so we saw 2 on Baron. There's just no one's there.
Didn't have any vision there. They didn't know.
Like, you have ways to find vision.
No, yeah, exactly.
There's so many ways for you to check that brush besides walking in with your face. And instead, it happens. Supernova goes down. A little bit salty about that one. Supernova had such a great game 1, and it really feels like in game 2, there were moments for each of these teams to find leads. I think the openers from CCG were really good. But Supernova did a nice job actually playing their way back into that game, and then just died on the worst timers. CCG just got back in. It was so. I think if Supernova cleans up things up for this game 3, I still favor them in the series. But hey, CCG took advantage of the mistakes that were presented to them and punished to the max degree. So
that's all that matters. It's a single round robin. You got to take your wins where you can get them. Now we will take a little break. We'll be back for our final game of the day. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we are getting into our final game of day number 1. Can't believe we're already here. It is 3 games, the distance between CCG and Supernova.
Yeah, that last game, props to CCG, bounced back. I thought their level 1 strat was the right amount of cheesy, as they found an early kill, starting the Blanc chain, Jin W, not hooks, reminiscent of your Resident solo queue games, which ended up... I will say that the Chad 2-camp gank in the bot, that was resident of something that definitely caught everyone off guard. So
a little bit.
They snowballed a lot. Crimson had a nice defense as he picked up his first win in Challengers League. Survived a 1v2 dive. Not bad. Some highlights for CCG. Manui, good
died,
Jin.
but he got a 2v1.
Oh, that's always worth it. Come on.
You take that.
That's COD rules. Come on.
That's the coolest thing is, like, this guy, Crimson, who was playing mid lane, has the storied family of top laners, switches to top lane, has a dominant split there in tier 3 and able to make this push up to tier 2. It's those kinds of stories that you love to follow, and the fact that he's able to back it up here with some good clutch plays, at least in game number 2, to kind of clean it up.
I'm interested to see what he is packing for game 3, as I have seen his Cassante, I've seen his Rumble, but in our new format that we have, neither of those champs are available. Not only for Crimson, but also not for Faisal, as we have 20 champs that are now banned, the first time that this has ever happened in
Let's go
Challengers League. So this is new territory for all of us. As the one thing that we can expect about this next game is that bans should be rather familiar. And Kenvi will have to find his way out of the Fanghorn Forest.
You can't pick a tree anymore.
Yep.
There's no trees available. Maybe Fiddlesticks counts kind of, but not really. It is important, though, to think about like what the meta picks that are still up and available are the Skarner. I expect to still be 100%.
Yeah, bans stay the
banned
same in
every
this
single
format.
game. Yeah, exactly. So I think you have to start looking at some of the more niche picks. Like, it's not a best of 5 of this, but it is a best 3. So we're gonna start getting some of the latter half.
I think some of the stuff that like we're gonna see really emerge with this new format is every team is gonna want blue side, especially later on in series, because it might be the only way you get access to some picks. If Skarner is a must ban for the series, then by playing red side, you're losing one of your bans, and then by going to blue, you pick up a ban because the other team, in theory, has to ban Skarner, and then you get a champ that might be unlocked for you that you didn't have access to earlier on in the series. So
Yeah.
I think every team is going to pretty much prioritize and pick blue, and then bans are going to be very stale, but we will see very different champs that do end up hitting the Rift. So
yeah. If you're wondering why you're still watching us, Dylan. It is a little bit of delay in draft. We'll be getting to it here shortly, but that's also where we get a little bit of time to talk about, and me doing a check-in of what you think about the Shochi Manui resolution, or reunion rather, here, especially with some of the different duos we've seen them grab in the kind of carry position.
honestly, I mean, we see the power in draft already. We have Tristana Ziggs ban. That's the Shochi Manui
Every
soft
game.
power I'm always used to. I thought Manui had a nice game too. I know Shochi for the LeBlanc as well. I thought Toasty actually got the better of him for the majority of that one, but in the end, it was really the team that was able to find the angles, and LeBlanc was able to punish very hard some of the mispositionings that Supernova had. I do think that Supernova comp, it's a little bit tough to play from behind. You're rather squishy against the Viego, but for me, Supernova really made mistakes that accentuated their already tough early game and really enabled CCG to easily get back into that one. Like face checking in the not rumble, pretty tough look. And when you have so many control tools, I want to see you use them. I feel like Supernova really did not respect that and tried to take a couple things too fast, which is honestly the mistakes that we saw plague this team in the last split as well. So hoping we see that patched up. I still expect Supernova to be a team that can compete with anyone in this league. And dropping their first series of CCG wouldn't be a good sign, because most tier lists, you got Supernova above CCG. So,
all right, well, I'm going right back to the T because I'm a little thirsty. Kenvi, 2 supportive junglers, 1 win, 1 loss. Feels like maybe he's been playing with his hand tied behind his back the whole time. Game 3, maybe we see him grab a little bit more of an aggressive pick, the Kindreds, things like that, maybe coming out, maybe some more of those AP junglers slipping through. But I will just say straight up, Chad is feeding off of that momentum on game 2. He got to whip out the Viego and was a major factor in a lot of the team fights. I feel like that's a really good leaping off point for Chad himself, especially into that pivotal matchup into Kenvi that we've talked so much about.
this Viego's always been damn good. Now we got a rubber match to decide the old roommate war between Chad and Kenvi. We'll throw Shade in the mix there too, just for fun. As people that don't know, that was a house. I believe Poom was in there as well. It was just a house out here in LA that had a lot of good League of Legends players and got a lot of deliveries sent there from what I heard. So now it's just Chad and the cats.
Yeah, Chad and the cats. No, but it really has been a story of 2 junglers who have had very different trajectories. I feel like in recency, Chad has been sporadically finding positions and things like that, but I think consistently has shown a lot of growth in these little moments in tier 2. But Kenvi made the jump, right? And it wasn't successful. He talked so much about some of the learnings that he found in believing in himself, believing in the confidence that he brings to the table. And I think that's where we saw a little bit of that readaptation of his style last split, and maybe a little bit of a different of that here this split.
Yeah, and I know that Kenvi, I mean, I'd like to see a little bit less confidence from him. I think face checking brushes on Maokai is not the move. But I mean, I think Kenvi is really working on rounding out his play and picking up some of that confidence. I still see Kenvi as this very strong mechanical player. I just think that he needs to stay more disciplined and round out his gameplay. And that was really, again, what I felt like Supernova lacked. I felt like they were behind but had angles to actually win that game. We saw them win fights in that game, but then once things started heading south, they played a little bit too fast. So I'd like to see that change be made. And who knows, maybe CCG can take a draft that can really punish that. Because, I mean, thinking of champs that I know Shochi and Manui for, Seraphine. Well, what's good at punishing a team that plays too fast? Seraphine, right? If you overcommit into Seraphine, that can be a doomsday scenario. So
And that's the perfect like game 3.
Yeah.
You know, chips are on the table. You pull out a comfort that makes the difference.
I mean, I think Kindred's going to be contested this game between both of our players. That would not surprise me at all. So, if you are still sticking with us, we are a little bit delayed for draft. Get into our final match of the night. Shout out to a lot of these players. I know it's starting to tick towards midnight for some of the guys we have in this game, our East Coasters. So, our schedule is... We did the best we could with packing this in behind LCS, but also wrapping things up, hopefully in time for these guys to keep a decent schedule. So, that said, you're all gamers, and all of our schedules are unfortunately terrible sometimes.
Don't say that.
Sir,
school and stuff.
You are on the LPL schedule. Your schedule is a new level of terrible. Someone that did a split of calling into LCK. I don't know how you've done this for more than a year. It's crazy.
Your body just adapts to it.
It does.
It is. The body is a crazy thing.
You get 2 4-hour sleeping windows a day. You know those are my favorites.
It was nutty. It's gotten a little smaller than that this time around. Anyway, okay. Supernova is gonna be on the blue side this time. Oh my God, we finally did it, and it's visualized in front of you. That list, that bar of gray right there, not available to any side here because of the Fearless ultimatum that we have. That's a pretty cool combo of that one. But we do have to look at the bans that'll probably stay pretty consistent here. Supernova on the blue side, ban away that Ziggs. I'm sure the Tristana will join right now. It's the Leona. Then we have the Skarner ban by CCG on the red side.
When have you seen a Leona ban first phase, man? It's been years since I've seen that. Sword Art was playing in World Finals, I think, the last time I saw that. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, things are going to get interesting. It's a new format, a new meta game that's going to bust out, and I'm excited to see what happens. Does Lucian take it away? The one thing that the pool that I feel like it's affected the most in this format is the marksman pool. You have 4 marksmen removed now. You're going to really start digging deep to find what marksmen are going to be played. I will say, I feel like this is a big advantage for Manui, someone that has always been very good at playing mages in the bot lane.
That's where you wonder the Seraphines and things like that. It's going to be the consistent vibe ban that Supernova throw out. So they really don't want to give Chad the setup tool to maybe get these singular lockdowns.
Could maybe see a Lee Sin want to be played by Ken V2. That's another big pick for both of these players. Chad's got a pool that includes Rengar. You mentioned the Graves. We both teased the Kindred. As Tristana, take it away. Shochi got to feel a little bit bad banning that one out from himself, but that's understandable. As, oh my God, did Talia truly make it to game 3? She did.
Wow.
Whoa, that's a big pick.
That's massive. When we saw Yuji earlier pick apart the team with this pick, it's going to be a massive first one. Also, maybe a little bit of flexibility still provided in the mid lane too, so we'll see if that actually is played around.
I remember Kenvy's very first Talia game was played on the LCS stage in his debut because PoE didn't want to take it mid. He wanted to play Victor instead. And that was the worst duo I've ever seen. So
again, it goes back to the fact that Kenvy didn't get to play Kenvy thing. Like, he didn't get to be himself.
I will say his Talia's okay now. I've seen the Talia. It's okay. So it's a viable flex. But, you know, I had to dig deep, and that was a bad memory for me. Someone that was very excited to see.
Bad juju. All of a sudden.
Kenvy hit the LCS stage. Anyway,
hey,
oh my God, it's
there
Karthus.
He is.
There he is. All right. Orbital Strike acquired for CCG. We're going to see what kind of answer Supernova has into it. I like Assassins into Karthus, and I got to say, I've seen Kenvy play into Karthus because we had a Karthus player in Challengers. His name was Malice. He liked to play a lot of Karthus, a lot of Evelynn. I watched Kenvy blast this pick playing something like Lee Sin. I'd love to see it again.
I've really liked the Karthus, actually. I know maybe that's not everybody's cup
It's
of tea,
OP.
It's been really cool to watch.
It's not okay.
Kind of aggressive junglers still play pretty forward with Karthus. Not all the time. A lot of the time you're just getting hard farming, but there is a little bit of viability in that path for the Karthus. So we'll see what happens, though. The Aphelios, a tried and true for Lens, going to be locked in here.
I can count on Chad making sure that he utilizes the passive of Karthus.
No way. Come on. It's the Kenvy Kha'Zix.
I mean, I will say this is a pick that Chad is actually specialized in. Now, Kenvy on this Kha'Zix, if you find squishies with isolated Qs, you do a crap ton of damage. That being said, you do get outpaced in the jungle severely. So I think it's very important that Supernova is able to take some winning lanes to support this, as we're going to round out the bot lane with a Thresh for Trevor. He's very strong on this pick, and it is a way to keep Kha'Zix out of that backline. Those flays can cancel the jumps. Rather strong.
And it also takes away that potential combo from the Aphelios too, which just gives him so much safety.
Yeah, and
as
no
well.
Nautilus. So I think a blitz ban is warranted here.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
it
is.
is.
Ban out blitz. What else can we take away here? Assassins against Talia. Orianna ban. I feel like it's very warranted this game. I know that we're showing the Karthus mid. I still think taking away Ori is worth it, as that is a very tough matchup into Talia. And it's very good at supporting the Jinx and Thresh.
Also love it because we talked earlier about it. A quote from Chad is, if he could full farm the jungle, he would do it every single time. And if you let him, he'll do that on the Karthus.
Oh my
So
god, a ribbon tax?
This is very much eyes on Kenvi trying to get up into Chad's face and have a little bit of rambunctiousness in his jungle. Crimson pulls that familiar and family ribbon ban
Pretty much.
as a fourth one, and the Camille ends up coming out as the final ban for CCG.
Okay. I don't mind the Camille ban. We might be protecting.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go out there. Zed being taken away too. That's a Shoshi special if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that the Camille ban might open up a potential Aatrox for Crimson. I know that Crimson does like that pick. Top lane pool is a little bit narrowed as of now, and Camille is very strong in the meta. That's also a champ that does very well into Aatrox.
I love what new players can bring to the table here in our meta, in our league, right? You're getting these specific bans because of the strength that you can have in like the Zed, the Riven matchups. It's gonna be fun. The Yone though unlocks a ton of potential for CCG. It's instantly answered to by the Jax.
Okay. I will say I don't mind Yone. I know Shoshi can play it well, but
yeah,
Toasty, I can control this thing in fights if he is able to play this game out well. So the one thing that I'm scared of is the threat for Yone in a side lane with the Karthus ult over the top. Jax does have ways to defend against that, as he gets a lot of free resistances from his ultimate, on top of being able to dodge out on the auto attack based champs of both the Yone and the Jinx. Now, Alistar being picked up, this is not your ideal matchup in the Jinx Thresh. They're going to have a losing lane phase where they're likely going to be controlled by this duo. But Alistar provides so much value later on in team fights. So I think that's the risk here that Diamond's deciding to run.
All right, we're looking at the final pick here. What will it be into the Jax? Or will we get any more flexibility with what we already have drafted? It is that Aatrox you had mentioned earlier, so Crimson going to whip that one out.
This is a bit of a skill matchup. I think that if Jax has the ability to continue to step up, he can win it. That said, the removal of lethal tempo does hurt Jax quite a bit in this matchup. So each top laner I expect to be stacking up Conqueror, unless it is the grass from Faisal. We did see Aatrox get some changes on live patch. His healing was kind of shifted into his R. So when R is running for Aatrox, he has access to way more healing. Scaling up to, I think, 100% at rank 3. So level 16. I gotta say, I don't love the Aatrox here either for Crimson. I think that it can be controlled by Talia, Alistar, and Jax. And there's a lot of setup this game for Kha'Zix. So I think Supernova did a decent job of piecing together this comp where they have a lot of CC around the Kha'Zix to try and isolate members and make them pop.
Well, they're going to have to make them pop, because if you let this CCG roster and draft get to late game, you are going to be in for a world of hurt.
All of you.
Yeah, he literally will, all at the same time. He's clapping those cheeks. Now, it is SN versus CCG.
What?
It is the big matchup here. I feel like that we've been kind of alluding to, the drama, that tea that we were spilling earlier. It culminates at a final game, because it has really been a contention between Kenvi and Chad about priority over jungle and how the rest of the team kind of plays out. And I think it's specifically on Kenvi, there's a lot of weight on his shoulders this game.
Yeah, you got to shut down this Karthus. And I appreciate the shout out there, because the CCG team, if you get Jinx, Karthus scaling, that's a lot of damage that you have to deal with. Also, Faisal going for the fleet. So I was wrong. No Conquer, no Grasp. We'll be fleet. We'll try and use some of those auto attacks to escape the sweet spots that Aatrox brings to the table. As CCG holding the line and might actually try and sneak in and start Raptors, or at least check the red. They win level 1 really hard.
Oh yeah.
No, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Uh-oh. Thumbs up
Supernova's
going
in
into
trouble.
it, too. They see Lens. They get baited a little bit. The fight's coming through. Now, Supernova trying to pull out Diamond. There, get a little bit low, dodging out of the Skittles. Lens is able to fight back a little bit. Kenby still pretty healthy here. They might want to go for a 50-50. Trevor's going to put his body on the line here. He's going down, though. Ignites down, and that's first blood to none other than Kenby. We're getting a wild barn party here today, Cubby. Game 3, kicking off in style. And, of course, it's Kenby who comes out king.
I want to give so much praise to Lens in this series of events. His movement was so good on getting out and around to some of these Skittles. I really think that's what opened up the door for Supernova to end up taking this fight, as we're going to get a second look. This is a good invade from CCG. Their level 1 wins across the board here. All 3 champions. I prefer their level 1. This is a good start. Chad chunks him out heavily, but after this, the buff is hitting CCG, and watch then sidestep all these Skittles. That's 1. That's 2. I don't know how he got around that one. That's 3. Play goes on to Kenby. Insta execute to take down Trevor. Diamond survives way too long with the aftershock. He does catch that one, but from here, barriers that, sidesteps this. That one's just a Narnia from Chad. And then the flash away. If he would have survived that auto attack, would have been huge. But I think Lens at the start of that fight did a great job of moving around, dodging out of that damage, and opening up a window for Supernova to actually win out on that early level 1 skirmish.
So let's look at where that gold lies now. It's 2 kills for Kenby, who is monstrously ahead now, but the gold for CCG went over to Manui. Those are playable aspects for both sides.
This first base from Kenby is going to be massive. He's going to 3-camp base, get to his top side, and is that a Dirk and a longsword? Sheesh! All right. He's going to be stepping up and stepping in the Chad in the jungle now. As, oh boy, what a start. That's not the start that CCG was hoping for. Again, I respect the decision. I think that's the right call. It just did not go their way. It was not well played well enough.
It can be a little bit difficult, especially in tense moments like that. I just love that everybody committed. Commit to the bit. There's all 3 fight there, but we are seeing some of the laning phases pan out maybe a little bit differently here. We have a decent lead from Lens and Diamond down here in the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty warped as we see Trevor try and squeeze one past the mini wave of Supernova as Shochi steps on a control ward and steps out.
Surprised he didn't want to clear the ward.
Nah, it's wasted time. He's got to get back to the wave.
Gotta get there.
You got that Chad do that one, you know? They know it's there.
That'll take the time. There's about 45 seconds for this bot lane to maybe turn up in some action. Crimson and Faisal a little bit low up there, but there's Chad doing his due diligence.
I will say, worth noting, Faisal's Jax is one of his better picks. As Kenby, that's a tough wall to get around.
Oh, the flash counter-strike and Kenby on a killing spree.
Yeah, it's a tough wall to get around, but if we burn flash, it's okay. So Kenby will snack some of his health bar, get another kill, and this Kha'Zix, that's going to be, God, this could be a 7-8 minute Umbral Glaive run in. Oh my God.
It's looking a little despicable right now. And I was asking. No, honestly, it's so funny. I literally was asking. I was like, well, we had Chad get the confidence play. We've had Kenby play 2 facilitation junglers in a row. He goes for the Chad pick himself in game 3, and he's turning it up.
You know, honestly, I think if he didn't have the control ward, he might have had it. It was close. I think, what is Umbral Glaive? 26? No, he doesn't have it. Okay, never mind. I'm bad at math. I was 100 off.
Okay. Why we
don't do math live on air. That's rule 1.
Yeah, that's literally rule number 1.
Yeah.
What's the number 1 rule of casting? Don't talk about casting. Wait, no, it's don't do math on stream. Sorry. Dragon is coming up. This time it's not going to be an Infernal Soul coming. We are freed, as it will be Infernal Dragon first. 1,000 gold lead here, under 6 minutes for Supernova.
Yeah, we do have Toasty sitting on a tier. I think that whenever he bases and TPs back is when we're going to see Supernova go for that first objective. Shochi has already TP'd back. Toasty would love to pick up any and all of an advantage that he can before he decides to use his TP to get back in this lane. Can be making his way up towards the grubs. Chad committing to that second clear. He is behind on the curve of where you are expecting the use to be given how that level 1 went as the Karth is, but still full clear for 2 camps for him. We'll see if they can snowball this into a dragon take, as his bot lane did take the first reset. So this will now be responded to by CCG, or Supernova, and CCG has a window to try and take this dragon.
Tochi can delay the back from Toasty, but he'll be able to TP right back here anyways. Dragon did not get started up by CCG in the meantime. It will be started up a little bit later, but that last grubby will go over. So 3 in a row there for Supernova. Going to be looking at that next spawning to be really important there as the Dragon gets traded in the end.
Yep, this is the one wave they can do it. Props to CCG for hitting it. So Chad, you'll be all right with this. I think the threat of the side-lane push is a little bit higher for CCG. I favor grubs first because the boost of XP you get, especially as a jungler, is quite nice. But I think that's the only option that CCG had, given how top lane went. So well played by Chad to pick that up on a good base timer from their bot lane.
So now we look back to it. Envy has hit level 6. See what evolution he wants to go, but still all eyes on him to be that proactive side of things between the jungles. And I do expect there to be a little bit of a... Oh, no. Oh, my God.
That's a Harvey.
Yeah, that's a Harvey right there.
Yeah. I must say, I have a very bad habit of calling...
Harvest?
Dark Harvest Harvey. Because of an old joke, which if you stack Dark Harvest and ARAM, you just go Harvey Dent, can we trust him? Just get more Harveys. Dark Knight was
never
a great
change.
Film, you know?
Never change. Never change. We also got Requiem, so we'll hear a lot more singing from Chad. I hope his singing voice is pretty good.
That's a evolved Q for Kenby, as he's going to try and take this. Now on to Chad.
I don't know if Chad wins these if he can't hit the Skittles. Yeah,
he doesn't win it.
Completely destroyed. Toasty is here too on top of it all. Shoshi
Toasty's
goes
dead,
in with a fade seal down though. Requiem coming in from the depth, and it might just be a dream as Chad gets a big old shutdown. CCG is able to fight back a little bit against Supernova. Envy goes on a killing spree there.
Yeah, Trevor was there. He wasn't spotted. That's important because if he was, there might have been an attempted dive on this bot lane from Supernova. As Gold traded over on both sides and can be getting more of it in his pockets.
Yeah, speaking of, he completed that Umbral Glaive at about 8:27.
And
also still has the Serrated Dirk there in pocket as well.
Oh boy. I will say, Chad looks to be cruising towards a Blackfire Torch first.
Yeah, it should be.
So, yeah, I think that in terms of items, there aren't a lot of health stackers here on Supernova, but I do really like the Mulligan second on the Karthus as Kenvy's lying away for Chad, and I think he's going to find him. Oh, boy.
Hello, I have damage now. Two shot from full health. There you go.
And that, my friends, is why you evolve the Q. As Kenvy is going to go pop, pop, takes down Chad, and going to take the blue buff to boot as well.
Hey, you got the Blackfire Torch. I guess it's, you know, hey, old roommates helping out old roommates. He just needed it back to get the item. And now he might be, oh no, he's going to jump straight to Shochi. Is he though?
Wait, what?
Is he? You are a counter, my friend, as he makes it out clean as a bandit, and it's Supernova who gets the kill.
I miss this version of Kenby, man. This is the one that just busts out the hands and gives no care in the world. Finds Chad, one-shots in the jungle. Shochi tries to make the play at him. Kenby able to find an even bigger lead as this Kha'Zix off to such a big start. And Kha'Zix is a pick where he scales pretty hard as well. So Kenby has the ability to really take over this game.
I'm telling you, Kenby had his hand tied behind his back there. He just was working with one. Now he's got him unleashed. With this Kha'Zix, he's having a great time.
He went from Ivern to Kha'Zix in the series, man. He truly is unleashed. He's like, get me off these supportive champions.
Yeah. We had fun in game 1.
2 games in jail. Game 2, not as much fun. He's like, give me the Kha'Zix, man.
Not as
Told you, Assassins into Karthus. I've seen it.
Yeah.
He's pulled it off. I mean, level 1 help, but, you know. Regardless.
Definitely helps a lot when you flip the game at level 1. We know Chad to be willing to do things like that because he does believe in himself. Though Crimson, though, maybe needing to believe in himself a little bit more, give himself some health, hopefully, as he'll be able to heal up. Had Chad right behind him. Requiem is not available, but Kenby, he's looking. Predator
Chad,
on the
don't
hunt.
Walk in here.
Chad, this time, he's the one that's going to try to pop the play onto him. He'll end up getting a lot of damage on Kenby back. Toasty is on the way, though, with the Weaver's Wall. The health bar double counter strike. And what did you say about Faisal? His Jax is pretty damn good, huh?
I mean, it's good, but that was all Toasty on the roam. Is now even Diamonds here. Rift Herald, not Rift Herald. Grub's going to be started by Kenby as he's going to go for the 6 Grub secure. And Supernova this game, I was frustrated at game 2 because it really felt like they were playing with a lack of discipline. But Supernova, they lost, they woke up, and this is really good execution coming out from them across the map. The way that Toasty is able to interact with that lane with Faisal, That is a perfect ult into timing that the two of them have from cross map. Really, really good to see from Supernova.
Great combination so far, and a lot of the combinations that maybe we were lacking in that last game. Bunch of resources the way of can be, I think, helps that in some ways. But I do want to talk a little bit about CCG's entrances here. Yes, Crimson doesn't really have a say in how this lane's going to go any longer, but I want to see if Chad and Shochi can be influential in any way. You still had those 2 kills that you were never really able to play around for Minui, and so maybe finding a way to entrance those.
I will say that I think that this game, we saw a little bit of the champ pool narrowing in Crimson, because Renekton, Cassante, Rumble are all champs that I know Crimson can play to a very high level. And we saw that Rumble in game 2, but this Aatrox, I know he can play this at a really high level too. I favor the Jack side of this matchup. I think he has too many ways to get out of sweet spots and too much scaling. Faisal Jack doing good work. Now Kenvi, goodbye, Chad.
In the middle of Harm Street here.
Oh, Kenvi's dead.
Requiem will get the old roommate, and he'll join him in the grave.
Okay. Luis Dragon's delayed now. We can see another fight soon. There's no Requiem for that, so I favor Supernova to pick up the second Drake off the back half.
Time. That's all CCG want. They want to scale as much as possible, even though there's some scaling on the way of Supernova as well. Shochi get a fight right back into Toasty. We got the 1v1 we've been looking for this entire time, as Toasty isn't going to go down just yet, but Shochi's looking a little bit bigger. Oh! Not going to get the Mega Death Rocket.
Look at Kenvi's inventory. We're 13 minutes into this game.
Yep.
Like,
feels great, man.
What?
Look at 1,000 gold over the mid laner. Love to see that. Kenvi having a renaissance performance here in game number 3. Pivotal game for Supernova, obviously, as winning here will put a permanent mark on CCG's record.
I will say, shout out to Chad. He's got the second most gold in the game.
He's
so you get 3 or a third most on his team. So you get 3, 5, and 2.
Okay, Faisal actually didn't fall for the bait there. You had Chad right around there. He didn't want to go forward.
He just burned Hop. I think he just queued a minion.
Did too.
I don't know if that was spotted by CCG.
Ooh, the bait. Dude, Chad's patience right now is insane to me. This man is insane.
They can't see that.
They can't
we can
see
see
that.
that. They can't see that. Yeah. I do like the shout out.
He's just hanging here. Why
not? Get enough credit. Let him eat the wave. Why not?
He's just gonna stay here. Genvi is on his way up here too. He's gonna start the Rift Herald. Faisal has literally just been sitting here with Chad, watching him from the bushes for like a minute.
Yeah, Crimson threw both skills in the Narnia too, so I think that's the end of the play. As Chad's Gambit does not pay off, will return to his camps, can get a Lantern to his red buff. That's what he was waiting for. As Kenvi does start the Herald that has spawned, and I don't think that's going to be contested. See?
Look at that teamwork.
Catch back up on the tempo.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's what they say.
Yeah. Trinity Force completed for Jax too, so we didn't see that. This matchup just got really hard for Crimson. He does need the steel caps and the item to really start contesting the Jax. He does get Sundered Sky, but no steel caps.
And honestly, I've really appreciated. I know we haven't seen much from him, and he's 3-1, but also Toasty's influence following up Kenvi a lot of time has been really
Rome
nice.
top.
Yeah.
Rome top was fire.
I'm saying like him combining with Kenvi has been super important this game. Like either where Kenvi is or where Kenvi leads.
Well, Kenvi paying a little bit back to Toasty there with the drop of the Herald mid. Will knock down that mid outer turret in favor of Toasty and Supernova. As Herald trying to be escorted into the next turret. I think it's dead. And Chad will take that with a Skittle. If you remember what the Skittles looked like, you're a true old school gamer. But with the outer turret removed from mid, Toasty can now hover bot. You can see how far back the CCG bot lane's playing, respecting the Weaver's wall being up.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to at this point. And again, I think CCG realized, they've gotten a dragon. They've set the tempo of the dragon scaling back a little bit. They do have some time to work with, although that window closes every time that Kenvi gets back on the map and gets another item.
Yeah, somehow didn't build a completed item yet. I don't know how with the gold lead. What do we have? Okay, a Dirk and Ability Haste Boots. He's up a bit. It's funny looking at it. Like, Chad's inventory is at least kind of keeping up. Then you look at his inventory compared to Shochi's, and it's like, whoa.
Like, whoa.
Like, whoa.
There's a massive
Diamond could get
difference.
caught here.
Yeah, he's definitely caught. He gets pulled back by the chains. Crimson's addition now with the team fight comp maybe making the difference.
Shochi.
Moonlight Vigil there. Nice fate sealed, though, to get Shochi back over to the team. Faisal. He doesn't get it. Multiple flashes burned
great
out by
play.
CCG. They turn it onto Faisal's head. Now the reset's coming in, and CCG, they've been waiting for their moment to pounce. Even though Toasty goes on a killing spree, they are not ones to back down from a fight.
Good reactions to the flash from Faisal. I mean, they would have seen that one coming, but still, everyone flashing out. Kemi's going to go over the wall. Does he get him?
Ooh, so close.
He
Chad
might be able to
doesn't
see
know.
where he blast goes to.
Chad
Oh, he's going to look
doesn't
for
know.
Jinx. Going to look for Jinx.
Oh, he's right there in the bush.
Oh.
He got hit by the rock.
Yeah, that's the small window. You actually get the sneak back there. Kenby not going to be able to feast any more kills off Manui in that side lane. But Toasty should be able to clean this one up with the 6 scrub. Take for Supernova, knocking down the last outer turret, ensuring this early game continues to go very much in control of Supernova.
Level 11 just completed for Chad on the Karthus, so he'll be getting his
Okay.
second item here
That's
soon.
big.
That's gonna big. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's only 18 minutes in, but he's been able to keep up on tempo at least a little
Oh,
bit.
first strike ult.
Now he's just going for the extra gold. As he does, Shochi gets engaged on.
Oh, he got Leandri's off
he
that.
did. Yeah, he
And
did.
his mid laner died too, but you know, unlucky.
Yeah, a little unlucky. Maybe baited by the Requiem. The sweet singing of
That's
Chad
funny.
and his cats.
Oh, Jinx ult hit
Almost
Kenby.
died.
The bug was not squished, but the base was delayed for the dragon that is spawning here in 5 seconds. With Requiem being down, I do expect
Chad, he just
Toasty,
came up here.
Toasty's
Like,
dead. No,
he's
Toasty cannot
over
push
here.
this wave. Toasty cannot push this wave. He's dead.
Oh man,
He's got a Weaver's Wall out.
Yeah,
anyway.
he's gonna try. He does make it out alive there after that Saris pop as well, so makes it out even after his sins.
You gotta figure out. You know, I can't call people dead when they have flash and ult available.
Things
gotta
are a
brush off
little
some of the
wonky
rust.
with damage right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Speaking of walking with damage, off screen can be ripping through that dragon.
Oh yeah,
As those claws, yeah, it's about 750 damage a claw.
crazy.
Ouch.
It's a lot, and it's
Easy pickup.
also on the way to a Mountain Soul. That would be very beneficial to Supernova. They did get their second
Yeah.
dragon in a row. Still 5,000 gold up for them. It's been a slow roll, and I don't know if that's necessarily good for them. They do have a lot of scaling aspects themselves. Obviously, Lens is going to be massive once he hits
Okay.
the second, third item.
So we haven't hit on the scaling aspects yet for either of these teams. I do favor the scaling of CCG in a vacuum, just because Karthus and Jinx, I feel like, can really break the game. So I do think that Supernova's on a bit of a timer, but how much of a timer is Supernova really on? I don't think it's that bad. I think its lead is pretty insurmountable for CCG. Unless we see some of the mistakes that we saw from Supernova in Game 2. So,
Track record.
I think that as long as Kenby just keeps on picking a random side lane to hover, it's really tough for CCG to play out 3 lanes. They don't have the map control to like start and bait an objective for Supernova to walk in and actually be able to win a fight because they're down gold and the map isn't theirs. So this is a tough game for CCG. I think the best answer that they can have is to play around Shochi once he gets another item.
I think that timer is going to be fine to play around, but it's going to take a while.
It's going to be late. Yeah, like they have no play right now than just to eat waves and try and take as many camps as possible for Karthus. But you can see Karthus, like, if you lose the map this hard, this is where Karthus starts to really lose value because the only power he has is damage.
Exactly. And I think now that we gotten third item for Kenvi already completed here 20 minutes into the game, realistically, they can pull a play on the Baron and make CCG come out and answer and punish in some ways with that strength for Kenvi and how quickly they can burn it with the isolation damage. So I'm very curious if they want to go for something like that.
Yeah, I think that it's almost like not worth the risk.
Just keep rolling.
Just keep rolling. Wait for the next dragon to spawn, or like CCG, they don't own anything right now. I mean, everything is going over. You see Kenby just waiting for people to walk in and camps to spawn. As Trevor's gonna find one ward. Him and Chad are spotted. Crimson's not. Like Kenby knows he can just go hide somewhere else. All the jungle camps are trying to be contested by Toasty. He might get a smite out here. Yeah.
About half his health
Yep.
after the seismic shove too.
And he just gets to lie and wait somewhere else. He's got Umbral Glaive, so as long as that's up, he always gets to know that he's safe and sound. And He picked up a third lethality item in the Yomus, so a full item up on this Karthus.
It feels really good, and also you get a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
That Yumu is going to be speed around at the speed of sound. We did get that shield bow second item complete for Shochi, though. That's pretty big. A little bit of survivability in some of the team fights and things in the combos. That has been the name of the game, is finding those combos. Speaking of, right into the traps, and there's Len shut down, and unfortunately goes to Trevor.
That's a bummer. It went to Trevor. I respect CCG with the double TP. Lens, there's no reason for him to step that far up and eat a hook, as it was a nice pocket of vision from Trevor around that ward, and CCG, this game is a little doomed, but they have a man advantage. They are going to start this up.
Anytime Cubby says it's doomed, maybe there's a chance. Late. That's what we're learning here in summer. Kenvy's going for the steal. He wants to get in there. He's in there. He doesn't get it, though. Chad secures it, but it's Supernova that can't fight their way out. They're losing to an excited Manui, and Chad singing the praises of CCG from the heavens. As Manui can't close the distance, Crimson can't hit an ability, but he will hit the chain. And now Manui is on fire. They're going to clean house. They're going to get everybody but Lens. And CCG fight back.
That gold lead just went from 5K to 1.5K. As CCG, it was one death sentence onto Lens. The chain that they created from that was massive as they're back in this one. The pick on the Lens was free, and in the replay, we're going to see Kenby go for the steal, but there's no team fight without a marksman. Diamond finds a combo. They do take down the Thresh rather early on, but there are no priority targets. Kenby flashes out and into the arms of Shochi and Chad. Yes, Chad does go down, but the damage was already done. As Toasty, some nice movement here on the back half from him to try and get out of things, but unfortunately, the ethereal chain from Aatrox does connect. Was able to dodge out on the zap, the Q2, not the chain, as Crimson able to find that, and they take everything for themselves. Big shutdowns going down over this Aatrox, who has resets himself. And CCG with his Baron are going to actually take control of the lead in this game.
I'm telling you, Cubby, all you got to do is say that a game is over. We're going to get the exact opposite here. I love it. We're getting so much momentum from CCG. That 1.5K they still held on to by Supernova, it's gone. And Lens just almost dies again to another death sentence.
This game is really helping with my cleanse bias set of barrier, as it was really like a couple hooks that have changed the game from Trevor. We teased this Thresh, said you could play this champ, very good, and now it's about to be a gold lead here for CCG. I know Faisal is taking the top inner, but mid inner falls in favor of CCG, and they can shift their way bot.
You know, run Rampage all over this dragon will be a second one for them if they want to go for it. There is a little bit of possibility for contest. No, okay, they're going to back away. That dragon goes down to CCG, and we're tied up 2-2 in that objective.
And also, I mean, let's take a look at some of the gold here. We saw Kenby have this massive lead, but a big gap close coming in. Crimson actually has items that can somewhat keep up with the Jax at the moment, which I think is very important, as he's now ahead of the Jax. And as you highlighted, Mazel, this Yone, once he gets the 2-3 items, he has a double lifesteals. Oh, hold on, Manu is dead. Oh, never mind.
Or is he? Yes, he is.
Oh.
Lens does some damage of his own. What the hell, Toasty there. Big combos coming out from Supernova as they punish CCG.
Cleanse bias continues. No, that was really, really well played by Lens. He found the root. Toasty found the flick. Now Toasty posturing off that wall. It's a Baron for CCG, but Supernova are the ones trying to take back control. Chad sidesteps the flick, but
still thinking about what this gold draft is going to look like at the end of the game. We're back to a 2,000 gold lead for Supernova just off the back of those couple plays there, and this gold draft is going to be one of all time. Faisal taking a side lane turret number 3 here.
Almost. CCG does play some defense. Man, I like, what do we say about this game now? Chad almost has a death cap completed and nearly has level 16. And with where the game's at now, I mean, everything that Kenby did in the early game could go to the wayside if the cap comes in for Chad, and we're ready to hit some big boom boom damage on this Karthus. I mean, every time he presses R, he's going to be significant.
Getting real close.
Yeah, he's close. I mean, he's got a blue buff to take, and I don't know if he has Gromp to take or not, but
no, it doesn't look like it.
I mean, next base, he's got it. He could always just press R and first strike it. Okay, he's waiting for it. Doesn't have R. Faisal gonna have to sneak his way out. Can be spotted on a ward, will not go in. But this does shift CCG bot and might help Supernova get some control over this top side where they can lay their next trap as Baron is spawning in a minute 45.
Perfect timing for Chad to back and get that cap made out of 2 sticks. Still don't understand how they do it, but maybe they're just magicians. There it is, big combos available. Now you're almost also on 3 items there for Manui, and he's going to be another big sustained damage point of CCG's composition. But Supernova, they have been able to get some really nice pickouts here recently.
Okay, important to note, Hex Drinker for Kenvi, that's his only defense against the ultimate. We have Lifesteal being picked up by Lens on the Aphelios. He can sustain himself back up, but this ult's still going to be taking about half his health. Zanya's for Toasty, that's a great buy this game. Usable against a lot of things against CCG. We'll see if he decides to use it against the Requiem itself or to get out of other combos. But this ult, it's 1 tick away from 16. And Chad, every time he presses R, Supernova is going to be at a disadvantage when you get Karthus this late in the game.
It is so devastating to have Chad go forward, die, and then as you're scrapping out this team fight, all of a sudden the beams of death come across your entire team. You're like, oh, well, we still have to deal with that. And we saw that happen the last time around as well, where Supernova are willing to scrap until they have low health bars. Then that leads to Chad being able to set up. Oh, this is the
big
play, though.
TP.
This is Supernova wanting to end the game, wanting to make it happen here. They take down Trevor first. They have also maybe even got Manui. Faisal gonna have to flash away. Now the reset's coming out for CCG. They might want to move forward here. Look at those wings flapping from Crimson. It means that Supernova need to be a little bit more careful here.
That's a trade up, though, for CCG. Trading Trevor for Faisal and both of Faisal's summoner spells. You'll take that any day if you're CCG, especially not burning the Requiem. Sochi.
Whoa, Lens. Oh,
no.
Sochi. He gets 100 to 0 in the middle of his clone, and then now
sustain.
That is it.
That's no Requiem. Baron is actually potentially on the table here for Supernova.
Let's see if they actually want to force it here. You do have red, white for
think
Lens.
they do.
They will, and Kenvi can help burn it pretty quickly, but the rest of Supernova going to make it so. Dragon is coming up, but not even close to spawning. That means CCG just going to give this one up.
I mean, the initial play was so strong onto Faisal. You already traded up, but Shochi dipping in there, wanting to make the big play. This is why I was a fan of the Talia into the Yone, because you can at least stymie it. Yone can win to the side lanes, but it's really tough to operate Yone into these unraveled earths, as now Trevor, he's going to spot Kenvi.
He's still pretty tanky. Let's see if he can. Oh,
no, he's dead.
My God. That Eviscerate does so much damage.
Toasty snipes the kill, types all me to Kenvi. And now
all your base belong to us.
It's a free dragon, but I don't think Supernova even want to take that. They can take that on their way out if they want. The Baron buff and the empowered minions is what matters, as they have a man advantage right now and want to push.
You can just wait to take that in another game if they wanted to, in another series against another team, because they're looking on the verge of pushing in the base to try and secure a 2-1 victory to start off the season here in summer. Got split lane push coming. Mid inhib turret is already down. The inhib turret and bot side will be under siege now by Faisal and Toasty.
Trevor's up. The damage has been done. Supernova pushing down 2 lanes. Faisal able to step up, take a little bit off this turret. Inhibitor on the top side, or mid, I should say, is down. As bot inhibitor turret is now down. And we'll see if Supernova wants to push through the choke. I will say, this choke and entrance is where things can be dangerous for CCG. Can maybe find a hold, but they decide to send Karthus back to base and will not contest it.
Okay. They're going to backing off anyways. In the end, they do lose those 2 inhib turrets and the inhibs. And that'll be Dragon number 3 to Supernova.
Freebie take for Kenvi, and Supernova seem to be back on track. It's been a little bit of a back and forth series here, Mazel.
It really has. We've had a wonderful day of games so far. Not only in the LCS, but also in the NACL.
Yeah, Series 1 was fun. I recommend you go back and see that one. I kind of want to delete Game 2 from my mind in this series,
but Game
that's
1
okay.
and Game 3 has been fun. You know?
That's okay. We can talk about it on a different day. As Kenvi does find that level 16 himself. Looks like he's evolving the wings, so potential for reset in the jumps. And also, Chad, you get a hover from our wonderful observers during the downtime over the Requiem. What's the cooldown of this thing now? How much base damage are we talking? Because we're at level 16.
We are indeed. We're at the ultimate
Shout out
level
Observer
now.
Kai. Okay, so down another 6 levels, but 943. Whew.
Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
And a Void Staff to boot. Yeah, first strike as well. It's going to boost it. 7% extra damage. I'm not going to do all the live math on air. That's a tough one to calculate.
What did we say earlier? No math on air. There's the Weaver's Wall. Going to block out CCG from defending this turret. This is their last outer turret here. Death Sentence will go a bit wide. Engage from Crimson, maybe on the Kenvi. He will not get hit by the chains. Get that rocket.
Nice.
Does come through, half helping Lens in the end. CCG.
Kenvi's caught.
Kenvi's pull the Requiem there. Does a lot now, but he has the shield. And there it is. Supernova do the damage. They get all the turrets except for that top inhib.
Nice cancel there from Crimson. Managed to get Kha'Zix out of the leap. Forced the flash out of Kenvi. Who did survive. Shout out to the Maw. That Kenvi has picked up as his own defense against the Requiem. We also have a Seeker's Arm Guard being picked up by Faisal to help play defense. As every member has some way, shape, or form to defend against Karth Assault, counting the Warmogs there for Alistar. So I know Karth Assault is very significant in these fights, but Chad has to make sure it connects during the fight when it matters, or else Supernova can back off and play defense.
Yeah, they have so many options in that regard. We do look in mid lane. Shochi is down a full item to Toasty at this point. Probably looking to get back right now, maybe buy a component or some sort. But his 3-item spike is massive. So I want to see what his influence is going to be. But it's all about Supernova finding big picks in these that lead to the domino effect against CCG.
CCG, I mean, if they were to hold on, we kind of strayed away from the soap opera of this series because it's been a rather hype in terms of the gameplay. A lot of intertwined pasts between both of these teams, and specifically the Orga Supernova as well. Trevor on this team when they relegated. Not to mention the core of Faisal, Shochi, Manui, Trevor with Perry taking that amazing top 4 finish we had last spring. That was a huge storyline in our Challengers League.
Yeah, I still look to Chad's statements on Toasty and how excited he was to kind of get to learn and grow with him and kind of pilot through him. Now finding himself across from his brother.
Yeah,
also his
Shochi against his team from last split.
Old team.
We have Manui and Shochi reunion with Trevor. Crimson debut. Chad against Kenvi, of course. Chad held that Proving Grounds 21 championship, subbing in for Kenvi on the 100 Thieves Academy squad.
You could take a dart and throw it at a wall and find something fun to talk about in this matchup.
Yeah. Emily had a great drawing for C9 Blue versus C9 Yellow today in the LCS. That showed how every player except for Thanatos had been intertwined, including coaches. I feel like we could do that for this as well, in some way, shape, or form. But the Supernova trying to get the last laugh and send CCG home with a debut loss as Trevor loses his flash to the flick of Toasty. 25 seconds till Baron spawns. CCG might be forced to check again as Faisal on a control ward has info. Here we go. Oh, wait. Toasty didn't hop on that wall. He didn't want it.
He didn't want it. He didn't want the smoke.
Okay, that was surprising to me.
Not gonna go for it. They do have primary position around this bottom side of the map, but the objective that's spawning soon is on the top side of the map. Yeah, he's got the deepest flank ever here. They have not spotted him out.
Toasty lost half his health to Chad. Faisal going to have to dodge onto the zap to keep in mind Dragon spawning in 45. So Soul is on the table for Supernova if they want to wait for it. But Kenvi is going to start the Baron. Does it very fast with claws.
They burn it so ridiculous.
Redemption spots it.
Oh! Manui and the Requiem from the top. They do end up getting the Baron, but my God, this fight is chaotic. Shochi is going down. Faisal has found him. Meanwhile, in the pit, Crips is trying to get something. Chad gets taken out by Faisal, and Supernova from the depths of the darkness. They find the difference, and they find bot lane here. They have cleaned house on CCG. They have righted the wrongs of game number 2, and they're pushing down the base as they clear off Trevor.
Kenvi fell early, but Lens held strong. He played that fight wonderfully. As Toasty was able to take down Shochi, they removed Chad from the fight, and Supernova finds the 2-1.
What a series. It got a little dark there, but Supernova shined oh so bright as they do. It is a 2-1 victory and a rightful one. Kenvi dominated that game on the Kha'Zix. It was nice to see him unleashed on a pick
I
that
don't
maybe
know.
fits a little bit more for him.
He dominated early. He did make it a bit hairy later on. As I will say, I think the reason that game was close was Lens eating the death sentence in the mid game led to the first Rally Cry Baron going over to CCG. But to have Lens really step up in that last fight, forgive some of his own sins, and make sure that Supernova took home this win, which was a game they deserved to win from level 1.
Yeah.
Well played by Lens. And I know we talked a lot about Toasty in his debut, given that he was going up against his old jungler in Chad, but Lens in his Supernova debut, someone that I was really excited to see on, I feel like, a strong roster for this split showing up.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, we are going to send it away to a little break. We will have an interview with Toasty after this one, so we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I am joined by Toasty, and what a game from Supernova. What a series from Supernova. I know we were talking beforehand. We had heard me and Cubby before. There's a pretty synergistic relationship between these squads. Did you have a lot of fun playing against these guys? What was kind of stuff going into it?
It was super fun. Like, a lot of, like, our roster and their roster was, like, a lot of mismatches of, like old last split roster. Like, Shochi was on SN. We were always good friends with
Family
me.
tree.
Yeah, I played with Chad. Me and Lens played with Chad, so it was kind of just like a good revenge match on like teams. It felt good to win.
I like it. What was some of your favorite parts? Did y'all have some crazy comms? Did y'all have anything go a little wild? I know, yeah, there was maybe some chatting. I'm just saying, there was maybe some chatting.
Yeah, we did a little bit of all chatting, but like it was all in good fun. But I mean, we didn't really have too much crazy because me and like I guess I like to scream a lot in comms, and they're just telling me to shut up and like calm down. So we didn't have too much. So I mean, I don't know. It was just good to win.
Now, I got to ask you, first and foremost, a question about your combos on your side, and then we'll talk about Shochi afterwards. What is the biggest difference you feel like transitioning from maybe Chad's jungle style to Kenvy's?
I mean, honestly, like, it feels like Kenvy's just, like, fighting so much. Like, it feels like he's fighting, and he always gives me confidence to, like, always want to fight and go in. Like, I don't know, like, there are times where he just 1v9s games, and I'm just like, oh my, like, I'm not expecting him to do this stuff, and he's just, like, completely 1v9.
I like it. Hey, lead with confidence, I guess, and it works out. I want to talk to you about the specific matchup at mid lane. Anything you had in terms of your thoughts going into the matchup against Shochi, or maybe now that you've won, any thoughts otherwise?
There's not too much. I mean, like, me and Shochi, like, we always talk. We talk a lot, and we do like 1v1s. Of course, we didn't do too much recently because we were playing against each other. But yeah, I mean, I was just scared he was gonna pull out something weird. Like that's why I banned Zed. I thought he was gonna pull out Tryndamere. Like I don't want to let him pick something that I'm not comfortable against. So I was just scared he was gonna pull out some random pocket pick with Chad Jungle picking AP Jungle.
That's him for you, I guess. I do want to talk a little bit more about you, though, Toasty. What has this kind of transition to Supernova meant for you? What has been kind of your big goal going into the split for you personally?
I mean, honestly, like, I think our team is good enough to win the whole thing, and I've always like I want to win NACL, and I think that by next split or like next year, I want to go to LCS. So I think this is just like a stepping stone to, like, if I improve a lot or if I show that I'm like good enough, then I think that that's the final goal.
We'll be cheering you on every step of the way, my friend. I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here. Anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
I'll shout out my teammates, my coaches, my managers. They all helped me succeed and they helped me smurf week 1. And I'd like to shout out my friends for watching, or I guess we're playing against too. They played really well, a lot of the friends that I play against. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Toasty. I'm sure we'll be talking to you more often here. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next
Thank
time.
you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring back my co-caster in Cubby, and we'll say adieu to Toasty. And what a series to finish us off. What a day to kick us off here, Cubby. And
Yeah,
honestly, it was a treat.
Start.
It was a treat.
It's a heck of a start. You know, shout out to anyone that's still sticking around, especially if you're an East Coaster.
Oh, yeah.
At this time of night. Tuning into some great League of Legends. I know I'm excited to watch some more, as I believe we have LCK later on. I'm excited for those games, as always. And LPL.
What else
okay.
There
okay.
you go.
And LPL.
There you go.
I thought you were going to tease and day 2 of LCS and NACL, which will be coming to you
that comes
tomorrow.
after those, so we gotta wait for that. Anyways, Cubby, it's been an absolute honor to kick the season off for you. There's still a long way to go through it and a lot of changes, especially with the new format, all the more that we have here in the NACL. Make sure if you liked what you saw today, if you enjoyed the time you spent with us, drop a sub. It directly supports the players. It directly supports the teams. It directly supports the NACL, and it is felt. So,
also, please spread the word to your friends. We have a new Twitter handle, even if it's the same Twitter, and it's Watch NACL. As well as this Twitch channel /NACL. It's not /PathLCS. It's not /LCS_challengers. We're all NACL here. As I'm just going to go out and say this has been the most successful rebrand that we've had. As it's not a rebrand, but we got our channel straightened out so you guys can find them and follow them. So spread the word to your friends in case anyone missed it today.
I want to give a huge shout out to the NACL crew, everybody behind the scenes making this happen. A season is beginning, and we have a long way to go, but it's going to be a fun ride. We'll see you all tomorrow for more League of Legends and more NACL action. We'll say hi to Surdy. Make sure you give him a big hello.